One second. So why did you vote for Donald Trump?
I just felt as though, the past, I think, 4 years of Biden just didn't feel, personally for me, that a lot changed in my life. I think a lot of things got more expensive. And I think personally, just a change for me was what I needed. Again, it's not to say that Trump is going to be the better option, but I think with politics, I think just different change is always the best. So that's just kind of
You
where I
don't
was.
think Donald Trump was the better option?
I don't think he was personally, but I'm
Then
more of
why
a
would you have
centrist.
selected him? Why would you have selected him?
Again, it's a two-party system. Unfortunately, I don't agree with the two-party
Wait.
system. I
We're
think there's
talking.
better options.
There's two candidates. There's two candidates. There's two
I know,
options. Two legitimate
but
options. Out of the two legitimate options, do you think he's the better option?
I wouldn't say the better option. But
Okay.
I
Well
lean
then,
more
well then you,
centrist.
well then you wouldn't have preferred to vote for him. That doesn't make any sense.
I'm a person where I'm just like, if I let a candidate just serve the 4 years, and if they're not doing the 4 years and I don't see change, I'm gonna try something different. That's just kind of how I
Okay.
roll.
Okay. Well then here'd be my question, right?
Yeah, yeah.
You just say like you want change regardless what that change is. Would you be willing
Mhm.
to accept any alternative candidate comparative to the Biden Harris administration? Like, would you have selected like Putin? If Putin were the
Uh,
alternative candidate, would you have voted for Putin over Kamala Harris?
no, no, no. Come on, we're not going to that extreme.
Okay, so like then here's my question: at what
Yeah, yeah.
point do you draw the line? Because I think that that line would be met with someone like Donald Trump who undermines basic core American values like the rule of law, our democratic elections, right, the
Mhm.
Constitution.
Yeah, that's fair. I think like again, I'm not the biggest fan of Trump, but I think that like maybe if like for example, if JD Vance was more of the running person, I think he has like a lot more, I would say, quote unquote accreditation than Trump does.
In what?
In just I think he's more built for politics than Trump is.
In what way?
I think he's served more. Correct? Am I wrong in saying that?
So you're saying okay? So then, would you said the same thing for Kamala Harris comparative to Donald Trump, or for Hillary Clinton comparative to Donald Trump?
Um, no, I don't think so.
Okay.
I think we've seen Kamala attempt to run for president, and she had like one of the lowest like ratings of any single candidate. She didn't
I'm
even
sorry.
get any
Did you
single
have you
voters. So I don't
wait, wait,
understand
wait.
why
Did you see the
on earth she would be a proper candidate to go for this past election. She
she
was a
made
terrible choice.
she made it way further than Trump 2000? Okay. How did Trump do in 2000? Please tell me. Come on, why do you guys always like look at Kamala
I have no
Harris the
idea.
first time she ran, but you don't look at Biden the first time he ran? You don't look at Trump the first time he ran. You don't look at practically any other candidate the first time they ran. You don't factor that in, and you didn't look into it because you didn't care. You only wanted to apply it against her because she's a woman. Like that's realistically the thing. You apply qualifications to women, right, that you don't apply to men. That's just the facts.
I wouldn't agree with that. I don't think that I do not apply the same. I wouldn't say the fact that because she's a woman is the reason why. No, just it's how she was received by the party. So you're saying that Joe Biden was a better candidate than Kamala Harris because Joe Biden was better received than Kamala?
So I'm not saying that they're better because they're better received. That was never my argument. I don't know what you're talking.
But you said because she's a woman, we hold her to a different standard.
I'm
So
saying
you're
you
saying the
guys do.
Democratic Party
I'm saying you guys
no,
do.
no, but when the Democratic Party chose their candidate, they chose Joe Biden over Kamala Harris. So my question to you is, do you think that is the same standard
Not over
that you're
Kamala
claiming
Harris.
that
Kamala
Republicans?
Harris was the vice president. So if Joe Biden steps down, Kamala Harris would step up. So they did vote for Kamala Harris, and 80% of the
No,
Democratic
no, no,
Party
no.
was satisfied with her being the nominee. Why'd you pivot away from the fact that I brought up the fact that you said that, or I mean, I said that you only care about qualifications when it comes to women. You never care about qualifications when it comes to men. Like you didn't care about qualifications in the 2016 election with Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump. Qualifications were thrown out the window because clearly Hillary Clinton had way better qualifications than Donald Trump in that race. Are you kidding me? It wasn't even close. Yeah, you didn't even give a fuck about those qualifications. You cared about the vibes, bro.
I didn't vote for Trump in 2016.
Do you think he should have won in 2016 comparative to Hillary Clinton?
No, I think Hillary should have won that.
You think Hillary should have won?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
So you think Hillary is better than Trump, but you don't think Kamala Harris is better than Trump? Can you please tell me the difference between Hillary and Kamala Harris that means you like one but not the other enough to vote for one but not the other?
Correct, because I think Hillary, as an actual politician, was way better for
How
the
so?
role that she was being. Huh?
How so?
I think her policies were a lot better. She actually talked about policies in comparison to
Can you
Kamala.
name
Anytime she
one
went
Hillary
on,
Clinton policy?
her, I would say her policy on border was fantastic. I think that was a lot
What
better
was
than what
that?
Trump was doing. I don't remember. It's 2016, man. Do you remember? Do you
What?
remember?
You're the one fucking bringing it up. You brought it up. You said that the border
But do
policy.
you
You
remember?
said the border policy is what you think is better, right, for Hillary Clinton comparative to Kamala Harris. But you don't even know what border policy you're referencing. You don't have any qualifications to mention specifically with Hillary Clinton as it relates to Kamala Harris to say that Hillary Clinton was a better candidate. You have no policy. You have nothing. You just did so based upon, again, vibes, which again makes me think that there's a little bit more than just misogyny here.
I don't think so. Can you tell me what it is? What was the policy of Hillary? Would you have voted for Hillary?
Over Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, so then what was the
Absolutely.
policy
What?
that you liked about Hillary?
I would prefer greater expansions to the universal healthcare system that would exist under a Hillary Clinton presidency over a Donald Trump presidency. We can talk about how she would address the environment and science way better than Donald Trump would. He doesn't even believe in science. Where we could talk about literally in terms of immigration that she's talked about in the past, right, deporting people who have committed violent offenses, but letting people in the country who have literally not committed crimes stay as a pathway to citizenship, right? So she's talked about that in the past. We've never seen Donald Trump address those types of things. We've seen her address single payer in the past. We haven't seen Donald Trump address those things. So clearly we can reference so many different types of policies that she would be way better on than Donald Trump, not even close to, right? So that could be one thing that we could reference. But you couldn't even get me there. Wait, you have nothing to say that Kamala Harris was worse than Hillary Clinton. It's literally vibes. It's literally vibes.
No, I don't think so. I think Hillary was way more fluent with anything that she wanted to talk about regards to
Fluent?
policy.
What do you mean by fluent?
As she actually talked about policy. You can go, I can count on my
She
hand the
talked about
amount of
policy,
times
but you don't
that
even remember any of the policy. Hillary
Correct, this is
Clinton did not talk
2016,
about
man.
policy any more than Kamala Harris did. Kamala Harris was so much about policy. What are you talking about? She talked about policy all the time. The child tax credit, the earned income tax credit. She talked about the tax deductible for small businesses starting out. She literally listened to people and adopted different policies, even from people like fucking Mark Cuban, right? Because she thought it was effective in running for her campaign. So don't talk to me about like how she wasn't willing to talk about policy or engage with in that respect when Donald Trump didn't have a healthcare plan, a child care plan, a housing affordability plan, a plan to lower prices, any type of coherent plans to drill baby drill. Nothing. No coherent plans. He has nothing set up for any of that. Half the shit he fucking promised, he's not going to do for shit. He's not going to give you no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. That was just like him literally promising free money.
Again, he has. Again, I'll wait to see what he does. He's got 4 years. It's not just like he's gonna do it and then not do it. Right? He has time.
Well, then why haven't they already brought it up? Why couldn't they have brought it up?
Again, I'm not the president. I don't know. A lot of
The president
politicians, regardless of
it's
left
the
or
entirety
right.
of the Republican Party
Okay.
and the influence of the president, right? Because he actually has so much power over the Republican Party.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying again, I think that a lot of, regardless if it's left or right, say a lot of things to just get voters.
Okay, I'm not disputing that, but what I'm saying is that I'm pointing out how he did that, and you guys think that's bad, and I think that's bad. So isn't that something that you'd want to recognize at least that he's doing that? Why wouldn't you want to
Yeah,
recognize that?
that's fair. That's fair. And again, I'm more than happy to call Donald Trump out on his crap that if he does it. But again, I think in terms of the two candidates when they were campaigning, I think Trump did a lot better when he was talking to his constituents. I think
Elliot,
Kamala
I
was.
have a question. Are you
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
that he prefers to change the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America to doing that? Right? Like
No,
no tax on tips, no tax on overtime?
again, I don't think that's. I think Trump says a lot of things for the sake of saying things. Again, that's only exclusive to America, right? No other country has to recognize the Gulf of America as the Gulf of America. That's exclusive to America.
Yeah, but like I'm just saying he does that before he does anything else. He pardons violent offenders on January 6th who literally
Yeah,
beat
that I
cops.
disagree with. I disagree with that
Understand,
100%.
That's all preferable to him towards like literally doing no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. Yo, but can we thank some people real quick? Yo, Sid, thank you so much for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. For Parker, your setup looks so bougie. Yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I finally have like the plant in the background. I just brought that today. I'm finally building it out. It's looking a lot better. It's looking a lot better. Give me some W's for Sid in the comment section right now, as well as Traceless. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I did hear about that. The leaked war plans. Yes, I literally saw that. Oh my god. Just straight talking about it on like what was it, Signal? Okay, all right. Elliot, go ahead.
No, I was just saying again. I don't agree with what his pardons of that as well. Again, I'm not saying there's a lot of things that I don't agree with what Trump did, but I'm just saying basically when it came down to the actual election, I think that Trump spoke on a lot of things that hardworking everyday Americans connected with a lot more than Harris did.
Okay, so you're saying that they connected with Harris less? Is that I'm just asking you like what your view is?
Yeah, I think
Why did you pick uh, Trump over Kamala
I
Harris,
again
right? And
I
I
think
asked you
the
also,
way the way
why'd you pick Hillary Clinton over Kamala Harris? You couldn't give me any reasoning. It was again just vibes. All of these are just vibes. Your entire ideology here, when it's built on vibes, you can believe whatever the hell you want. And then the person down the street that literally believes that Joe Biden's been dead since 2017 and that it's a fake Joe Biden that's there right now, and that Donald Trump is actually in like not the real Donald Trump. It's a fake Donald Trump that you typically see, and that he's in Cheyenne Mountain, right? Like their views are just as valid as yours if you have no reason, no evidence, and no basis for your position.
Yeah, again, I basically said how the way it was communicated with how Kamala was communicating things, it felt like it was an elitist group, right? Every single rally was all of these super rich celebrities that couldn't connect with the populace
Wait, what are you talking about?
versus
Who
Trump, who was
benefits the rich more, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
the point I'm trying to make is that
Answer the
the
question.
average everyday.
Answer the question.
Sorry, repeat the question.
Who benefits the rich more, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
I think both. I think both do. I don't think there's just one side or the other. I think to keep it black and white in that sense is just it's so
Okay, let's
dishonest.
just be clear. Let's just be clear. Donald Trump's tax plan was to literally replace income tax with tariffs. Tariffs are a regressive tax. Income tax is a progressive tax, meaning progressive tax, right? Take disproportionate levels of percentages of taxation from higher levels of income. Okay. Whereas regressive taxes take disproportionate levels of income, right, for the lower income that you are. Right? So the more income you make with a regressive tax, the less tax percentage you pay. With a progressive tax, the more income you make, the higher percentage tax that you pay. So what he's doing is essentially shifting the burden of taxation from people who are higher income to people who are lower income. Okay?
Hmm.
So he talked about like reducing taxes. No, he's increasing your taxes. Okay? To cut taxes on billionaires and millionaires and very wealthy people. Okay? We're talking above $400,000 a year in income. A year.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, again, I think just again as a regular person that doesn't really follow politics too much, it's just again, I think the majority of Americans are like that. I don't think a lot of the majority of Americans do follow politics, so it's how it's presented. I just don't think Kamala Harris did a great job in comparison to Trump.
Elliot,
And
this
that's
is
not just
that's the issue that I like to address. I
yeah,
want more Americans to get more involved with politics. This
I
idea
agree.
that we talk about politics and it should be talked about, it's uncomfortable to talk about. We need to talk about these things, or we have people like Donald Trump as our president, and now people think that that's normal, right? To support someone that literally, right, has 30,000 confirmed lies. He was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He ran on tax policy that would cut taxes on billionaires and millionaires while increasing taxes on low and middle income individuals, right? He literally ran on that, right?
Hmm.
And then said it was lowering prices when he was invoking tariffs. That's what Donald Trump was doing. Just straight lies, straight manipulation, and people fell for it and they got conned.
Hmm. That's fair. Again, I'm 100% agreeing. Like again, as someone who again does not follow politics very often, and that's why like I even wanted to do. This is very new to me. I don't usually do like debates or anything like that, but I think it's again still important to just talk with people that maybe just have different points of view, right? So I'm just trying to learn as well.
I think of the galaxy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's the point of these lives is to get people to like learn and to engage with like the truth that our country's politics right now is fucked. Okay, and
Yep.
I understand not wanting to engage with politics, and we could probably do that if our political system wasn't so fucked, right? But like we actively have to be the ones to maintain our system so that we don't have to do it by any other means later on. Right now, we have the chance to do so peacefully. We should take that chance. Okay?
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Again, and that's what I mean. Like, I'm just,
Like,
again, I don't consider myself left or right leaning. I consider myself more of a centrist, if anything. And I just, again, I go off of what is given to me. I don't think, like, I think mainstream media is utter garbage right now. And that's why, like, independence, like, one side or the other. I would consider you more of an independent media source, if I'm being completely honest. And that's why, like, it's good to get information from all types of places. So that's why, like, I'm here, because again, I don't usually lean like left leaning in most things, but I think that it's still important to, again, talk about these things.
absolutely. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, that was pretty
All right.
much it. I
Appreciate
appreciate
you
you
coming
giving
up.
me the time, and yeah, shout out. Enjoy the rest of the stream.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it. All right, let's go on to the next person here. Mallory, thank you so much for the $7 Canadian for us. So much respect for you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Plausible. Thank you for the 10 Canadian. Thank you for your sounding so good today. Calling out vibes-based positions and received opinions, explaining how policies work. No notes. Where's the wait. Oh, I just scrolled off. Yeah, I need to get that. I remember people bringing that up. Teresa, think of the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's actually wild. We need to get some people up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Sid, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, I'll fix it. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Blake, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 19 years old.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2005.
Have I talked to you before?
No, you have not.
Your voice sounds very familiar. I really feel like I've talked to you before.
I have not. I never talked to you before.
Okay.
I've talked to Harry before, but I don't think you want to mention Harry's name.
I really feel like I've talked to you before. I'm sorry. I'm just like I have such a hunch. If I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. I'm pretty sure that person's come up in my life plenty of times, like not just once. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Thank it.
Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates with this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Lulu, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, he did that? He did that, Lulu? That's wild. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27 right now.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Is there a way you could fix your mic? Your mic is a little interesting. Yeah, it sounds like it's either like you're on the side of like a freeway, something like that. Oh no, you're good. Okay, so why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, let me just be very transparent. I do know that he did a lot of wrong things. I'm no way saying that he is the Messiah.
Are you driving, by the way?
No, I'm in the passenger seat.
Okay.
Sorry about that. By no means do I think he's a perfect candidate or even a president or even a person. I don't think he's a really good person. But I do think the Democratic Party has had a lot of faults in recent years. And I think, if anything, the election's going to bring about a positive change in the future. So I think just electing him in theory and electing him just in practice, I think that'll bring a better change for everyone in the country in the coming years, you know?
What faults existed for Kamala Harris comparative to Donald Trump that means like Kamala Harris is a worse candidate?
Okay, so yeah, you're talking about between the two candidates. I just didn't have a lot of confidence in a lot of her policies. I really didn't have a lot of just in general. I mean, it depends what
Can you
kind of
give a
topic
specific
you want.
one? Is that possible?
Yeah, just foreign policy.
What foreign policy?
Specifically in Israel and Palestine. I think the way that it was handled was very negative. And I will admit, though, I think that the recent action that's been taken there recently, it's not exactly something that I was kind of hoping or expecting. I think it would have been a lot better maybe if Kamala did win.
I have a question. So, are you like, from what perspective are you saying that from?
Like as a U.S. citizen, or I'm sorry, can you
No,
clarify
no, I'm asking like,
a little bit?
are you like pro-Palestinian, or are you like a Zionist?
Oh yes, yes, correct, correct.
Okay,
No,
okay.
no, I'm
So,
pro-Palestinian, so
okay,
that's
well, I have a
why.
question.
That's
So,
actually why I did.
then here's my
I'm sorry.
question. Do you think that Donald Trump is better for Palestine when he's
Uh,
advocating for the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians directly? Right? He's
no,
talking
no, no,
about
that's
Trump
actually
owning and controlling Gaza in the long run, or would you say that
no,
you
no,
regret
that's
your vote now?
yeah. Well, no, I still stand by my vote, but because there's a multitude of other reasonings for just voting for him in general. But I do think that I don't think there's a better option when it comes between the two. If you're specifically talking about the issue in Gaza and Palestine, I think they had a chance to do something in the past 4 years, and it's a little frustrating when not a lot of action was taken.
Wait, so I'm just asking the question. You don't think that Donald Trump is worse for Palestine?
Correct. Yeah, I thought he would have. I'm gonna admit, because I think it's important to be accountable when it comes to these issues. And recent events are actually a little surprising to me personally, because I think he would have done a little bit better. I think his kind of
Where's the Gaza
policy when
movie?
it.
So he advocated for like owning and controlling Gaza in the long run, and specifically, right, like literally turning it into beachfront property because he saw it as real estate development. That's what he said.
Correct. When did he say this? Can you give a timestamp really quick?
I don't have a timestamp off the top of my head. I can
Uh,
find the quote for you if you'd like.
no, no. I do admit. I admit the quote was true. In fact, I am asking for more relevancy in terms of like when the timeline was when he did say that.
Before the election?
Okay, then if that's the case, would you be able to give me the quote? That way I could have a, a better recollection as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I got you. I got you. For Trump Gaza, or for which one?
Correct, for like so essentially for the beachfront property kind
The
of
real estate development?
correct,
Trump
correct.
says he views I've seen this a million times. As big real estate site. Yeah, you can even see it from Fox News. I'll give it to you from Fox News. Trump says the
Sure.
Gaza Strip for the United States is a real estate development for the future.
Yeah, yeah. So do you mind sharing what time he said that? When was
Wait,
like the date?
I'm giving you a. This is from February 11th, 2025.
Yeah, so that was after the election, right?
I mean, yeah, even if that was after the election, which I mean, I even have points of him saying it before. There's actually, I can give you a Business Insider one of him saying it before. This is from October 7th, 2024.
Yeah, because
But
really,
like,
really quick, Parker. Oh, sorry, sorry. I'm sorry for cutting you off. No, no. I was trying to say that I think prior to the election, I had higher hopes for maybe his reaction to what was going on. But afterwards, in reference to your February quote, I disagree with that as well. That's what I was trying to say. So, like, if we're talking to why I voted, it would have been because I think he would have done a better job. But that's also, I think, a bigger on
now
a
that you
macro
know this,
level.
do you regret your vote?
Um, that's actually a really good question. And I'm going to be completely honest, Parker. I don't know yet. I don't know, but I do what I do know, and I don't know if maybe this is a good enough reason. I mean, what do you think? But I think the past 4 years with the Biden administration, I think, and I think I could speak for a lot of people. I think it was really frustrating to see how things worked out, and I in the long run, we might have messed up.
We're not going to disagree with you, right? But what you're saying is
Right.
that Donald Trump's position is better, which we know not to be true, and we're giving you good reason to believe is false. We're giving you things that he's doing now that are like utterly insane. We just showed you literally him saying that he views Gaza as real estate development for the future for the United
Right.
States after he ethnically cleanses the Palestinian population from the land.
Which
Well, no, yeah,
echoes, by the
which
way,
is
I'm sorry, I just wanted to add on to this, which echoes, by the way, something that Jared Kushner had said back in March of 2024. So in March of 2024, before the elections, Jared Kushner had praised the valuable potential of Gaza's waterfront property, and he had suggested that Israel should remove all civilians. Um, So Jared Kushner had said this prior to the elections as well.
Okay. And then when was the timestamp for that as well? It was prior to the election?
It was March 2024.
March 2024.
Yes,
Okay.
in March
I mean,
2024, he said that.
got it. Okay, I think because a lot of the information and a lot of my decision based on the election, to be honest, it was a really close call. So like, it honestly could have gone either way for me. But kind of I guess the Democratic Party decisions prior to the election, leading up to that point, is I think where I lost a lot of trust in the Democratic Party. So that's kind of where I was going from, and I think the March 2024, especially that being such a kind of in it was a long time ago. I think it was a long time ago in reference to when the election leading up to the election. So I completely missed that point, and I will say that I wish I had known about that. I do wish that I had known about that
So do
statement.
you think you would have voted otherwise if you knew that?
Yeah, possibly, definitely. I do think so. I know I think it's important to consider all the facts. But I also do think in reference to the beachfront property quotes and yada yada. That was after the election. So your question to me was, leading up to the election, why I voted for him at that specific
No,
time.
I can give you a Business Insider one from
Yeah,
October 7th, 2024. This is prior to the election
and
of
the
him saying this.
waterfront.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the waterfront property that Jared Kushner made was also from March 2024. So while he was talking about removing the civilians, he did say that there was a potential of changing Gaza into like basically a waterfront property heaven.
Interesting. Okay, got it.
Also, I just want to say Trump has been very, very honest on disparaging Palestinians, even from his first term when he moved the embassy, the American embassy, to Jerusalem and recognized Jerusalem as the capital city of Israel. Something that not even some of Israel's strongest allies have done. He used the term Palestinian as an insult during the debates with Joe Biden. So he has also been very vocal on his hatred for Muslims and Arabs in general. So this isn't something that is new.
New. Correct. So I mean I understand that as well, and I completely get why why it's important. And I'm going to be completely honest. I wasn't aware of that specific instance, but I also think it's important too to kind of weigh out the lack of action as well from the Biden
Kind of
administration.
muffled, by the way.
Yeah.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we're not going to dispute you that there was a lack of action from the Biden-Harris administration when it comes to that. Like, we're actually actively going to say that, as we have for literally
Right.
like a while long now. So like, I don't understand why that would then entail that, like, you would think that, like, they would be worse though. Like,
Um, I mean, to be honest, and like I said, by no means am I like a MAGA cultist, but I do stand by my vote. But I do think,
wait, I
and
thought
I
you just
think,
said that you regretted it.
um, no, I had said that I might have regretted it. I think I would have had to think about that a little bit more. But it's not definitely decisive.
What would make you regret it?
What would make me regret it?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, if you want to give me some hypotheticals, but
Is there any circumstance that you can foresee in your head that would make you regret your vote?
um, not necessarily. I think it would have to happen in real time, and I mean, going off of that,
What
the
would have
things.
to happen in real time?
I'm not really sure. I can't really give you something off the top of my head, to be honest. But I think I will just mention really quick, though, the lack of action recently, and I think with Doge, it's kind of it's leading me in that direction. As of right now, I still stand by the vote, but I also think it's important, like I mentioned earlier, to kind of point out the lack of action for 4 years. And like I said, Parker, I mean, I don't think one is completely better than the other. I think it was a hard decision for me to vote for him, but I think also it's important to note why myself and I think a lot of people are in the same boat when it comes to it. I think it was the lack of presence. It was a lack of action. And like I said, I'm pro-Palestinian. I don't like what's happening in Gaza. And the quote that he mentioned about the beachfront properties. And the reason I asked for the timestamp because I did know about that quote, but you made it sound like it was prior to the election, so I was a little confused.
It was.
No. There was one you mentioned February 10th.
Yeah, that was him repeating it after the election, after he's also said it before the election.
Correct. Yeah, but the one that you were referencing, I did
Was
know about
both
that, but it
before
was
and
after the
after.
election.
Both before and after.
Yeah, yeah, but like I'm just saying that when you at first mentioned it, I thought you were referencing to one before,
Okay.
which is why I initially said I was a little confused. But so
But
I
like that
wanted to
doesn't
see if
make
I
you
could ask
regret
possibly
the
ask.
vote. Like that along with the Trump Gaza video, right? That doesn't make you regret your vote along with the explicit saying that he wants, right, Palestinians to go to Egypt and Jordan and he doesn't want a right to return for Palestinians.
Exactly. I mean, like I said, it's definitely pushing me in that direction. But as of right now, I mean, I don't live in black and white, and I think there's a lot of gray in the world. And I believe right now is kind of a time where, you know, I'm not 100% happy with the way things are going, but I also wasn't happy during the 4 years with the lack of action.
I agree with you with regards with the lack of action. I think it just has to do with like harm reduction that is being discussed here.
Yeah,
Did
yeah, I
did
agree.
the Biden yeah did the Biden Harris administration deport pro-Palestinian activists or threaten to deport them?
I'm sorry, you cut out for me. Can you repeat again?
Oh, I was gonna say, did the Biden Harris administration did they threaten to deport pro-Palestinian activists? Can y'all hear me? Am I cutting out?
We hear you.
Yeah, I could hear you. Um, no, they didn't. I don't think that kind of equates to, like I
And
said, what's been going on recently though. And I
well,
will.
yes, no, I understand, but yeah, exactly. So like we see Palestinian activists like Mahmoud Khalil, for example, being arrested by U.S. immigration authorities, being threatened of getting deported, being political prisoners for simply, uh, uh, defending their country, right? Their people,
Sure, sure.
the waterfront property, getting rid of all restrictions for Israel, basically giving them the green light to do whatever the hell they want to do. So, yeah, just I think like we have to understand that when it comes to Western politicians, all Western politicians are going to be harmful to the global South because of Western
Right.
imperialism. Um, but I think it has to do with regards to harm reduction, unfortunately.
Right. Absolutely. So let me just because I'm genuinely curious, and I think it's important to have these conversations, especially because I think a lot of people are kind of in the same boat as I am, where we made this decision to vote for Trump, and I think a lot of people it was a hard decision. I didn't vote for him the first time around, but the second time around I did. And I think the more we have these kind of conversations, the more that people are informed about things, they'll make better decisions. So let me ask you this question really quick, because you also kind of I don't want to say admitted, but I think we're on the same page where there was not enough happening on that front. So what about I guess the college campuses when they were obviously protesting Israel. I don't like the way that was handled. What would you say about that?
We would agree that we don't like the way it was handled. I'm confused how this again in your head means that Donald Trump is better. I'm really confused.
Well, kind of like I mentioned, you asked the reason why I voted for him, and I wanted to just see some type of change because I figured a change would at
change
least
doesn't necessarily indicate good change.
I understand that, and that's I
Can change be
100%
bad?
agree. Change could be bad, but I think it's worth at least a chance to see if maybe something else changes, or maybe in the long run, down the line, because of this, maybe we'll make a better decision in the future to not have these kind of people. Because, in my opinion, I think we messed up big time. We should have had Bernie Sanders in the office to begin with, but we let that
We're not going to
down.
dispute you on that, but like again I'm confused how that is at all relevant to what we were just talking about.
I think it's relevant because, like you mentioned, change doesn't indicate that something positive is going to happen, but there is a chance that it would, especially when there's a track record of nothing happening.
Wait, but when
positively from the
you're
Biden
betting on
administration.
Donald Trump. You're betting on a guy
Sure.
that is a convicted felon held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that undermines, right, the basic rule of law, right, court system, democracy, constitution, right, practically everything that like we care about, like the American dream, right, in terms of progressing, becoming a better country,
Yeah.
right, better for our children than it was for us. Right, that's not what Donald Trump's advocating for here. He's trying to make it better for people who are rich, right, for people who already have plenty of wealth, right. That's who he's primarily looking at benefiting.
rich white people as well, especially
So
like his cabinet is incredibly racist. But I was gonna say, the issue that I have here is that now you have your average citizen, instead of trying to maybe advocate for Palestine or protest for Palestine, are now fighting for their own civil rights. Right? This man is dismantling the civil rights of black and brown citizens, and now they're too preoccupied dealing with that instead of dealing with anything else. And you have to admit, like, his administration, like his whole cabinet is full of racists as well. We like,
yeah, I
and
mean,
they're kind of
I
reckless.
I would
Remember
argue.
that case where top Trump officials literally included the Atlantic editor into like their signal group, and they sent him the war plans for how they're gonna bomb Houthi rebels, like the
Yeah,
Houthis. So that
yeah.
is very reckless, in my opinion, as well.
Yeah, I understand that, and I get your point of view. But like I said, leading up to the election, I think to answer your question, like I said it before, and I know it's I'm kind of beating a dead horse with my statement, but like I said, 4 years of nothing really happening and a lot of things going unprecedented and allowing things to happen. That's enough for me to kind of cast my vote.
Okay. I think this conversation isn't really going anywhere, to be honest. At
I
this
mean, do you
point.
want to ask me about something else, Parker? Because it feels like we're just going about the same thing.
Well, if that's the reasoning that you have for your position, well, it seems like you aren't willing to ever accept any argument. I'm just gonna be totally honest with you. So, I don't think there is anything else I could bring up with you that would
No.
change your mind right now, as of right
I
now.
mean, all I have to say. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. But Parker, let me just make a quick mention because I think you are very quick to categorize a lot of people into one group, and I say that really because I watched your channel for, or I'm sorry, your
What do you mean?
whatever it is for quite some time.
Like into MAGA?
As I was correct, no, I've been watching you for a couple years, and I actually agree with you on a lot of things. And I think leading up to it, I just want to say maybe if you want to debate on this, I think your philosophy of argumenting and kind of the way that you go about talking to people that did vote for Trump, I think it's causing more divisiveness. What would you say about that?
No, I don't think this causes divisiveness. I think this causes right education. I think that leads to people more critically thinking, right? Which ultimately thinking, I think, creates a better society, right? So I don't think that creates less division. I mean, more division. I think that creates actually more conversation, right? More awareness, right? It creates more
Sure.
positivity, right? That's what I would say it creates. But so
Wait,
I mean,
don't you okay, so what are your thoughts on the fact that the federal government no longer explicitly prohibits contractors from having segregated facilities, or the fact that ICE has also been targeting indigenous Americans when you've had multiple members of the Navajo Nation also being detained by ICE? What do you think of these explicit harmful things that BIPOC Americans have been subjected to because of your vote?
Wait, I am so sorry. I would love to get into that, but just really, really quick, because I have this kind of platform to talk to you right now, Parker. You kind of mentioned that,
bruh,
talking and educating is the
no.
way to.
You did not just like not listen to a single thing that Athena said and say, I'm just gonna like ask Parker this random question because I have the platform to do so. That was like the craziest thing. I'm about to kick you. I am gonna kick you for doing that. That was so fucking weird. That was so fucking weird.
I'm sorry, because like he accused you of being divisive, but then he's voting for people who actively harm BIPOC citizens and not care about how they're being harmed.
Yeah, and he
That's
also
weird.
doesn't he acts like Donald Trump isn't like more divisive. Like let's just think about it. Are we as a country more or less divisive now? Right? I think we're probably
Hmm.
more divisive now. Like it's
Yeah, but
wild.
thank you for letting me
Of course,
appreciate
of
you.
course. Always good seeing
Bye.
you. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like this stream, everyone. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's run it up to 500,000 likes on TikTok. On YouTube, let's get up to 1,000 likes, everyone. Let's get this next person up here. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me, I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
27. All right, sorry. I'm born 2/7.
Born in the year 27 is crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Lulu, thank you so much for the $20 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know I do have to figure out how to do that. How did Dean do it, chat? The silent. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know. It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy. Sabrina, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Thank you. As well as Jamie James, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Absolutely. Everyone do make sure to go follow Athena, by the way. Athena has been starting doing lives recently, so go make sure to follow Athena. Seriously. She's been doing lives. Go check them out. Go check them out. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Your boyfriend is a man that's sick.
Are you like okay?
Harry Sisson is a sick man.
I'm confused. What's up with the trolls? Super cool, nice girl. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I
Hey,
I'm confused. What you mean? Super cool, nice. I don't know. I actually don't know what receipts you're referencing. Um, yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 27.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. You said you're 27.
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
My birth year,
Yeah.
1998.
Okay. What month?
I don't want to give that.
Okay. All right. Let's go to this next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump? Wait, what's your birth year?
2005.
Okay. And what month?
October.
Okay. So why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Yo, free Harry. He ain't do nothing wrong. Free Harry.
Okay, we got trolls today. We got trolls. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Najia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you on Cash App. Thank you. Moira, thank you so much for the level up. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. 18.
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay. What month?
August.
Okay. So did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah. I'm just sick of the niggas.
Bro, I'm getting so many trolls. Dean didn't have a good day apparently. So people are saying in the chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not, but I was very okay. You're just gonna cut.
Yes. I am just looking for people who did vote for Donald Trump. I make that explicitly clear before every single person I add up. Think of the hint art. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
If I'm 25, what year was I born?
It depends on what month. It could be 2000.
That is correct. That is very correct. You are great.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
So fine. You're so.
Trap, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Oh, we got them we even got trolls on the YouTube super chat. Crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Sending money to troll is crazy. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm Canadian.
Okay. Allison,
Hello?
thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate subscriptions. Everyone, thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. From Santana, thank you so much. I really appreciate all the subs. Thank you. I don't even know. It didn't even tell me how many. Thank you so much, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you, said?
18.
I don't believe you. Come on. Come on. Why so many fetuses? Do they get, like, is it spring break for a lot of fetuses? Is that what it is? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Are you on spring break right now? Push the Galaxy.
Me? Nah, I'm not in college right now.
Are you in high school?
Nah. I'm taking a year off.
Okay. And you're 18?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
You're
What? Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? How old are you? Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. This person's name's MAGA Final Boss. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
What's your birth year?
2003.
Okay. Did you vote? Wait, what month?
January.
Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Wyatt, thank you so much for the $5 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Because I fucking hate niggers.
Their name is MAGA Final Boss, everyone. Go to their account and just, like, literally flag them. What is up with all the... What is up with all of them? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, sorry. I did not mean to join. I'm sorry.
You're good. You're good. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Help send it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen to get to 500,000 likes. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
October.
Okay, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Because he really helped our economy in 2016, and I didn't really see any problem with his presidency.
Okay, so he helped our economy in 2016. You think our economy was good?
Yes, 100%.
Who was
Gas prices were at an all-time low.
Yeah, who was president in 2016?
Donald Trump. He got elected in 2016.
No, he was president in 2017. Obama was president in 2016. So if the economy was doing good when he inherited it, well, then why would you say that he's the credit for the economy doing good when the economy was already doing good without him?
Donald Trump was elected president in 2016, took office in 2017,
And
just
you were
like
8 years old. How old were you?
2016, I would
Can you turn off the music in the background, by the way?
My fault. That's my friend, and he's in the bathroom. Hold up, I got you.
Tobias, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All right, is that
I
better?
really appreciate it. They are losing. Janine, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you. And then super cool, nice girl. Thank you so much for the $1. I will try to look. Oh, tell me what platform though on the DMs. Because I don't know what people DM because I have to look at message requests, and there's a lot of message requests. Well, okay. So what were you saying?
I said Donald Trump was elected president in 2016, but didn't take office in 2017. So I count 2016 as a year that he got elected, which he didn't really take office until
Yeah, but you said
2017.
he caused the
But
economy to be
his
good, and the
presidential
economy
term
was
was still
good.
in
Wait, no,
2016
no, no,
to
no, no. Hold
2020.
up. You said the economy was good in 2016, and I was just showing you that he just inherited a good economy. He didn't make the economy good. He's riding the
Yes,
wave
he
of the
did. He
American
made gas
economy.
prices go to an all-time
Okay, what
low.
did he do to cause gas prices to go down?
I don't know, but I know they went down, and I know that under Biden they rose to substantial amounts that people should
Yeah,
not
yeah.
be paying.
There were lower gas prices under Obama's administration than any point under Trump's.
No, there wasn't.
Yeah, in 2016, there were lower gas prices under Obama than there were at any point under Trump's. You want to put money?
And we're still talking about the most recent Democratic term, and let's just see how that did.
Do you want to like acknowledge that? I'm talking about when Trump came into office, right? You said he caused a decrease in the gas prices. I'm actually saying there was actually no point under Trump's administration that was lower than the lowest point under Obama's.
Still
Do you have a response to
lowest
that?
under Trump.
Hello? You were saying?
Hello? I said statistically, stats show that gas prices were the all-time lowest under Trump's presidency.
Not true. All-time low.
You
Are
can
you
look,
kidding me?
then you
You
can
think
find
you
it.
think you think gas prices were lower in under Trump's administration than they were in like the 1970s, in the 1960s, in the 1950s, the 40s, the 30s, the 20s, the 10s,
No, I'm talking
the
about in the most
90s,
recent
the
economy.
80s, the 2000s? You think gas prices were lower under Trump's presidency than any other point in U.S. history? You are actually insane.
I said in most recent economy.
That's not even true. That's not even true. 2016, it was lower. But you said of all
year
time.
that
You
Trump
said you
was
said of all
elected
time.
president.
You said of all time.
In most recent economy.
That's not what you said.
100%. If you actually can't like acknowledge that Trump was one of the greatest presidents we've had and what he's done for our economy and keeping immigrants out of our country, like you can't tell me that he did not change our country for the better in ways that no Democrat has ever.
Say that one more time.
I said you can't there's no way you can't acknowledge that Trump didn't change the United States.
Can you
for
define a
better.
recent economy, please?
Recent economy?
Yeah, what does recent economy mean?
So in my life, the years that I have lived, I consider that what I know because
The
I can't
years
look
you
back.
have lived,
Yeah, so from
and you said you're 18.
Yes.
2005. So, dude, when Obama got into the presidency, you were like 3, 4.
Somewhere around there, yes.
Jesus Christ, dude, you were in diapers.
Yes.
You probably were, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it was, but maybe.
Okay. So, Maddie, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Maddie. Thank you. Okay. Well, yeah. So I just, I'm confused. What's your point here? Like, can you give me one policy of Trump's that you like?
You asked me why.
Hey, give me one
you
Trump
asked
policy
me
that you
why I
like.
voted for Trump.
Yeah, can you name me one Trump policy?
When Trump what?
He left. Okay, nice. Troy's Liz, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the gold mine. Thank you so much. Yes, that is true. That is true. I know. Yeah, gas prices go differently all the time. That's exactly like what my point would be as well. There's so many different issues with them. Like you don't blame them on the president unless they would have done something to cause it to go up. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Yeah, Maddie, thank you so much for the hand heart. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. Everyone will help get out to more people. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
August.
Why is everyone the same month? Like, dude, there's no way. I'm sorry. How many
My
people?
birthday's August 20th, 2006.
Dude, there's no way every fucking person's born in August. I'm sorry. Just like the likelihood is just so unlikely. Now, I'll go for it. But I'm just saying, like, bro, every single person that's came in my live today is fucking August 2006, bro.
Fair enough. Okay, I got a question. Do you support men in women's bathrooms?
Okay, well, we can't talk about that on the live because TikTok doesn't allow us. It gets banned on TikTok, so we can't
Okay.
even have those conversations. But it sounds like you have an issue with men and women's spaces, right, under your view. So I'm going to ask you, right, how do you feel about Donald Trump walking the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent?
So you obviously haven't heard the recent things he said because he made it apparent that there's two genders and
I'm sorry, Bro, I'm going to go insane with the people gaslighting me, bro. I'm sorry. I have such an intuition that you're just like not 18. Such an intuition. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And I'm going insane because people gaslight me like crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Okay, what month?
January.
Okay. So why'd you vote for Donald Trump? Wait, you couldn't even vote. What are you talking about? Dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How you doing?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, but I just have a genuine question. I'm not here to argue with you because I think too much of that goes on. I honestly believe.
It's a debate. Why wouldn't you win in a debate?
No, hold on. Hear me out. I honestly think that both the left and the right are completely broken. And without saying the word Trump, what's the answer? Both on the left and the right. Because yes, I am a Republican, but
I got you.
I don't have a clue who I would try to vote for or think about voting for in 2028.
John.
What's the answer?
The progressive wing of the Democratic Party.
Right?
Right?
I mean,
people who advocate for universal health care, child care, housing affordability, right? People who advocate for core American values, right? Like a union membership, right? About paying teachers more, right? That's what the progressive wing of the Democratic Party is about. If you're about making sure that the American population is fed, has houses, has health care, has child care, and isn't in insane levels of debt that they can't afford to have basic things, right? Like educational rights in this country, where people have universities, right, that they can get access to that are free public universities. Everyone should have access to that. Not a single person in this country should have restricted access to that because of how much they can afford it or not, right? And that would actually provide competition so that private universities were less expensive if we had public universities that were free, as they create a competition in the market. But now if we want to address that, that's what we need to do. It's not just people like Bernie. Bernie's too old, but it's the idea that Bernie represents. It's the idea that Bernie's been perpetuating his whole fucking life. And that means universal health care, child care, housing affordability, and that means we take care of people like we actually love our neighbors, right?
well, I agree, and I think the other thing that needs to happen is we need to turn the temperature down. I think there's, and I scroll on TikTok. I'm 51 years old. I scroll on TikTok and I see the same talking points from both the left and the right on all the lives, all the videos, and I wish people could just have a conversation and come to an agreement on something and just move forward instead of being stuck in the orange man bad, left is bad.
John, you can't tell people to do that when this is what's happening to their country. I'm sorry. Like, I understand that you want people to be more productive in dialogue. I would hope people are more productive in dialogue. But you can't just tell people like that they should have like invalidated feelings, right? Based upon real legitimate issues that negatively disenfranchise people to a very vast scale in this country, right?
Well, I mean,
Millions of
I
people
agree.
are impacted by this every single day.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, and this is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, and trust me, I agree with what you're saying. But then the people on the right, they can say that they have this, 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 and this, and this. What I want is for the people on the right, and people on the left, to actually come together and work together and figure this thing out. Because, like I said, the left has imploded, the Democratic Party has imploded, and so has the Republican Party. And we need someone to rise up and take this country in the right direction. That's all I'm simply saying. I'm not bashing you. I'm not bashing the left. Well, I am bashing the left and the right. It's just, to me, it's gotten absolutely ridiculous. I'm old enough to remember when people said who I voted for was personal and nobody argued about it all the time. And I know social media has taken over, but again, I would just like to see civil conversations and the right person from whatever party, preferably younger, not a lifelong politician like Bernie, but someone younger with bright ideas for our country that benefit both you, Democrat, and me, a Republican. That's what I want.
Okay, but like, here's my issue. I think you're like the kid that sees both their siblings fighting or both their parents fighting and is like, "Yo, just stop." They don't listen to anything that's happening. They don't know what's going on, right, in terms of the scenario, but they just want people to stop fighting. And I understand you wanting people to stop fighting, but you absolutely have to know what we are fighting about in order to be able to actually determine what side, right, you're going to be able to say that is equivalent to what side. Okay, because if you just say everyone's equivalent, we need to just all be nice to each other, and you don't know what we're talking about, well, there's a big fucking issue there, because when we're talking about things like literally there being someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, who released violent criminals in the country, who beat cops, right, admitted to it, and like literally pled guilty to it, who also like literally undermined the 2020 election, who ran on literally cutting taxes for billionaires and millionaires while increasing them on the middle class and low-income individuals, who ran on being anti-science, saying the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. Like actual insane shit, right? When we're talking about insane shit, stuff that is verifiably wrong, right? I have to be able to say that both sides are not equivalent, right? One is believing in actual reality. The other one's believing in some diluted fucking reality that doesn't actually exist. Okay?
Honestly, this is what I'm talking about.
No, it's real, John. It's real. Like, who won the 2020 election?
It is real. You're exactly right. It's real that everyone on the left can say they believe in a reality.
No, stop hearing it as everyone on the left. Stop hearing what I'm saying. John,
everybody
listen,
on the right.
John, listen to me.
Now, hold on.
No,
everybody on the right.
I feel like that's so.
They're in a reality, and you're not.
No, you're only seeing what I say in the guise of it's coming from left. Listen to what I'm saying as like I'm a person, bro. Or I'm just a person. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. Okay, I have had plenty of different ideologies. When I first started TikTok, I was a communist. I've gone through a whole different group of ideologies. The reason why I believe in what I believe in right now is because I think it benefits the country more. That's why I believe what I believe.
Thank God you left the Communist Party.
Thank God I left being a fucking MAGA supporter.
Well, I mean, that's your opinion, and this is America, and we're still free, so that's great.
Yeah,
but like I said,
until Donald Trump literally strips those freedoms away because he wants to undermine the Constitution, because he doesn't believe in the rule of law, because he doesn't believe in the court system, because anything that he says goes, and anyone else says something that he doesn't like or he doesn't feel comfortable with, then it's immediately wrong, and he doesn't allow that to happen. He's an insanely horrible, right? Literally authoritarian. That you guys act like is somehow better for freedom. It's insane to me. What are you talking about?
You say you guys about me, and I'm going to call you out on it just like you called me out on saying the left. I see good and bad in everybody.
No, I said, but you're only seeing me within that context. I didn't just only see you in that context. I described the whole issue. I gave you why it was applicable, and then said that you're also doing the same thing as the rest of your side. Right? That's what I said. I described the process. For me, you just generalize me without describing anything.
What do you think about Doge?
What do I think about Doge? I think that it is the case that like we would like to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse, but if we actually cared about reducing waste, fraud, and abuse, it'd be people like Elon Musk and Donald Trump that would be getting out of the position of government.
So you don't think Elon Musk is doing a good job?
No.
Even though he's found billions of dollars in waste.
Name one thing that he got that was waste. Give him a second to look it up, everyone. While he looks it up, do tap that screen here on TikTok. Let's get to 500,000 likes. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like this stream, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes, everyone. Wait, we should already. I mean, I think that we might already be at 1,000 likes. Let me check. I don't think we are, actually. Yeah, we're at 520 likes, everyone. We have 2,000 people in the YouTube stream. Let's get up to 1,000 likes. I think we can do it.
Did you hear me?
What's up?
$2 million for sex changes in Guatemala. What does that have to do?
You said billions. 2 million?
Yeah, that's just one thing.
Wait. That's one. That's not true. There's actually like so many fact checks indicating that's false. Two, right? That's not even billions.
That's
not
just
only
one
was
thing.
it not billions, but it
that's
also
just
is false.
One
right?
thing.
Do you want
one thing?
That's not even true.
Do you think $32,000?
That's not even a real thing.
Book in Peru
are you gonna tell me next that the Democrats are doing transgender operations on mice Please, dude, get a grip on reality. What are you talking about? Actually fact check what the fuck you're saying. Don't just get sources from Facebook.
$32,000 on a comic book in Peru. A comic book in Peru.
What about what comic book?
Just it says a comic book in Peru when the list came out.
How about you look into this a little bit more?
I see. This is what is unbelievable to me. I think someone finding waste should please both Democrats and Republicans.
I think if you're finding waste, you have to be a little bit more clear with like what you think is the waste. You can't just say like in one sentence what the waste is.
But you don't agree that he's finding waste,
Like
and
if you're saying something like that is waste, like you literally like you have to be able to clarify more. Are you gonna verify anything? Did you ever? Well, I mean, I learned in school that we're supposed to verify our sources, right? Why don't you ever think about that? Seriously, like one time, verify the source. Like you literally got this from like a Facebook post.
No, I didn't. You don't know where I got it from.
Literally like a Facebook post. Where'd you get it from? Tell me.
See, that's the Democratic way right there. Is whatever I say is just wrong and it's not verified. I need to verify. I need to prove everything to you. But everything you say is golden.
Dude, I asked you, where'd you find it from?
I can't remember. It's a screenshot I took.
It's a screenshot you took. What, on Facebook?
I can't remember where it was from. It's a screenshot on my phone.
How much you want to bet it
Did
is
you
Facebook?
watch-
Seriously, Traceless, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. This is a
Did you
trust me
watch
brand.
Trump's speech?
And by the way, Alicia, thank you so much for the $20 Canadian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That is so true. That is so true. When people are undermining basic human rights, there's no middle ground between those two positions.
Did you watch Trump's speech when he talked about the waste in his speech?
What waste?
The waste he talked about in his speech. Did you watch the speech?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
Oh, if you watch the speech, he'll list off all kinds of waste that they found.
Oh, like transgender operations on mice?
It was more than just that.
Wait. For speech, are you talking about like the State of the Union kind of thing?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I did watch that. Yeah, I reacted to that on stream.
I mean, what do you think about all the waste?
He literally said transgender operations on mice. That was completely false. It was transgenic.
Okay, you hung up on one thing. What about the?
Do you think that was
10 or
false?
15 other things.
Don't you think that's insane?
The amount of waste, yes.
No. Him saying that they were doing transgender operations on mice when it was transgenic. Isn't that cognitive decline?
No, that is not cognitive decline.
If Joe Biden did the same thing, you guys would be yelling cognitive decline.
Look, I was one of the few on the right that actually felt bad for Joe Biden. I mean, that's somebody's grandfather out there. Were running out there as a puppet. I'm sorry, that was horrible what they did to him.
You think you're so unique. I heard that from a million people. Shut up. Emily, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I'm being honest. I'm not trying to be unique. I'm being honest. I felt that way about him.
Yeah, you guys literally say, "Oh, gee, it's actually unbelievable."
And it's this is what I'm talking about, though. Okay, the differences. When Biden won, I said he's my president. I got up the next day and I went to work. I didn't ride in the streets. I didn't do anything. But when Trump wins an election, my God, social media goes absolutely berserk.
Don't even get me started about rioting in the streets.
The
January 6th, hello?
Hold on. The problem
Are you guys
is,
forgetting? Are you guys forgetting
when-
January 6th happened? You guys just literally like amnesia, just straight up MAGA amnesia.
When
They do not
Trump
remember
wins-
January 6th occurred.
When Trump
That just
wins,
did not happen.
everybody on the left has the exact same talking points, but they offer no solution. Well, that's what I'm asking. What is the solution in 2028?
The first thing that I told you
Without
was the solution.
saying Trump, what is the solution in
AOC, I already
2028?
told you. The first thing we talked about was that.
AOC, come on, man.
Wait, what's wrong with AOC?
Tulsi Gabbard's much better.
Wait, what's wrong with AOC?
I'm not a fan of AOC.
Why?
Well, didn't she want that? She was all about that Green New Deal.
What's wrong with that?
Well, I think that's hilarious too.
Why?
For the past 4
Cassidy,
years,
thank you so much for the $20 YouTube super chat.
The
Thank you so
Green
much. I
New
really
Deal
appreciate
has
it. Thank you
been-
so much, Cassidy. Can we have some W's for Cassidy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much.
The Green New
Deal.
Deal
Winnie, thank you for
was
the $10. Thank you so much. I
huge
really appreciate
for
it.
the
Thank you.
left, huge for the Democratic Party, and then now they're vandalizing Teslas and trading them in and getting gas guzzlers, all because of Elon Musk. Do you agree with him vandalizing
Wait,
Teslas?
do you realize that there are other like electric vehicles you can get? And no, I don't agree with the vandalizing Teslas.
Yeah, yeah. There's the Rivian. Ford has an electric one. Chevy has an electric one.
Mhm.
There's a lot of them.
Okay. What's
But
your
I
point?
mean, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody is going stir crazy over everything that's going on, but nobody's offering a solution.
I did. I gave you one, and you just said you didn't like it, and then you didn't give me like
And I
a
asked you,
sufficient reason.
what about Tulsi Gabbard? Do you not like her anymore because she's not a Democrat?
Tulsi Gabbard is absolutely like not someone I like. I think she's like ran against all of her values.
What about Robert F. Kennedy Jr.?
I think he's a lunatic.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to disagree with that. I like him.
He doesn't believe in science.
But like I said, I don't want to come in here and argue with you. It's
a debate.
Yeah, I want people to come up with a solution to what they think is so bad.
Wait, I have a question. What is your solution?
2028. Let me see. Right now, the only thing I see on 2028 that I would like is Vance and Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Can you name one thing JD Vance has ever done in his entire life?
He came from nothing. He was in the military. I mean, that man literally came from nothing and got to where he is today.
So just that he was in the military?
No, and he came from nothing.
That's one of his characteristics. It's not something he did.
Have,
I guess
have
you
you
could say he joined the military.
have you read his story? Have you looked into him at all?
Yeah, I have. But I'm asking you, is there anything you can mention about what he's done?
Well, I think he's a smart man. I think just simply because, and I know you're going to hate this, simply because he went from hating Trump to liking him, he's able to see things and change his mind.
Are you insane? I used to be a Trump supporter. I'm not now. Does that make you like me?
I don't dislike you.
But you don't glaze me like you glaze JD. You should you should be in the Parker cult.
The Parker cult?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to be in any cult.
Well, you are right now. You're in the MAGA cult.
Well, that's an assumption.
It's a fact.
It's not a cult when you don't believe in every single thing. I mean, even your friends, even your
Can
family.
you give me one thing that you wouldn't vote for Trump based on?
No. But I'm saying
you just proved that you're in a cult right there. You literally just proved that you're in a cult.
Hold on. Nope. When he's president, I'm sure over the next 4 years, he's going to do something that I'm going to roll my eyes at and think, well, that wasn't very smart. I thought that was stupid. What's wrong with being that way about anybody?
Can you repeat that?
I said, what's wrong with being that way about anybody? Over the next 4 years, he's going to do something, or he's going to say something or he's going to propose something, and I'm going to say that's kind of stupid. I wouldn't do that. That doesn't make me a cult member.
Can you name one thing that you wouldn't vote?
Following somebody.
Can you name one thing that is bad enough that he could do that you wouldn't vote for him based on? Positively. Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, just a MAGA script, right? Wormy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Winnie, thank you for the $10. Thank you, Winnie. Tay, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Traceless, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Do you watch Fox News?
Do I?
Mm-hmm.
No.
No? Okay. Peter, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I did catch up. I caught up, everyone. Wow, I devoured that. That burrito was so good. It was so good. Sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
That's all right.
Continue. You were
No,
saying?
I'm just simply saying that I'm not in a cult because I don't blindly follow anybody. And I don't think anybody should. If
But you
do,
can't
you're
mention
wrong.
one thing that Donald Trump could do that you wouldn't support him based upon.
No, I don't know. I won't know until it happens. If it happens.
How about this? How about sexual abuse?
I know where you're going with this. I've seen you on here enough. If he does something crazy within the next 4 years, I'll join
Sexual
with you
abuse,
live
Trump
and tell you.
Gaza, saying he might invade and annex our allies, saying he might use military force to take our allies. He wants Canada to be the 51st state. Like, I mean, crazy thing.
And see that's not me.
Are you Patrick Starr? Hello? Are you
Funny.
seriously living under a rock? I'm not trolling. Donald Trump, what do you mean if he does something crazy? Hello? Where have you been the past
Because
two
I don't
fucking
go-
months, dude?
because
It's
I don't
2
go
months.
from-
Where have you
I
been?
don't
They
go
just had a
0 to
signal group
100
chat. They just had a
when
signal group
anybody
chat.
does anything.
Hold up. They just had a signal group chat where Trump admin and people in his administration, right? Literally, were putting classified war plans into a signal group chat. What the fuck? The national secrets. What the fuck are you talking about? Nothing? No, you just silent?
No, okay. So the whole Canada thing, making it a 51st state, yeah, I think that's stupid. I think that's talking out of your ass.
No, but
I
like,
really
can
do.
you name a single thing Trump could do that is so bad that you wouldn't vote for him based upon that, or you would regret voting for him?
When that happens or if that happens, I'll join a live and tell you.
Wait, no, I'm just asking, can you name anything off the top of your head? If he murdered 5 children.
Oh yeah, if he murdered somebody, yeah.
Oh my God, why did I have to tell you that could be a possible
But, I
thing
mean, look,
for
let's
you
don't-
to even like take that into account? Not only...
Let's don't take it to 100 here.
Traces, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I liked Bill Clinton, who was a Democrat. I think he was a very good president. So it's not like I'm strictly Republican here.
John, can you name one thing Bill Clinton ever did?
One thing Clinton did.
Yeah. Like
Wasn't he
policy-wise.
one of the first presidents to balance the budget?
Policy-wise, what did he do to balance the budget?
Oh my God, that was so long ago. I don't know. I was.
So it's just vibes.
I
Dude.
was
It's just
super young.
vibes, man. It's seriously just vibes.
But like I said, I know everybody
Dude,
on TikTok.
It's like
not just
sports
me.
teams for you, man. It's seriously like you're debating whether or not you think MJ or LeBron is the GOAT. It's like, oh, I like
That's
the
MJ all day
Chicago
long.
Bulls, or I like the Cleveland Cavaliers. What the hell are you talking about? Dude, you
It's
treat this
MJ
like
all day long.
sports. This affects people's lives. These is like the rights that people have. This isn't like a sports game, dude.
MJ all day long.
You're insane.
Dude, you want LeBron as the GOAT?
LeBron is absolutely the GOAT.
Oh
Don't even
my
get me started on
gosh.
this. Don't even get me started on this, bro.
Oh my gosh!
I
Come
seriously,
on,
I've thought
Come
about
on.
running a debate live on that. I'm not trolling, dude. Don't
No,
even get
this-
me started.
This is a difference in age. It really is because you saw LeBron from beginning to.
Yeah, I grew up watching LeBron. Yeah.
Oh my gosh!
But
I
I mean,
grew up watching.
dude, have you seen the competition that MJ was going against? Have you watched back the footage?
Yes.
Please, just go watch back. Go watch back.
Oh
the
my
footage.
gosh.
It's
Bill Laimbeer.
It is unbelievable.
Isaiah Thomas.
It is unbelievable.
It's oh my gosh! I see. I'm old, man. I
DDD,
watched
thank you
him
so
at
much for the
UNC.
$10. Thank you so much. Okay, don't even get me started on this. Okay, I'm not gonna push the sunglasses. People have insane takes on that. Don't even get me started on saying that defense was better in the past. Don't even get me started on that.
Look at how many
Conditioning is so much better today, right? How much time people put into it is so much more today, right? Like there's so
how much
many.
would Jordan score
The
today?
strategy is so much better
How
today.
much would
Here's
Jordan
the Galaxy,
score
thank you
today?
so much.
How much would Jordan?
Jordan would be an incredible player today.
He would average 50.
I think Jordan is the second best player of all time. He'd be an incredible fucking player. He would not average 50. You're insane.
James Harden, what did he average?
I will promise you this:
38?
Jordan would not have won as many rings, right? If it was the case that he was in this generation. That's what I believe. Now, I don't want to talk too much about this. I don't want to get too much into it, but I wholeheartedly believe that. Okay.
We'll agree to disagree.
Okay, buddy.
All right, buddy. Well, look, I'm gonna get off here and get something to eat.
All right.
Just got home from work. Have a great night.
You too. All right.
See ya.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Push of the Galaxy. Thank you so much, SG. Thank you. I still think MJ could get like 30 average, like 27, 30 average, depending on what his age was. There's no way he could run to like the age that LeBron has. Like, that's just unique. Like, LeBron is unbelievable for being that good at that age. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Ruben, thank you for the $2. Maggie, thank you for the $1. Lindsay, thank you for the $5. Luke, thank you for the $24. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Liv, thank you so much for the $3. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here. Do you tap that screen? Let's get up to 1 million likes here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
LeBron's the GOAT.
Absolutely. People like Barker needs the state of politics. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Played out about 2 months ago. Some folks has bull stakes.
Let's get this next person up here. Yo, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much, SG. Justa, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Yes, not? That's wild. That's wild. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Appreciate the little crown. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Please report that person's account. Please report that person's account. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump? Okay. Yo, Positively, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Positively in the comment section for the $20. Thank you so much. Hopefully we can. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay, why so?
I just think he's got better ideas. Some of the stuff he's doing now I would not agree with, definitely. But I do actually have one question for you because you guys are always bringing up the abortion. So you guys say that it's right for a female to have an abortion. Well, now here's the thing. So I'm not like defending it or anything because I'm a full-time parent myself, doing it on my own. So now if, let's say the father, let's say it was like vice versa, the female wanted to have the baby, the father didn't, is it okay for the mom to go for child support or just drop it like they're dropping the baby?
I'm confused. Are you saying child support should be forced on the man?
Well, I personally don't think it should be.
Okay. And also, why do you say female?
I don't know, lady, mom.
Okay.
The term.
I was just asking because you know that women don't like to be called females, right?
It's just a word.
A word that women don't like. Why don't you acknowledge that?
That's okay. I mean, there's lots of stuff bigger than, worrying about a name. Like, it's obviously a woman, female, lady.
SG, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry. Do you just not care about like the thoughts and feelings of women?
No, I do. It's just
you do. Then why don't you care about the thoughts and feelings of women? And when they say that, like that's a bad term to describe them as. Blaine, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. And then Tristan, thank you for the $10. What's up?
I said I'm not using it in a bad way. I can understand, like, if I was...
What do you mean using it in a bad way? What are you talking about?
Well, I didn't think there was really a... But anyways, back to my question. You guys say that like the ladies, they have the option to get rid of the baby because they can't support it, or they don't want it, or whatever the fact
Do you
is.
have any issue with abortion in the first trimester?
Yes, actually, being a parent, I totally agree that it should be illegal.
Illegal.
I do.
Okay, so
Yeah, illegal.
women who get abortions in the first trimester should go to prison?
I think so. There should be some. I do believe that there should be some like circumstances where it should be okay, as in like grape. I do say yes. If
I'm not. Here's
that
my
were-
question. Here's my question. If you were like dictator, would you put women who've got abortions in the past in prison? Like any woman who's in the chat who's got an abortion, would you put them in prison? Because you know that they're murderers in your view?
In the past, no.
Why not? You wouldn't put murderers in prison?
That's in the past. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, it
every
depends on-
action is in the past. Every action in the past is in the past, Kevin. Are you going to go into the courtroom and be like, Judge, the actions that occurred, they happened in the past. I cannot be held accountable for these actions that have occurred in the past. I
Those are the
promise you that
words
those are the horrible.
But see, and you're going around my question. You're not even answering my question. Like,
What question would you like me to answer?
the same one I've been asking.
Go ahead and ask it one more time.
Okay. So, you said that it's okay for a lady to give up an abortion, whatever. If they choose not to want one, can't afford it, whatever. So let's say they decide to carry the baby full term, and they want the father to be in the life. Should it be forced on them to be in the life?
I think you can, as a parent, sign your rights away. Right, that's legally how it exists right now.
I know. Not fully. If they are on like government aid or anything like that, the father cannot sign his rights off. They will not let that happen.
If you don't sign the birth certificate, right? Are you saying that if like you can identify based upon DNA, no one's obligated based upon those conditions to give up their DNA? Then I'm confused what your point is.
If they found out, either way, if like they know who the father is, and the mother wants to go after the father for child support or to be in the baby's life or whatever the case is.
Yeah, and if they've signed the birth certificate, then yes, you have to pay the child support. It's your child. Yeah, you signed the birth certificate.
Okay, so right. So why is it that the father doesn't have that say, but the mother does? Because once they get pregnant,
Okay. I just want to let you know, one, right, you can still sign your rights away. Two, I just want to let you know that even if this were true, right, in plenty of senses, which it could be true in certain states depending on the state, right, I think that that's still like a sentient child, right? So there's a huge distinction between enforcing an obligation on someone when the child is existing and sentient versus it being a fucking embryo or a zygote that's non-sentient. I just don't understand the comparison there from you. And Kieran, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for the female and the father. I know, right? Crazy. Lamau, seriously though, yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Kieran. Thank you. And then Zach with the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Zach, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They asked, would you be okay with the government forcing you to donate blood or an organ against your will?
absolutely not.
Even if it was to save someone's life? Like if your child needed blood in order to survive, you were the only one that could give them blood, right? Do you think you should be mandated by law to give up your blood?
For my child, it wouldn't even need to be mandated. I'd already had it done.
I'm asking, legally, should it be mandated?
Well, that's a hard one to put it at, because what if you can't really say fully, because what if, just never mind. You guys are all the same.
How am I the same, bro? You left? What do you mean you are all the same? Bro got dunked on. Bro got dunked on by Zach and just ran away, dude. Seriously ran away. Zach sent $50 for YouTube Super Chat and dunked on your forehead. On your forehead. And you ran away. That is unbelievable. Lana, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Lana. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Lana. Can we get some W's for Lana in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Lana. Let's go to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's get up to 1 million likes. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. It should help get it out to more people. Right now, we currently have, 784 likes. Let's try to get to 1,000 real quick, everyone. We have 820 now, actually. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Nah, nigga.
Crazy. Let's go on to the next person. The trolls have been wild today, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
How old are you? You said 18. What's your birth year? Okay.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
July 29th.
Okay. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, under Trump, we've just had lower gas prices. He's better character, and the economy was overall better.
You're trolling.
You're a faggot. You're a faggot. You're a...
I knew they were trolling. Alice, thank you so much for the 10 pounds. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Alice, thank you so much. Here's some W's for Alice in the chat. Thank you so much, Alice. I really appreciate it. Yeah, the pro-life position is wild. It's a wild position. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
50.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
With both my arms, my entire chest, and if I could have used a foot, I would have.
Okay. Why did you vote for Donald Trump?
I voted for the mass deportations, the drilling, the tariffs, the taxes. But mostly the mass deportations.
Mass deportations, tariffs, and then you said what else?
The drilling, the taxes, Doge, everything is perfect, bro.
Okay. Here, actually, let's write all of these down for you. Is that fair? Is that a fair thing to do?
Yeah, that's fair.
Can we write this down? You said Doge. You said what else? Tariffs.
Tariffs.
Mass deportation.
Mass deportation.
What else?
Tariffs. Magical word, tariffs.
Doge, tariffs, mass deportation. What else?
And drilling. Did I say drilling? We said drilling.
Drilling. Okay. All right. Here's my question. Name a single policy under any 4 of those topics that would actually implement one of those things.
Name a single policy under any of those. Okay,
yeah, under
so
either Doge, tariffs, mass
25.
deportation, or drilling that enforces those particular things to occur.
Well, here's the thing with Doge, right? We're just speculating. We don't actually even know if he's actually even auditing. He could be going in there, sitting down, drinking coffee, and then coming down with some fake numbers, right? So we can't really debate until everything is fully audited and come down. But I have to tell you that I did vote for that. You know what I mean?
And the policy was?
There's no policy.
Not a single policy that he can
Not a
mention
single
with
policy,
Doge, tariffs, mass deportation, and or drilling.
No. There's EOs in regards to.
Go ahead, give me a single executive order.
All right, let me put it on the screen for you. Hold on a second.
No, just tell me the name of it.
No, I don't know the name of it.
Tell me what it did.
Okay, there were 3. One specifically set up a council to help facilitate the drilling, to break through the bureaucracy as best they can. And there was another one that repealed the methane fee that was enacted in the Inflation Reduction Act. This was a terrible idea.
You don't think? Wait. By the way, you don't like the Inflation Reduction Act?
I don't have anything against the Inflation Reduction Act. My gripe would be with the American Rescue Plan.
Okay. Well, so you do like everything that comes from the Inflation Reduction Act?
No, not why do I have to like everything in a loaded bill? These aren't standalone
I know.
bills
I
for me
was
to
just asking. So you
completely.
don't. So okay. So then you like
I
most things.
don't. Okay, you know, I've read through it lightly. I can't say that I have 100% knowledge on the Inflation Reduction Act, but the majority of it.
Can you tell me one provision?
No, no. Hold on. I can't tell you like right off the bat one provision, man. And you
Okay.
kind of asking these leading questions. You're not even like acknowledging the why I voted for him. So,
Yeah.
so
Okay. Let's talk about this then. Doge. You want to do that because of like reducing waste, right?
we can try to mitigate fraud, waste, and abuse. Yeah.
Fraud, waste, and abuse. That fraud, waste, and abuse is Donald Trump. Okay.
A great,
Not
great
trolling.
call.
Not trolling. Literally, all of those words apply to Donald Trump. I'm not trolling. Not only that, but we can talk about the fact that Donald Trump, literally, he signed off more debt-related spending by $4 trillion comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. And his campaign plans comparative to Harris would have done $4 trillion more over the next 10 years comparative to the Biden-Harris administration. So comparative to Democrats, he over his entire administration, comparative to Democrats being in those positions, added 8 trillion. Will add 8 trillion more. That's insane.
Yeah. Yeah. So 8 trillion, 2 of that trillion was what he didn't accrue from corporations and the population through the TCJA. The other 2 trillion was on military spending. So you're judging Trump's 4-year term by the last 7 months of his presidency, because that's
No, I'm
when
talking about
most of the
extra debt. I'm not talking about extra debt-related spending.
Not finished?
Also, you can look at the non versus
Are you
non-COVID versus
nervous?
COVID-related spending.
Are you nervous, bro? Let me finish.
No, I was just
All
showing
right.
you how
You
what
do
you were
this
saying
every
was
night,
wrong.
bro. Let me finish. No. Now, how did I say what I was wrong? What I'm telling you is that 4 of that 8 trillion was due to the printing they did for COVID. Okay? So you're judging his 4-year term by the last 7 months. That's disingenuous. All
Not
right?
true. Not
Take
true.
out-
Not
take-
true.
if you
Not
take
true. Not
hold
true. Not
on.
true. Not true. Can I prove
If
that
you
wrong?
Very true. Very true.
Can
Put
I
it on
can
the
I
screen.
prove that wrong?
You can
So
actually.
the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
No, don't tell me. Put it on the screen. You would ask me to put it on the screen, right?
I wouldn't tell you to put it on the screen. I'd tell you to give me a title, and I can give you a title from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Trump and Biden, the National Debt Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Look it up right now. Okay, it will show you 8.4 trillion overall for Trump, 4.8 trillion non-COVID
I
related.
know how much he spent, bro. I'm not saying he didn't spend that. I'm just saying you're
Can I
judging
finish?
his. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, if you look at the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, Trump and Biden, the national debt, you can see 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related for Trump, and then 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related for Biden.
Yeah, you're still that you repeating that fast doesn't make it like a true rebuttal to the fact
I'm not like
that
trying
you're
to speak
judging
fast.
him.
That's just how I speak. I'm sorry. I'm
All
sorry
right.
that like you because I said it fast, you couldn't hear what I was saying. You could ask me
No,
to
I heard.
clarify, but just
I heard
because I
what
said
you
it fast
said.
doesn't make me wrong.
It doesn't make you right.
I
All
never
right.
said it made me right. When did I fucking do that? Name one time I was like on the live. I was like, me saying this quickly means I'm right. No, I've never fucking said that. Why do people say this? Are you okay? Is your brain functioning
why you
properly?
crashing?
Because I
Why
said
you
it quickly
crashing,
doesn't
bro?
mean I'm wrong. Because I said
Why
it
you
quickly doesn't
crashing?
mean I'm right. I
feel
never
your
made that
saliva.
claim.
Oh, bro, I feel your saliva on my forehead. Like, fall back, bro. Chill, relax.
Don't tell me to
Don't
relax.
crash,
I'm good.
bro. All right, but are you nervous, bro? This is your home. I'm on
Oh,
your.
why are you gaslighting me? Like
I'm
actually
not
gaslighting me.
gaslighting you.
You
I'm
saying
asking
you
you to
saying oh,
relax,
why
bro.
are you nervous? You totally know that I'm not nervous. I'm sitting here completely fine. You're acting like I'm nervous because you're trying to gaslight me
Okay.
into a position
No,
where you
I'm
think
not
that
trying
like
to
I'm
gaslight you. You were
embarrassed or I
acting
think that like I'm
different.
being like argued against from a
You were acting
legitimate
different
stance.
with the
You haven't
last
given a
guest, and
single
now you're
policy. You
different
haven't
with
given
me.
any sources. You haven't given any argument. You have no policy positions. You don't even know what you're talking about on the live, and you sit here and you think that I'm scared or nervous talking to you.
Yeah, I'm
For
just
what
saying you're acting
reason?
different,
For what
bro.
reason?
Why are you nervous? Or you're acting
I'm
different
not
than the last
nervous.
guest?
Why are you
You talk about
gaslighting?
Michael Jordan with the
Yeah,
last
thank you so
guest.
much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you.
And
Justice is
now
alive.
you
Thank you for
coming
the
at me
$10. Thank you so
sideways
much. I
for
really
what?
appreciate it. Thank you, Justice.
And then you gaslighting me. I go, I'm not gaslighting you. You're not even asking me to present anything yet. I got my laptop in front of me. Well, right here. Well, my filter's not letting you see my laptop, but I got it, bro. Chill. We got
Kimberly,
time.
thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Oh man. All right, so here we are, man. Let's look at this. I voted for again mass deportation, the tariffs, the I told you about the drilling, what he's doing. You asked what EO. Let me get you the name over here and turn on my screen for you. I mean, flip my screen for you. Hold up. I have mad tabs open. I do this all day. Apology. I'm addicted to TikTok, bro.
What were you showing me?
No, I'm trying to find the EO to prove. You said you.
Okay, yeah. Go find that EO. You can find anything if you'd like. Can I ask you a question? While you look it up, I'm just gonna ask you a question while you look it up.
Go ahead.
Okay. Would you vote for Donald Trump, right, if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Oh man, not an emotional conversation, bro. Can we have the CPI conversation? We talk about the tariffs, Harry. Come on.
My name is Parker. Okay.
Oh, it's
Secondly,
Parker?
like
My
you
bad.
couldn't name me
I
a
just
single
didn't know.
economic policy, so you don't even have the position to sit here and tell me that I like to mention or talk about policy when you don't even know a single policy we could talk about. What conversation could we have?
Yo, relax. How are you telling me you don't know a single policy and you only asked me for a provision in the Inflation Reduction Act? You asked me for what EO. I'm trying to tell you, I found the name. The National Emergency Dominance Council paves way for unleashing American energy. That's one that forms the council.
What did it do? What did it do though?
They help it. There's a lot of bureaucracy around the oil drilling and fracking. So they help for this. This is the one, he wants to deregulate a lot of things because regulation and supply side economics don't really go together, man. So for every
Okay, so you want to deregulate energy production. So you want to make it. You want to make it. You know the reason why some of those regulations exist is to prevent people in the public being harmed.
Inject to what I say, and it's not what I say, bro.
I'm currently trying to respond. You're not listening. What
Go
I
ahead,
learned,
go ahead.
yeah. Well, I have a degree in economics. What I learned in these economic courses when I took environmental economics is that the reason why certain types of regulations like this exist from an economic perspective is to reduce the level of negative impact on social welfare within society. Right? If you were not to impose a regulation, because right, there's going to be plenty of people that are impacted by these lack of safety regulations, where like their water supply, their air supply, which can affect their literal health. Okay, so there's plenty of things that we can talk about within the context of the population that these regulations would be relevant, particularly at like addressing in terms of social welfare. So like I think you're looking at this from like actually if we had less regulation, it would be more efficient when it comes to this oil production. Actually, that's not true if you look at the data.
I'm not saying deregulate completely. America keeps a regulation that keep a standard of humanity in our country, and I'm appreciative of it. What I'm saying is that there's a lot of redundant my child. Listen, what you got to understand is that there's over-regulation is different. Over-regulation.
Okay, so what
Brandon,
over-regulation? Can you name one regulation that you disagree with?
One regulation that I disagree with. I gotta look up the names.
I know,
okay?
I know. Can you name the concept?
Can you name
the concept of? Hold on.
Can you name a regulation that you do agree with?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with minimum
Follow
wage.
off.
Yeah, I agree with minimum wage.
An environmental regulation.
An environmental regulation, absolutely. I agree with EPA restrictions in terms of like the Clean Water Act, right? I agree with EPA restrictions on different types of production for plastics, right? I agree with the.
That's not a specific regulation by title. I can name things that I don't like.
I'm giving you I asked you for the concept, right, of the particular regulation. I can name you particular regulations like I did. We can reference the CAFE regulation, right, for automobiles, right? That is a regulation that I think particularly should exist, right, for what's it called, like fuel efficiency standards. Does that make sense? That's an explicit example. Gendella, thank you so much for the 6-month subscription. Thank you. Did you hear what I said?
Yeah, I heard what you said.
Okay.
Yo, thank you for the dinosaur.
So do you want to respond to what I said? Or thank you for $5. Thank you.
I don't have any regulation on hand exactly that I'm looking. I didn't look at a list of regulation.
I didn't either. That's just like something I've seen throughout my life.
So wait, brother, you have no sources? Is that what you're saying? You came up here on this live with almost 7,000 people to demonstrate everything that you don't know to Parker, and you decided to bring no sources.
Having a productive conversation.
No actual facts.
Shaming me, bro.
Right?
That's what you're doing. You're gonna shift it to insult him, big bread.
Listen,
You
where's your
wait. You've been
facts?
waiting on this moment to dunk on Big Bread because he always smacking you up on your panel.
Thank you for the dragon.
You
You know
finally
that's not
got
true.
help from
Hey,
you finally
Britta,
got help from
Britta,
Dean, so you feeling
Britta,
courageous because you run on
Britta,
every platform that I
Britta.
hop
So
on.
now I'm
Where's your
Dean. Now I'm
source?
Dean. Now I'm Dean.
Where's your source?
Oh, my bad. Parker.
You run around and you get smacked
Now,
around by
now,
everybody, and now
now
you're
you
up here to get
brave.
smacked around by Parker.
Listen,
Go
now you
for it.
brave. Parker named the regulations, so you got muscles in your chest to stand up to Big Bread now, because you run on every panel that I get on, and you say you're a one-trick pony, and you
Oh,
run
you
from
are.
me. Is that
You
not?
are.
Is that
You're
not the case?
absolutely a one-trick pony.
But now,
What have
but
you
now
actually
you're on the panel because you're
So
getting
cool,
help.
cool. So
Now the white
what have
man
you
came
actually
to save you,
substantiated?
huh?
What have you
Huh?
actually
The white dude from
substantiated so
Harris with
far?
the cape. So you feel confident to
What
talk to
have you
Big
actually
Bread?
substantiated?
Crazy, man.
That's all you got?
And no, it's
Really?
annoying because I
Okay,
always want to
okay,
debate you, but now
okay.
you confident because you got Harry
Cool.
next to
So
you.
I'm
You
here.
bugging out.
I'm
Dude,
here.
this
I'm
guy is
here.
unbelievable. Vanity,
Yeah,
thank you for
he's an absolute
$2.
troll.
Fuck out of
Chelsea,
here.
thank you for $2. Thank
Perfect.
you.
Yo, get
So
off the
I'm here.
panel, bro. Me and Parker will have look. I got it right. Look at my bad, bro. I got it right. Me and Parker will have a constructive conversation. The minute you say, "Oh, you don't know a regulation," let me go. Let me start dunking on him. Hey, you didn't come up with no sources, yo. When I come up on your panel, you better be this brave, bro. That's all I'm
Brother.
saying. Be this brave when I see you.
Hey, Britta, list the source or substantiate any type of claim. Doesn't matter. Pick one.
I don't know what you're talking about because the young man asked me for the EO that is helping facilitate, and I named it for him, right?
Okay. What's the EO?
All right. So the first one that I brought up was the
Fine,
National
speak
Emergency
first.
Dominance Council paves way for unleashing American energy. The council that he
What's the
put
EO?
up.
Yo, James, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I think I
Yeah,
talked to you this last
type
time.
it in, bro.
I'm waiting for it. What's the EO?
I don't think we should completely abolish, but I don't think it should be prescriptive. And Fate of Illusion, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Are you okay, bro?
What's the EO?
Fine, bro. I'm fine. But dude is over here. This is funny. This guy's funny.
Hey, stop complaining and
I
give
literally
us
said
the
National
EO.
Energy
Okay,
Dominance.
what's the number? What's the number? Give us the EO.
Yeah, I don't have the number in front of me. I just have the page as I keep it
Thank you
open.
for the disco ball. That's very
Can you give us
I
like the
don't know.
concept of what it does?
Sure. Last week, Donald Trump.
Wait, hold up.
I
Without
literally
reading,
explained
without
it.
reading.
No. I literally explained it 3 times. This one's to facilitate the bureaucracy around drilling to make it easier for them to frack. I said that 3 times, and then he had another one in which that he.
Yeah, but I asked you to name one regulation you disagree with. You couldn't name one regulation.
No, I couldn't name one regulation off the hand. I don't know the names of the regulation off the hand. No.
No, the concept of the regulation. Can you give me the concept of it?
No, I can't give you the concept. Oh, Santana, be this confident. Be this
Yeah.
confident when you alone, not when the white man with the cape
Listen,
on
you
for
know
you.
for a fact that I'm always confident. This is nothing new. You get smacked around all the time because you don't have sources, you don't have facts, you just talk. You literally just talk. You don't have anything of substance. Give us the EO. What's the number? If it's an EO, I can pull it up. What's the actual number?
Your number's not in front of me. I don't know all the
Why?
EO's
Why?
numbers.
Why? Okay, you have your computer up. Find
Yeah,
it.
I literally said the National
Find
Emergency
it.
Dominance
Okay.
Council.
So what are you reading?
On the whitehouse.gov, National Emergency Dominance Council
Oh,
pays the
so
way
you're
for
reading from the whitehouse.gov.
James.
Oh, come on, brother. Even so, you should still be able to actually find the EO. I mean, if this is going to be something that you actually plant your flag on, you should be able to actually
I'm
find the
planting my
information
flag
so we
on
can verify
America.
it.
I
He
appreciate
didn't
this
have a
country.
policy. He didn't have an executive order. He didn't have a concept of a plan. Can you tell me what Donald Trump's healthcare plan was?
This is he had concepts of it.
What about childcare plan?
I think it was a $6,000 child tax
Nope.
credit.
Nope, that's Kamala Harris.
No, it's 5,000. No, Kamala had what?
$6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through the
She
beginning
had,
child,
he had
$3,000
a
to
similar
18.
one. He had a similar
No,
one.
he didn't. He had zero child tax credit plan. The only child tax credit plan he had was in literally 2016 with the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act when he did it in 2017, right? Specifically, that had increased the child tax credit from $1,000 to $2,000, but no plan for the 2024 election. So absolutely nothing. No child care plan, no housing
Well, everything that
affordability plan,
wasn't-
no plan to lower prices. Absolutely nothing. And you voted for this guy based upon vibes.
I didn't base up. I didn't vote
Thank you
based
for the
upon
hard
vibes,
hands.
bro. I didn't vote based upon vibes. I told you what I voted for: the tariffs, for the mass deportation.
Yeah, but like I asked you for a single policy that actually did any of those things. You couldn't tell me. Okay,
What do you mean a
now, actually,
single
let's talk about mass
policy that
deportation.
did any of those things?
Let's talk
We
about
don't
mass
need
deportation.
policy for what's
Can
the
I ask you a
tariffs. We
question?
don't need policy for the mass deportation.
Sure. Okay.
I don't understand this.
Here, let me ask you this question.
Disingenuous questions.
Why do you need to mass deport people?
Well, I don't want to deport all illegal aliens. I do want to get rid of the ones that came in
Undocumented.
under.
Undocumented immigrants. Like illegal aliens is an incredibly dehumanizing term.
He knows this. Keep talking, brother. You may speak.
You are funny.
Good boy.
Bro.
Good job,
You're a
bruh.
funny
Go
guy, bro.
ahead. You are. There we go. All right, finish speaking.
You're a
Thank you for the
funny
disco
guy.
ball.
Very funny guy, bro. It's funny how you were crying before and now you got your whole chest out. All right, man. Where were we at? Yeah, I wanted to deport the Biden-Kamala administration.
Wait, you want to deport the Biden-Kamala administration?
Yeah, the ones that reflect in the border encounters. Mhm.
Okay. Wait,
What?
I don't even know what you're referencing. Border encounters don't necessarily mean they got into the country. Plenty of people, actually, most people who are encountered at the border are actually not allowed into the country. Secondly, if you want to reference people, right, in this context, I'm asking you, is it like an economic reason why you want to deport people from the country?
Well,
Is
yeah,
it like a cultural reason?
Yeah, no, it's not a cultural reason. We were spending a lot of money on them. And government spending is inflationary, but we were taking care of a lot of people that were criminals and detriments to our society over here. And you know this.
Okay, so spending inflationary criminals, and what was the first thing? Spending a lot of money on them. So
spending a lot of money on them.
they have a higher labor force participation rate than natural born U.S. citizens, meaning that they actually are going to engage in work more than the typical American, meaning they pay more into the system than they're going to take from it. Secondly, undocumented immigrants, right, literally don't get any access to any federal system, so they can't be getting anything from the federal government. You're talking about state and local funding for asylum
Quick thing.
seekers who are here through a legal process, and then
Quick
also
thing.
for
Quick
spending
question.
being in. Hold up. Oh, go ahead.
All right, go ahead. Just quick question. Can you make me a mod here so I can like mute people?
Absolutely not.
Why would we not?
Absolutely not.
I'm just asking you. Hey, listen, just asking.
James, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Brian with the $50 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
The migrants that came in under the Biden-Kamala administration should
And
have been
Lynette, thank you for the $10.
That's actually
You're
true,
amazing.
Brian.
Thank you, Lynette.
That's totally true, Brian. That's actually a great point, Brian. As well as Leanne, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They told you to relax, by the way.
Sending him this money.
Daniel,
Also,
thank you for $5. James, thank you for $5.
Thank you for
Stella,
sending
thank you for
Santana
$2.
this
Thank
money,
you so
y'all.
much.
Thank you so much for sending Parker that money, yo. Thank you for the $20 for
Thank you
sending
for
him.
thanking for them. I really appreciate
Thank
it.
you, thank you, y'all. Thank you. Appreciate it.
What is that?
Oh, thank you, Bushmaster. I appreciate you. Shout
Oh,
out.
yeah, as a fan.
Shout
That's
out.
cute.
I get a lot of love, bro. Because I give love back.
I just want
It's
to let you know I got a huge portion of that. Appreciate the year.
I
Amazing.
want
Thank
to
you so much.
let you know
Appreciate it.
that
Thank you.
I'm happy, bro. I'm happy. Great for you, bro.
Thank you for the paper crane.
So you can't include the general statistics
Thank you for the
of
galaxy.
all migrants to defend a small group that came in
Thank you for the
under
money,
the
guy.
Biden-Kamala administration that we were taking care of in these sanctuary cities, man. All right? You can't do that. Because that number is inclusive of everybody that has come in maybe in the past
Jesse,
15
thank you
years.
for
And
the
that's what you're going to
$5.
do.
No,
That's
he knows
disingenuous.
better. He
All
absolutely
right?
knows
Unless
better.
you have a statistics that show that the people that came in the last 4 years contributed equally to the American citizens or even to the immigrants that have come in the past 10 years. And I'll concede the argument, but you can't because you got to use.
Yes, I can. You can go to the bibliography in my bio, made by a librarian, right?
Thank you,
Literally
Miss
that
Swan.
has studies on
immigrants. Source, not your auntie's book.
Dude, I'm saying there's literally a bibliography in my bio where you can
I
find the
don't want
sources
your
that I'm
auntie's
mentioning.
bibliography. I want
Thank you
the
for the baby
government
dragon.
source that
Hey,
says
brother,
these
if you
people
stop
spent-
talking for like 3 seconds and let Parker finish his sentence, you will understand what he's actually saying and where the sources are located. Stop talking.
Breda, what's a bibliography?
Oh my God, bro! Keep your thing
He
going,
doesn't
bro.
know. I shouldn't have used a big word. I apologize.
You shouldn't have.
Wow.
That went like.
Yeah,
A
dude.
big
No,
word,
what is a
bibliography.
bibliography?
Thank you for the chain.
It's a compilation of different books, bro. of information from different sources.
Okay, so yeah, there you go. It is a works cited page, right? In terms of a bibliography, right? Where I'm going to have
I hate to do this
sources
defining thing.
for sources for immigration, right? On specifically the economic effects of immigration, showing that they're positive. I also mentioned statistics specifically from the Bureau of Labor Statistics and from the Census Bureau that you can specifically check from both the federal government, the Census Bureau, and the Bureau of Labor Statistics
You
that
can't make
indicate the labor force
burden of
participation
proof
rate.
on me. Pull it up, bro.
I told
You
you.
pull it up. Don't tell me go to the link in your bio.
I gave you the sources. I'm not going to pull. What do you mean pull it up where?
I'm not clicking.
I'm on an iPad. How am I supposed to show it?
Pull the source up, bro.
I would actually
I'm on an
love
iPad.
it if Britta would actually still find that EO number. Like I'm still waiting for that. That would actually be absolutely amazing if you could find that number.
All right, let me find it. But this guy,
literally, I told him exactly where to find it. I gave him the places to find it.
bro, I got one device in my
thank you for the
laptop. Like,
5.
what do you want me to do? You want me to go to
You're
your
looking it
profile
up
and
right
click it?
now. I can see you're looking it up right now.
Exactly.
I'm
You're
typing
literally
on the
on your
laptop.
laptop right now. You're on your laptop.
Touche. Fuck off.
Yeah. Listen, Parker, I'm gonna let you continue to take him into deep water. He can't swim, so have fun. But I'm gonna drop down. I
You just
appreciate
wanted
you.
my attention for a little bit. You a goofy, bro. You got a wife. Go deal with that, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much, TT. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't got no sources. Man, please, man.
Yeah, what is new? Thank you so much for the blooming. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, so here, I can ask a few more questions. First, Little Crown. Would you vote for someone who released violent criminals into the country? First, that mustache.
What's the question?
Would you vote for someone who released violent criminals into the country?
Would I vote somebody that released violent criminals into the country?
Yeah.
What are you gonna say? Because he gave TPS to certain 200,000 Venezuelans. So he since we equating Venezuelans to
I have no clue what you're even referencing. No.
Okay, so what are you talking about?
Would you vote for someone who released violent criminals in the country? That's just a basic question.
It's a gotcha question because you're gonna be like, look what he did in 2019. What's the point?
No, I'm not going to tell you anything about what he did in 2019.
All right, I wouldn't vote for anybody who released violent criminals.
How do you feel about Donald Trump saying that he would, or not only saying he would, pardoning people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th?
Oh no, not the J6. Can we skip this J6 stuff, bro?
Nope.
No, please, let's skip the J6 stuff. Please.
Nope.
Look, sir, I'll send you a rose. Look, I sent you a rose. One rose. No. Please, let's skip J6.
Nope.
Because I don't want to talk about them destroying cyber trucks in all over the nation.
I'm confused. Did the Biden-Harris administration pardon people who literally vandalized cyber trucks? I'm confused. I'm confused. Was that the federal government who pardoned those people? Was that the president of the United States who pardoned people who did that?
How much time? Let me ask you. How much time did you expect these people to do? Like, what you want them to do? You want them to do 1,000 years in jail for this? Like, what did you want them to do for this? What? The unalive penalty?
Maybe a little more than 3 or 4 years. Maybe a little more than time out.
3 or 4 years? You wanted more than 3 or 4 years for walking through?
No, for people who beat cops.
But not everybody assaulted cops.
I never said everyone assaulted a cop.
So
I said
why are you blanketing all their freedom? Like, oh, he let up cops. Like
I
they
never
all beat up cops.
I'm just referencing people who were violent offenders who beat cops. I'm not referencing the people who just walked in. People who just walked in, yeah, they were in prison for a while. Whatever, I think that they should be put in prison. They should be held accountable because you cannot do that and you cannot trespass. But it's not like they committed a violent offense. Like, I understand the distinction.
Okay.
So, but you're saying that you want people who were violent offenders who beat cops to be released back in the country, even those who had literally prior sex crimes? Personal crown. Who would I expect the Republican Party to have any type of standard on character?
But that doesn't have anything to do with what we were talking about, bro. We just went from energy to immigration to grape. Like, what's up, bro? Are you not nervous?
We were talking about January 6th. We were talking about January 6th.
I don't want to talk about J6.
Trump released violent offenders in the country who beat cops on January 6th. I thought you guys were pro police.
You know, we appreciate what police do. So what?
Obviously, not enough to say that you stand against the people who literally
But then
beat
not all of
people who are
them.
police
Not
officers.
all of them assaulted
Mega,
cops.
thank you for the $2.
And
Thank
not,
you, Mega.
not all of them assaulted cops. The majority of them didn't assault cops. The majority of them I felt needed to get released.
I'm
They
not
were
even talking about. I'm talking about the people who beat
So why are you judging all of them? But what?
I'm not. I never talked about everyone on
So then
January
why bring
6th.
up J6 if they should be released?
I'm just saying the date that they did that on.
You gaslighting me, bro?
How?
I don't really know what gaslighting means, to be honest.
I understand that.
Yeah, I don't know. Y'all made up that word in like 2016.
Nope.
You definitely did.
Nope.
That shit just popped out of nowhere in 2016, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you.
You
Maybe a little bit before that.
Bro thinks the word gaslighting began to exist literally like in 2016, 9 years ago. Are you kidding me?
Something like that. Yeah, y'all made that shit up, bro. The liberals made that shit up, bro.
Liberals did not make up gaslighting. Jesus
Y'all
Christ.
made that shit up. Y'all weird, bro.
Dude, you are literally the meme. You're fucking crazy. Gaslighting does not exist. You're literally the meme. I don't think you understand that.
I never
what that
heard about
meme
that
is.
when I was in high school. In high school, they wasn't like, yo, you're gaslighting. I never heard
Push
that
that
shit.
mustache.
Never. That shit came up with your generation. You're gaslighting me. Like, I don't even, whatever.
You are literally the meme right now. You're fucking crazy and you're insane. Gaslighting does not exist. Right?
Nah.
Honestly, gaslighting doesn't
you
exist.
telling me you was using gaslighting in
liberals created
2016?
it in 2016.
Yo, you telling me, yo, please, people that are older, y'all telling me I was using gaslighting in 2009? No, we weren't, bro. That's a made up term.
Every
Parker.
term is made up. Positively, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
put
Thank
that-
you. They said, please read this out loud. This is why this is a cult, because people can still follow a racist that does not give a fuck about people of color. Absolutely. Yeah, it's literally insane.
Okay, bro. So the mass deportations, I'm for them because they're inflationary. They
Tara,
spend
thank you for the work harder. Thank you so much, Tara. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tara. I really appreciate it. So you can't name a single policy. You can't name anything that they did. Can you name a solution that Donald Trump ever advocated for?
a solution to what?
Anything.
He's advocated for many solutions. He's fixing the country right now as we speak.
Name one solution.
The tariffs.
No, a solution. What is it a solution to?
The tariffs are a solution to the debt that we have. It's going to make our country rich.
You know, Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, right?
Yes.
And you know that our country is who pays the tariff, right?
No.
It's the American importer, which passes it down to the consumer. It's not the foreign country that pays the tariff. You have a misunderstanding of how tariffs operate.
Wow.
Like, I have an economics degree. I understand how tariffs operate.
Oh, you have an
need to
economics degree?
Yeah, I do.
You do?
Yes.
You have an economics degree? So you understand how a blanket tariff works?
Yes.
What's a blanket tariff?
It's a tariff on an entire country.
Oh, okay. Can you show me anywhere in Title 19 of U.S. Code, the Trade Act of 30, the Trade Act of 74, or the World Trade Organization filings or lawsuits where they use this term blanket? Because what's a blanket tariff? That doesn't exist, bro.
When we say blanket tariff, all we mean is literally like a tax on every single import from a certain country. That's all we mean.
No, you guys take it to say that it's going to be at the
Tequila, thank you for the $5. Thank you
amount.
so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said I'm 43 years old and I can absolutely confirm that I used gaslighting when I was in high school.
Yo, he's a liar. He's gaslighting right now.
Shut the fuck up. You don't even know what it means. You just said you don't know what it means, but then you just used the term in context.
Because, well, they gave it a definition and we can use it.
I think
in
you're. Are you
context.
trolling?
I'm not trolling. Yo, I promise you, I'm
Just thank you,
100%
You
not
no,
trolling,
seriously. You just said you didn't know what gaslighting is, and then you used it.
I
in
never
context.
said that I didn't know what gaslighting was. I said y'all
You did.
make that shit up, Parker.
You said you don't even know what it is.
Bro, I never said that.
You're literally
I said, I don't
gaslighting
know
me
what
right
it
now,
is.
Sabrina. Thank you so much for the $5
No,
or
I
the,
said I
the
don't know
$7
what, I don't know what
Canadian
it
dollars.
is in jest.
They said read out loud. Gaslight originated in 1938.
That's a fake history. That's what y'all do. Y'all make up fake history to shit. Y'all be like, yo.
Who won the 2020 election?
This happened. Y'all make up stuff, bro.
Hey,
it's fake. It's fake history, bro.
Who won the 2020 election?
Who won the 2020 election? Joseph Biden was our president for 4 years.
And what did Donald Trump say about who won the 2020 election?
Donald Trump has his reservations on the election.
You said it a little differently there.
You like it? You like how
here's how you said it before. He's fucking delusional. He literally has no evidence for his position. No, you can't say that whenever it's your side, huh? He has reservations. He has reservations against the election results. He has reservations.
Yo, a white kid making me the. Hey, you got that one off. You got that one off. But I meant what I said.
Karama, I appreciate. Thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. You meant what?
Jesse,
Joseph, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Anna,
Joseph
thank you
Biden
for the $3.
was our
And
president
Mo,
for
thank you for
4
the $1.
years.
Go ahead.
Joseph R. Biden was our president for 4 years, and Donald J. Trump has his reservations on the 2020 election and how it went and its outcome.
Yeah. If you want to say it that way, that's fine. Or you could just say he's literally delusional and he believes with zero fucking evidence and zero basis that the election was stolen in 2020. When Democrats weren't in office, they could steal the election, but when they were in office, they couldn't steal the election. Really makes sense. That's totally rational to believe. And it's just the considerations or the reservations that he has about the election. It's not that he's actively fucking totally delusional.
You done, bro?
No, I'm gonna be on live every single day saying this shit.
All right, but y'all got like old talking points and stuff like that. Like, who cares about?
What do you mean by old talking points?
It's just like
that was 4 years ago.
It's March,
dude. That was 4 years ago.
That's mad long ago.
No,
that's
it's
a
not.
lifetime ago. 4 years ago.
No, it's not.
What was 4 years ago? 2020, man. It's 4 years ago. 5 years ago.
Dude, bro. 2021 is when it happened. Whitney, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, it's over with,
It
bro.
is unbelievable. Jennifer, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
I don't understand why you can't.
Catherine, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Gaslight was a famous movie in 1944.
Conversation to J6. You asked. I told you exactly what he did to make energy, bring the energy costs down. You pivot. And tell me what policy.
Tara, thank you for the Leon. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
This little gift thing where y'all block my face with the big gifts. That's a gaslighting thing. Like y'all doing that.
You're totally trolling. That was totally a troll. You just said that so that more people would gift me. I can see you laughing right now. That was a total.
I'm laughing because look. I'm not trolling. I promise you. There are people looking at me that know that I'm not trolling. I'm dead.
Okay, and that's why you were grinning. Okay.
I'm grinning because this is funny. I don't hate you, my dude. What are you talking about? Like, what do you think? I want you unaliving? No. Come on now. That's the left. That's the violent, intolerant, demonic left.
Demonic? Do you think I'm demonic?
Yeah, of course.
How am I demonic? Okay.
Yo, listen, you stand for everything that the left stands for. Everything the left stands for is...
Sarah, thank you so much for the Leon for gaslighting the guest. Thank you so much. Brad, thank you so much for the 10 Australian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yo, I know, it is crazy. Parker,
as well as Eli, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Can you call me Bretta, please? Can you call me Bretta, please?
What is
my name? Bretta.
Bretta, I got you.
Thank you, Bretta.
The goggles. Thank you.
Don't call me guest. Thank you, man. So, can we get to how great the economy is doing right now, bro? Instead of having these stupid talking points from freaking August. All right. If we live in the future, in the present.
Okay.
All right.
You bring up something about the present.
Okay, so you guys promised us inflation.
That was in the past.
With the tariff.
Why are you bringing up stuff in the past?
All right, so stop. Listen, what I'm telling you is, bro, relax.
You don't like your own argument, do you? It sounded really dumb when it came out of my mouth, didn't it? It sounded real dumb when it came out of my mouth.
Listen. No. Listen to me. What you're doing is you're trying to aggravate me and stuff like that. So I would crash out and you'd be like, look, he's a crash out.
What?
Listen.
That's not at all.
Listen to me. Listen.
No,
Right?
my goal is to
You
show you
guys
how the
said
way
that
that you
the
were viewing it was wrong, and to add on to what you were saying, right? Or I mean, if you're totally wrong, I'm gonna call you out for being wrong. But yeah, like
you guys said that the tariffs were inherently inflationary. And the China tariffs of 20% has been instituted since February 1st. And we got the
10%,
March.
10% on China, 20%, 25% on Canada,
No,
25% Mexico.
I think China got an extra
Thank you,
10% on
dealer.
top of that. I think China got an extra 10% on that. 25% on Mexico and Canada for non-USMCA exempt commodity. And did I say that correctly? Yeah, on USMCA exempt commodity. And I still do not see that inflation you guys promised me. You guys said, no, the tariffs are going to cause inflation automatically. Where is that? Because the recent CPI report doesn't show any inflation across the board.
Okay, I have a question.
Well, prices are going up 0.2%. We see that inflation.
I'm gonna through like a thought experiment here, show you how it increases prices. How does a tariff increase domestic production?
How does a tariff increase domestic production? By incentivizing manufacturing to move into America? As you see, you see many companies are avoiding the tariffs and taking advantage of the 15% tax rate that he's proposing, and they're moving manufacturing to America, right? Because they believe in what he's proposing, and they believe that these policies instituted will be fruitful for them and for America.
So prices of consumer products go up from countries around the world, which incentivizes businesses to go to the United States so that they can produce it for a lower cost than the higher cost of goods coming from other countries to the American consumer, meaning that the price of goods overall increased for the American consumer in order for there to be an increase in domestic production. And if there wasn't much of an increase in the price for the goods coming to the country, well, then that would just mean that there actually isn't going to be much of an increase in domestic production. So if you do think that tariffs do increase domestic production, you are committed to saying that they increase prices.
No.
Okay. Well, you're just like, you don't understand what you're saying.
No, you don't understand what you're saying.
I do. I have a degree. Well, think of it for the $5. Thank you, Drew. Think of it $10 for the demonic right now. I pushed the into. Also, yeah, tell me why you think I'm demonic. I want to hear that.
You are against all that is natural on the earth. Everything your side believes is literally against nature.
What does natural mean?
Yo, I hate it when y'all do this.
Tara, thank you so much for the whale diving. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
That Terra girls.
Thank you so much, the corgi. Can you tell me what does natural mean?
I don't want to answer that question, bro.
Why not?
I'm not answering that question. I'm not answering these. They're really annoying.
No. You brought
word stuff. Like, stop. I'm not doing
this.
Bro.
It's an important thing. I need to know what you mean.
The first one, bro. I did it for the first one.
Okay. Do you want me to give you a definition? You can just say you agree with it.
No, I don't want you. All right. You want your made up definition of natural? Sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. Like, do you mean like it exists in nature? Is that what you mean?
No.
Then what do you mean? I just want to clarify what you mean.
Natural, conducive for life. Conducive for the earth and conducive for life.
Okay, so I'm against what's conducive towards life.
Yeah. You stand for AB. You stand for T. Kids could be T people. Men. I don't want to get into. I don't want to get into these conversations.
You're a Christian, right?
Yeah, I believe Jesus Christ is Lord, the Most High God. Yeah.
What is a man?
No, we're not doing this. No, we're not having the.
You know exactly what argument I'm providing against you. You have no response.
We're not having the Matt Walsh, bro.
That's not Matt Walsh. That's what I gave to Charlie Kirk. So how about you answer the question?
You thirsty for Charlie Kirk. I seen that, bro. I was like, yo, what's up with dude? Like you're better than that. You flew all the way to do that.
I live in LA.
Oh, you live in LA?
That was like less than 30 minutes away from me.
All right, bro. Okay. All right. Okay. You don't look that. It was a little bit thirsty though. You can't lie. You don't. It seems a little.
No,
bit
it's because he said he would debate me, and then he literally didn't debate me. He literally told me he would debate me after the election, and then literally after the election came by, and now he doesn't want to debate me. He unfollowed me. He used to follow me, where he said he would debate me after Jubilee. He said like we'll set up a time, right? And then he went on George Janko's podcast saying I'm disingenuous. He also said on George Janko's podcast saying that he would debate Dean. He also won't debate Dean. They also set up a 2v2 between us, me and Dean versus him and someone else. Didn't answer with that either after they literally set that up. So he's terrified. He actively said he wouldn't debate me on another podcast, right? Because he's clearly scared of me.
He's scared of you? Yo, he just cooked.
Jen, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
What's his name? Gavin Newsom on his own podcast. You think
I think Gavin Newsom
you don't
didn't
know
provide
way.
enough argumentation against Charlie Kirk, but I think Gavin Newsom doesn't know how to argue against those types of things as much as I do. Tara,
Why-
thank you so much for the unicorn. Thank you so much, Tara. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the unicorn. Thank you so much, Tara. Also, I don't need to be a politician. Why will he debate all of the college kids, but he won't sit down and have a conversation with me? He sit down and have a conversation with Hassan. Why won't he sit down
No,
and
but he
have a
already had
conversation
to
with me?
sit down with you. I saw it on Jubilee. He
We had like
packed
we had
you
like
up.
we had like a few minutes for each conversation. That's not enough to go through all these issues. Also, like
packed you up.
I'm like to be totally
Your
frank.
own peers
To be
packed you up. They
to
hit
be
the
totally
red
to be
flag on
totally
you. You
frank.
couldn't watch.
To just be totally frank. I'm not some just typical liberal. Okay, right? I have a platform, right? And I think that when you have a platform in the debate scene against other people who are in the debate scene who have a platform, to some degree, you should debate those people, right? And Charlie, I think, should debate me because I have a platform and I'm engaging in productive dialogue all the time. And I have good reasons to be able to dispute what he's saying, and he doesn't want to engage against what I have to say because I have good reasons that can dispute what he's saying.
That's between you and him, bro.
Okay, well then why'd you bring it up?
Did I bring it up? I think you brought it up.
No, you brought it up.
Nah, I think you brought up Charlie Kirk.
Oh, I got banned. Great, dude. Harassment and bullying? Are you kidding me? Bro. My live was pushing, though. My live had good push for like the first time in a while. Dude, I really hope I don't lose my account there. It says account ban warning. Oh my god. Welcome to YouTube. Yeah, well, we're on YouTube, everyone. Welcome to YouTube. Do make sure to like the stream, everyone. I would really appreciate that. I don't even get my third account back for another 3 days. Which is very brutal, chat. Very brutal. Here from TikTok. Yeah, what's up, everyone? Do make sure to like the stream. I would recommend subbing here and staying here because it's the best you could possibly do to support me. You get banned a lot? Yeah, I know. It's for stupid fucking reasons. I'm so annoyed. We had like 7,000 people in the live, and the live was doing good, and then TikTok wants to take it down. Ah, I hate TikTok sometimes. It's like, bro, why? Like, why do they have to do that to me? It's so annoying. Why banned? I don't know. TikTok is just so frustrating. Lorraine, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what to do, everyone. I am on Parker Has Concepts of a Job right now, everyone. So we're just going to give it a second for people to join up. Najia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. How many accounts do you have that are not banned? Like one. I don't know why TikTok hates me, chat. It says I might lose my account, dude. It's just like I get a million bans. What do I do? I'd recommend everyone just go to YouTube. Someone said Angel donated 1,000. I'm confused. Let me try to catch up to everything. I think I have. I think I've caught up with everything. It's okay, Parker. I just watch on both platforms. That's based. Parker Has Concepts of Job. That's hilarious. Yeah. That's what we do. That's what we do. I recommend leaving TikTok. I can't do that, sadly. Just give it a second, everyone. I wish I had a guest on my second account. The Parker Needs a Job one. Spans are so goofy. I know they're so bad. There's like nothing I can do to fix it, too. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
What's your birth year?
2006.
I feel like you're trolling. All right, everyone, give it a second, y'all. Give it a second. I don't think, honestly, on this account, I don't think that there's gonna be any push. That's my thoughts. It's so brutal though. We had 7.5K on the other account, dude. It was going so well. Jessica, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jessica. I really appreciate it. Put some W's for Jessica in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Jessica. It was going so well. I know, right? I don't know what to do. TikTok shop. I don't know. I don't think TikTok shop is gonna. I don't think me saying TikTok shop's gonna fix it. Don't forget to like the YouTube live. Absolutely, everyone. Make sure to like the YouTube live. Let's see how many likes we have right now. Right now we are at 1246. Can we get up to 1500, everyone? 250 out of almost the 3,000 people in here. Send a like. What was the ban for? I think harassment and bullying. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, Parker. I'm 26 years old.
And did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did. We actually chatted on election day.
Oh, chat. We got appeal approved. Thankfully. Thankfully, everyone appeal approved. Okay, everyone. Here's the real question. Do we just like not risk the main account? I feel like we might not want to risk it.
Hey, sorry. I'm ready whenever you are.
I don't risk it. Yeah. I know, it's so sad. I wish I could go on my main. All right. So what were you saying? What was the reason why you voted Trump?
Yeah, so first of all, I voted Clinton, Biden, and then Donald Trump this time, and it was actually like kind of a tough decision towards the end. It was kind of, so what was important to me in this election, it was kind of through experience. I was working for the federal government at the start of the campaign, specifically in like defense aerospace, and seeing like some kind of shoddy contracting, which was blowing a lot of money. And so, for instance, I'll give you a specific, like there was a internet push by, I guess, the Biden-Harris administration, where it spent $50 billion on, I guess, increasing connectivity in like more rural areas. So there's an infrastructure plan, part of the whole Infrastructure Act. Specifically, so they kind of spited Elon Musk. And like it's not about Elon Musk. It was about the satellite technology being the far cheaper route and the far more expedient route under a much lower cost. And they decided to go fiber optic specifically for that reason, which made me feel that they're not locked into technology. Working for the government, like there's a lot of optics, a lot of bureaucracy, and a lot of bloat. And so that's when Donald Trump's messaging started to appeal to me. And
Donald Trump didn't advocate for that. Where is he investing into that?
Where is he investing in it? He's literally pushed the emphasis on fixed cost contracts.
Yeah, but he didn't put the emphasis on specifically like
he's
funding
specifically
Starlink for rural communities.
No, he's specifically investing in space. Like not like I work in space.
Yeah, but you specifically said that we should be doing, instead of like the fiber optics for rural communities, right? We should be installing the Starlink.
Yeah, so that doesn't happen direct.
Right,
that happens.
And
so just sorry, continue, please.
Yeah, and you just like didn't really show me how Trump has a plan for anything like that. So sure, like it could be more cost effective to do something through satellite like Starlink, but I don't see how there's any other plan for the other side to do it. So it's like I don't know what your point is there.
Okay, so like first of all, there is like investment in space technology. That first of all came from like the whole so Jim Nelson, like the head of NASA, and like now I'm talking more directly space, but I'll link it back to satellites.
Oh, by the way, Jennifer, thank you for the $25 Cash App. Thank you so much. I just saw that now, and I'm sorry I didn't see that before. Oh my God, yo, thank you so much. Give some W's for Jennifer in the comment section right now, as well as Jennifer. Thank you for the $20 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate this, and thanks for all you do. I really appreciate that, Jennifer. Thank you so much. W Jennifer's in the chat, everyone. W Jennifer in the chat.
Yeah, so
my man as a guest. Oh, chat, y'all are so right. Here, we're gonna hit restart though. I'm sorry. We're gonna hit a restart. Okay, everyone. Restart. We'll see if we can fix it, and then we'll add the main as a guest. Thank you, everyone, for reminding me of that. We're gonna hit a quick restart though. I'll be right back, everyone, on this account. Everyone on YouTube, we're gonna stay here. If you want to go into YouTube, I would recommend it. Go to YouTube. Go to YouTube. Parkergetajob. All right. Yeah, we had 70% following, only 6% live recommendation. That's a really big issue. I gotta fix on this account. No. All right. Let me join up as a guest. Alrighty. There we go. Perfect move, chat. Good job. Good call. Good calls, chat. Good comms. Good comms. All right, give it a second, everyone. Give it a second for people to join up. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. It should help get it out to more people. Yoshi, thank you so much for the 14 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much for keep doing what you're doing. It's so important. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Yoshi. Really appreciate it. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Do give it a second for people to join up. Hopefully we can get everything going here today, everyone. Do give it a minute. We'll get some debates up here in a second. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. It should help get out to more people. What happened? I hit a quick restart. All right. It's not accepting this person. Let me try the next. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alicia, thank you so much. I appreciate the 3 Canadian dollars. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Nice. Yo, Robin, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much for the YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. A big fan, but new enough to your channel to not know what W stands for. Oh, it means like a win for them. Like they're cool. Like that's what it means. Wendy, thank you for the $1. That's what it means. Like W, like I agree with them. Like a win for them, essentially. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, what month?
January.
Is there any way you could turn off the background noise?
No, I'm on the treadmill.
Okay. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Mainly because I know he's gonna deal with the LGBT organization. Like,
I'm sorry, bro. The Crocs, I just could not do it. You, what's how old are you?
I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
What's your birth year?
December 5th, 2005.
December 5th, 2005. Tara, thank you so much. I appreciate the fireworks. Thank you so much, Tara. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, why so?
Because he's a great president, and I think the way that he's handling the country with the tariffs and the immigration is great.
Okay. So tariffs and immigration. Okay, so can you tell me what a tariff is?
A tariff is a form of tax. On another country.
Does the person in the back that whispered that to you want to talk to me? Because clearly, I don't think you're intellectual enough to even know what the hell you're talking about.
I mean, a tariff is a bit. I mean, it's
You don't even know what a tariff is. Are you sure you're 19 years old?
I definitely am. What are you talking about?
And you don't really sound 19. You sound like you're in your parents' basement right now, hanging out with your friends because you had to sleep overnight. Like, come on,
Okay,
bro.
that's funny. All right, man. I mean, I'm 19. I mean, I don't know why if you want to argue about it. Anyway, I really wanted to talk about how you support your friend Dean, even though he's a known racist. Could
Dude, what an idiot, dude. I'm gonna go on to the next person. Oh my gosh. Hey Tyler, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $40. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we some W's for Hey Tyler in the comment section for the $40? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I never catch the lives, but I wanted to support Jeep. Keep doing what you do. Yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I really appreciate that. W's for Tyler in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. W for Tyler. I really appreciate that. It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20,
What's your birth year?
2004,
One month?
August.
August 2004. Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Because he's cool.
What state do you live in? It's very unfortunate. Kroot, thank you for the $100 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate for keeping up. Parker, America needs the younger generations to stand up. Yo, can we get some W's for Kroot in the comment section right now for the $100 YouTube super chat? And Nicholas, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. My first YouTube super goes to you. We need more people like you. Yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And as well as Kroot. Again, can we get some W's for Kroot in the comment section right now? That is nuts. W for Kroot in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Kroot. Holy shit, I really appreciate that. Thank you. W's for Kroot in the comments. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Because my favorite color is orange.
That's wild. That's wild. Nicole, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Nicole. I really appreciate it. They said, hey, Parker, I've been watching you for so long here in Canada. I truly appreciate everything you do. You work so hard. Oh, let me make sure I get the whole message. Yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate it so far. Holy shit. Let me get the whole thing in. Oh, it's not letting me. It's not letting me see for some reason. Wait, what? Whoa, why did it just go away? I'll have to find it. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. It totally just cut off. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I didn't. But you're wrong for not being friends with Harry, man. He just get hoes, man. You mad? Harry be getting.
You do not know the story at all. But yeah, thank you so much, Nicole. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, I got you. I won't read the rest. Nicole, thank you so much. Thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Let's get this next person up here.
Parker, how are you?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31 years old.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm Canadian, so I didn't vote for him, but I support him.
Okay, okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Because I'm not liberal.
Okay. What's bad about being liberal?
Just don't like the way they think, you know, just a lot of them are transgender and they force their pronouns on me. I just really don't like it, man.
Do you have pronouns?
And, I mean, I just go by he, him, but like they like force this imaginary bullshit on me and I just hate it, you know?
You don't like pronouns? Yeah.
No.
Can you say I don't like pronouns?
I don't like pronouns.
You used a pronoun. I also think you're a troll. This next person up here. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Stop being a female because Harry get hoes and be friends with him. Harry just gets a hoes and you need to be.
You referring to women that way shows exactly what your thought process is. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's get the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm just wanna say that you're doing a pretty good job. Keep going.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? How old are you?
Did you say something, brother? I'm 21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump? What's your birth year actually?
Well, 2003, August 16th.
Okay. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I just like the direction he was going with the country better. He upholds more Christian values than Kamala did. He was more for the working class, and yeah.
Have you already been
Like
on
the
live before?
tariffs. Have I been on the live before?
Yeah.
I've been on. I think I've been on someone else's, like one of you guys. I know you're all the same, but I think it was one of the other ones.
People are saying yeah. You've been on my live, so let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How you doing? 22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I indeed did.
Why so?
Well, he was obviously the better candidate. I mean, Kamala was obviously not even voted in. Kamala was not even voted in by the people. So, and
Okay.
I didn't.
Yeah, Kamala was.
That was against the Constitution of my eyes. And how was she?
Wait. I know
Man,
you.
stop! Oh my God, man! Please stop snitching in the chat, man. Please! Oh my God!
I had a feeling myself. To be honest. I had a feeling myself. It's like, wait a second. Yo, it's a
Keep going, Parker. Your eyes are as beautiful as.
Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Because I have like issues with like people basically forcing their pronouns, putting men and women sports, you know.
Yeah, well, we can't talk about the second thing you brought up, but for the first thing that you brought up, in terms of what's it called? The pronouns. Can you say I don't like pronouns?
I'm okay with like normal pronouns, not like weird stuff though. Like Zer, Fafer, like what is that, man?
Okay.
Like some people want to be called a tree, bro. Like tree self. Like.
Okay. I'm asking you a question. Do you have an issue with respecting trans people's pronouns?
If it's just like, let's say, you want to transition into being a woman and you want to go by like she, her, that's like fine. But like some people just have like.
Can you tell me what specifically you disagree with in terms of Kamala Harris's position?
Well, like people like like tampon Tim, also want to put like tampons into the washroom. Just her basically. The people surrounding her.
That's just for anyone who's menstruating. It's not specific to like boys' bathrooms. It's for anyone who's menstruating, has access to menstrual products. Do you disagree with people who are menstruating having access to menstrual products?
Why does it need to be in the boys' bathroom?
It didn't have to, right? In the bill that you're specifically mentioning, it didn't have to be in a boys' bathroom. There are only 2 places in Minnesota that actually did that, right? But that you didn't have to do that in order to comply with the law. In order to comply with the law, you just had to have menstruation products available to people who are menstruating. Ewan, thank you so much for the 20 Canadian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Would you ever consider debating Canadians? Yeah, we have a federal election coming. I have heard about that, and I don't know. I mean, I don't know as much about Canadian politics as I do about American politics, but I've thought about it. Go ahead.
Okay, if people like need it, you can put it there, but like just don't put it around like kids. Like stop trying to like
put what around children?
Like tampons around like boys.
Why? Are like they scary? Are they bad?
No, it's just like because you're trying to like indoctrinate them and give them like this
with tampons.
Yeah. Like, oh yeah, like
can you tell me how tampons are indoctrinating the little boys?
What do you mean? Okay. Well, tampons, it's like for menstruation, it's for periods, right?
You're gonna. Oh my God, they're gonna know what tampons are. We cannot let them know what the tampons are. They don't need to know that. I promise you. Like, if they knew what tampons are, we would not have a functioning society.
Okay, it doesn't need to be in the boys' bathroom. Also, like,
Dude, again, I just told you based upon the law, it didn't have to be in the boys' bathroom. It was specifically that people who are menstruating have access to menstrual products.
It will be put there. Like, they're gonna put it there.
No, not in every. No, actually, practically every single school except for 2 did not have that. Pillar, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you for our boo. I'm a spooky tampon.
Bro, what? Why are people so weird about this? Okay, whatever.
Boo! It's a tampon. Ooh. A tampon. Ah!
Stop being weird. So we can't talk about sports.
Oh no, we can't. TikTok doesn't allow us.
Bro. Okay, fine. Also, just one thing, like, if you like, would you want Kamala to give money to Palestine?
Yeah.
Why?
Humanitarian aid.
Okay, but like, why do we need to give it? Like, they aren't our ally. They aren't like.
Because they were funding the bombs, and they did fund the bombs that literally destroyed their land. Do you agree with the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians?
What do you mean ethnic cleansing? Just like making them
The
move?
forceful removal and then no right to return.
Well, it's if you want to. Okay, if you want to say it like, let's say some of them are being moved to like I don't know, like Egypt, Jordan, like that.
That's ethnic cleansing. Yes.
I don't agree with it, but like I'm not gonna if like Israel's doing something, I'm not gonna like go give our taxpayer dollars just so like
But
Palestinians.
Trump wants to own and control Gaza in the long run. You have money for that. You have money for
Well-
invading our allies and possibly using the military to take Panama and Greenland, and then turning Canada into the 51st state. So annexing our allies. We have so much money to spend on all of these sort of things. We have no
To
money.
be
otherwise.
honest, Canada should be grateful that they're getting to be a part of the U.S.
I have a question. What state do you live in?
Pennsylvania.
What time is it?
11:24 p.m.
What's the capital of Pennsylvania?
Harrisburg. Bro, why are you asking me like
You
random?
you sounded Eastern European.
Oh, okay.
Omega, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Anyways, but yeah, like we're going. But Canada should be grateful that they're a part of our country. Well, if they get
Canada is
annexed,
not a part of the country.
Well,
Secondly,
it's not, but I'm thinking if they get
it would make it worse. It would make Canada worse because they would have less access to healthcare. Yo, James, thank you for the $25 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said, hi, I'm a trans man and I have cerebral palsy. Thanks for standing up for people like me. I think it's pretty cool, especially because you're so young. I'm so proud of you. Yo, thank you so much. Can we some W's for James in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, James. That is incredibly nice of you. W's for James in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. W's for James.
Anyways, where were we? We just interrupted. You just made me like lose a train of thought.
Yo, Golden Coast. Canada, yeah, Golden Coast 32. You said Parker is so clueless sometimes. Can you accept that request?
That's pretty accurate.
Okay, name one time I was clueless. But first, let me thank Cassidy. Cassidy, thank you for the $50 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much, Cassidy. Let's get some W's for Cassidy in the comments. For it's so strange to me that menstruation is gross/weird to men. As a 24-year-old woman who does not menstruate, I'm glad the necessary products are in all bathrooms. Yo, W's for Cassidy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Cassidy. Really appreciate it. Plus, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
No one's saying it's weird or gross. I'm just saying
Seriously.
don't put like let's say.
Wait, can we go back to how you said that like tampons are like brainwashing the youth?
I didn't say it's brainwashing. I said why would you put like female menstrual products? And, like you're basically telling boys to basically go become trans.
What? No, that's not. Wait, if you saw tampons as a little boy, would you go become trans?
No, but I'm just saying it's trying to.
Do you think your friends would have gone and become trans?
No.
Do you think anyone in one of your classes would have gone and become trans?
Well, somebody actually in one of my classes did become
Illuminati,
trans.
think of the $2. They didn't become trans, they were trans. Now, what you're not acknowledging is that people go through incredible levels of social stigma and societal stigma because of the fact that they're trans. So please explain to me, one, why you think someone who's trans would go through that societal stigma given that they could choose not to. They laughed, by the way. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me? 35.
Did you vote for
How old are
Donald
you?
Trump?
Yes.
Why so? And can you, there's some echo. Is there a way you can fix that? The Essence, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I was about to say $2 Canadian dollars, but thank you. It's not. It's $2 US. Thank you so much. I really
Is that
appreciate
better for
it.
you?
Yeah. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Every man should own tampons for anyone who may need them. Wait, based position, based. That's so real. That's so real. Yeah, wait, like I should have asked him, like, do you not put like tampons in your bathroom. I'm like, bro sounds like he just doesn't care about women. Like, so real, dude. I'm like, you don't care about any of the women in your life that could possibly in your bathroom. Conservative Flash, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I like his policies. I think that, I mean, I liked his policies enough, and so did Kamala Harris. She tried to steal half of them, so.
What policies?
No tax on tips. He came out with that first, and then she decided to follow up with it.
Well, Bernie Sanders had that before Donald Trump. So did Donald Trump steal it from Bernie Sanders?
No, he didn't steal it from Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders talked about a concept of, remember, we talk about concepts, a concept of a no tax on tips, but he never actually came out with a policy platform on no tax on tips.
Does that matter?
Yeah, it does matter. He didn't even really get a chance to do a policy platform. You know, he got, sidewhacked by the Democratic Party.
Did Donald Trump steal it
thanks to
from
Hillary
Ron
Clinton.
Paul because Ron Paul did put it in his policy position?
No, and why don't I?
But
what
Ron Paul had it had it way before.
Okay, what I find interesting is you have to have people message you to
Sorry,
give
not
you
Ron Paul,
talking
Rand
points.
Paul. My bad, Rand.
Yeah, exactly. You have to have people message you to give you talking points on this live, but you can never debate, independently without a computer screen.
Who's messaging me?
You. I'm very aware of what you guys do in the background.
What am I doing in the background?
Like I'm very aware you don't have an economics degree. You haven't graduated yet.
What makes you think I haven't graduated yet?
I mean, listen. Are you going to say on this live right now that you have an economics degree?
Yes.
What year did you graduate?
2024.
2024 from what university?
I can't say. Marie, thank you so much for the $10.
You can say. I know your first and last name, so I can check with the university if they have.
Yeah, you can go ahead and you can.
I'll check with the university and see if you graduated.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what university did you graduate from?
I'm not going to tell you my university that I graduated from, but I did.
Why not?
I did.
You're a public figure. You've held yourself up as a public figure. Why do you not hold yourself to the same standard that you hold other public figures up to?
Do you want all your personal information on the internet?
Parker, your personal information has been on the internet for quite some time.
I understand, but I understand there's gonna be certain things I can do to prevent any other private information from coming out on the internet, right? And I still want to.
Everybody knows your first, last name, your date of birth. That's why I'm asking
James,
you.
Thank you for the 4
Why
pounds.
is it so hard to say?
Not everyone knows that.
Why is it so hard to say where you graduated from? If you graduated from there, you should be proud of where you graduated from. Why do you dislike your university that much?
I don't dislike my university. I'm just not going to tell you.
I just think it's interesting. We've had this issue with Harry Sisson where he was lying to people. You went out and said you don't believe in that. I'm asking you what university you graduated from because you and I had a debate on a live.
Can you tell me your social security number? Can I hear your first job, where it was located? What's your zip code?
Wait, why?
I need to be clear that you're a U.S. citizen. What's your zip code?
You know I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm here on this app. I obviously don't sound Middle Eastern.
No, wait. Middle Eastern.
Parker, don't run away from this conversation.
Someone can sound quote unquote Middle Eastern and still live in the United States. I just want to clarify
Parker,
that. Blake,
don't run away from the
thank you so much.
conversation.
As well as Stephanie, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Stephanie. The fact
Parker,
that you don't believe
you have an economics degree,
dude. I actually.
So why can't you say where you went to university at?
How about you just question my knowledge? How about you ask me
I don't need to question your knowledge. I'm asking you where you were credentialed at. Where did you get an economics degree?
I already told you. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to tell you.
Then, as of right now, you have none. If you cannot tell everybody in the world where you went to college, you're a public figure.
You said you had proof that I was still in college. Not only did you not have
Parker,
proof that I'm quote unquote still in college, right? But dude, it's an insane claim for you to come up on my live and tell me.
Stop being a child.
Stop fucking unmuting yourself. I'm gonna keep muting you if you keep doing that. Shut up, dude. I'm cutting you off because you're literally on my live telling me I don't have a degree when I literally have a fucking physical degree that I can look at. Okay? What the hell are you talking about? I went 4 years of school, dude. Leave me alone, dude. I don't care if you believe that I have an economics degree. I don't give a shit. It's not that big of a deal.
Okay.
If you think that I don't have an economics degree, if you don't think I have an economics degree, I don't give a fuck.
Why are you muting, bro? Are you crashing out?
Because you're not listening.
I am listening, but I think it's fair to ask public figures if they make a claim that they have a degree, where did you go to school to get your economics degree? I think that lends credibility. So you could tell us where you went to college at the very least. It lends credibility.
Do you have a degree?
Your birth date, your first and last. Yes, I do. Your
Where'd
birth
you get
date,
your
your
degree?
first and last name, the University of Florida. Your birth date,
University
your
of Florida.
first and last name.
What year did you graduate?
Literally everything about you.
What year did you graduate? Sorry, I accidentally muted you again. That was an accident.
Thank you for that. So I think it's fair to
what
ask
year did you
public
graduate?
figures. I already said, I've said it 3 times now.
What year?
I graduated in 2014.
Okay.
So
was
what
your GPA?
university? If you're gonna ask me my information,
What was your GPA?
Oh man, Parker, my GPA was a 3.68. I'm asking you,
What were the names of all of your professors?
Parker.
I don't believe
okay,
that
how
you
about
took
this?
classes
I'll make
with
you a deal,
professors unless you
Parker.
tell me the names of
I'll
all
make
of
you
your
a deal,
professors.
Parker. I'll make you a deal. You've asked me all of my information.
Give me every single name of every single professor you have, the name of the class,
Parker,
right? The particular
Parker,
number
you're
of the
just
class
showing-
ID. I need to see everything.
You're showing everybody you don't have a degree right now and that you're lying. And I think if you're associated with Harry Sisson, which you are,
I'm not. He's not my
you are
friend.
so-
Leave me alone. You keep doing that, I'll just kick you from the
you're
line.
associated with that entire thing. If you're going to kick me and not tell anybody
I am
where
going to
you went
kick you because you're not engaging in any productive dialogue. You came on my live telling me I don't have a fucking economics degree when I do have an economics degree. It's a ridiculous statement. You
And
can
yet
question,
you will not-
you can question my knowledge on the topic. You can say, do you know this? Do you know that? In order to be able to find out if I have an economics degree, right? You cannot sit up here and ask me for private information when I've told you multiple times and established a boundary multiple times that I'm not going to share this private information. Okay? Is it clear to you that I'm not going to share this private information?
Okay, I'll make you a deal. Since you asked me all of my information and I shared it, that's what you wanted,
Only
right?
reason I asked is because you particularly brought it up, and I was just trying to show that you wouldn't show all that private information. You won't tell me every single one of your
Bro,
classes. You won't tell
why
me the
are you-
times you had
why are
classes.
you muting me?
You
I
won't
was
tell
not
me the
talking.
professors that you had. You're talking over me right now. You won't tell me the professors that you had. You wouldn't tell me anything in specific like that because you don't want to give up
Okay,
all of
name
the
one of
private
your
information.
professors. I've given you a lot of info. Name
I'm
one
not
of your
going to name
professors. I've
anything.
given you a lot of info.
My point is that I'm not giving you any private info. The claim is that you need to give up this private info. My claim is that I'm not going to give up private
Why
info.
is a public
Stop asking
university
me.
that you attend?
Stop asking me for private information. If you continue to ask me for private information, I will kick you off of my live stream. Stop asking me for private information.
Is it a public university? Then it's not private information, bro.
For
I
all,
don't
for
see
all
why
you
this
know,
is so-
for all you know, I went to a private university. Okay, so be quiet.
I'm 1,000,000,000% sure you didn't go to a private university.
I did. I'll say
You've
that to you.
talked about this on live
Cassidy,
before.
thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Cassidy, thank you so much. You've watched all of my lives. You know everything about me. You're such a fucking insane
You
person.
and I have debated before. You and I
should
have
kick you out of
debated
the live.
on this live.
I should kick you out of the live for that. Wasting my time, dude. Seriously, you get up on my live and the entire time you're like demeaning me, saying that I don't have an economics degree for no fucking reason. I don't care if you believe I have an economics degree. I really don't give a shit. You know what's about you?
But like, I'm not gonna.
Hello?
Like, dude, what is that? What was the point of that? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's get this next person up here. I cannot believe people. Kieran, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for the $50. Thank you so much. He said, what's your social security number, Parker? I know, crazy, right? Thank you so much, Kieran. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's for Kieran in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Kieran. Yo, Tara, thank you so much for the Leon. Thank you so much, Tara, for the Leon. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Tara. What's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Taxpayer dollars, just so like.
Hey, you have a background noise. Go fix
Hello?
it. You have background noise. You have background noise. Thank you for the TikToks. Thank you so much. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, Parker. I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
Honestly, like makes me sleep better at night. You know.
Why does it make you sleep better at night?
Sorry, I have the Lucy story.
That is a wild thing to do on the stream. That is such a wild thing to do on the stream. That's actually unfucking believable. That was diabolical. That was diabolical. That was diabolical. Brandy, thank you so much. I appreciate the let butterfly. Chat, it really just caught me off guard, but he should be embarrassed. That's actually like crazy. That's crazy, dude. Yo, what's up, Paladin?
29.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Honestly, he's not perfect by any stretch of the imagination. I'm a single issue voter, and his laws on EB align the closest with my personal opinion and stance.
Okay, here's my question. Do you think abortion is wrong in the first trimester?
Yeah.
Why?
Because I believe the right to life supersedes the right to bodily autonomy.
Okay. Do you think there should be vaccine mandates?
Do I believe there should be vaccine mandates? No.
Okay.
I believe you should have the choice. Would I go against, vaccines for my children or my child that I just had? No, I wouldn't. But if a parent doesn't want to do that, I guess it's their prerogative.
So you're totally okay with like restricting bodily autonomy to save human life when it comes to abortion, but you're not okay with restricting bodily autonomy to save human life when it comes to vaccine mandates. That's a very interesting position you have there.
Can you explain the correlation between the two?
Restricting bodily autonomy to save human life. I gave you the explicit comparison.
So your statement is that because I believe that you shouldn't push vaccine mandates on people, or the government shouldn't push a vaccine mandate, then I shouldn't believe in an AB mandate?
I'm saying I'll make it as clear as I possibly can.
Yeah.
You think it's okay to restrict bodily autonomy to save human life when it comes to abortion, but you do not have that in order to. You do not have it in the context of vaccine mandates. And for the person in the chat saying this is a fake Parker Live, it's not. I promise. This is literally my main account right now. You can click on my main account.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've never thought about it like that. So I guess for logical consistency and to progress the argument, then maybe I'll agree with you in theory.
You might agree with me in theory?
Well, I'll agree with you in theory, not on personal.
What is that supposed to mean?
I mean, so here's the thing. The right to life supersedes the right to bodily autonomy because the fetus doesn't really have an ability to defend its bodily autonomy, right? So I believe, like, for example, if I was to fall asleep tonight and not be unalived in my sleep, I've lost the right to bodily autonomy because I lost my right to life, right? Whereas living day to day, you only have bodily autonomy because you have a right to life.
I think this is nonsense.
Well, you'd have to show me where bodily autonomy.
You could have a right to bodily autonomy without a right to life. Like I can foresee of a circumstance where you don't have a right to life and you still are living, and you still have the right to bodily autonomy. Like you can.
Well, give me an example where the bodily autonomy could exist without the right to life.
Everyone has the right to choose what they want to do, but like the right to life is just not protected.
So
I'm
give me an
confused.
example.
What example would you like me to give you? Like I'm confused.
Well, you made the statement that you could have bodily autonomy without a right to life, right?
Yeah, what's the
right to bodily
contradiction? You would have to
autonomy.
provide the contradiction.
No, because you counter my claim by making a statement of fact that you believe that you could have bodily autonomy without a right to life, and when I
if someone doesn't grant it under their position, They don't grant right to life under their position, but they can grant right to bodily autonomy. You'd have to tell me the contradiction between those. I don't know what your argument is, though.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. All right, well, then you can have somebody else. I'll request up maybe another time and with a better formed argument.
Sure. Your account was unfollowed on my TikTok. I'm not on my main account right now. I got banned on my main, and I don't want to risk it again today.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How's it going? I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why'd you do that?
I just think, he's the better option with Kamala, and I also like some of the policies he's bringing in.
What makes you think that he's the better option?
Well, under Biden, the country wasn't flourishing, and I think that we could definitely be in a lot better spot.
Under Biden, you said it was not flourishing. Why so?
I mean, we're heading into almost a recession, and you know who set us up for that, so.
Trump?
Well, he just got in the office, so.
Yeah, but he still did like tariffs and stuff.
Kind of hard to put a country in a
I'll think
recession.
of the $5. Thank you so much.
4 months.
And yet he still did it. And it's only been 2 months.
Yeah, so I don't know how that would happen so quick. Like, it's
Thank
almost
you so
like
much,
we're
Evan.
already in a shit spot, and we have to get out of it.
Yeah, because of Trump. I like how you
No.
always want to blame Biden even when he's not in office.
But he just got in 2 months ago.
Okay, and were any of these problems existing?
Yes.
Like what?
Inflation going through the roof.
Inflation has gone up since Trump came into office.
Yeah, but that's going to be for a short period of time. Well, in the long run, it's going to help us, actually, where
Not true.
with Biden, it just kept going up over the years. It never
Not
was
true. It went down. And it only went up because of global inflation. It had nothing to do with the Biden-Harris administration and policy. If Trump was president, there still would have been the inflation.
I mean,
if
well,
not more.
Trump's also just doing
Nicole,
better
thank you for the
things.
$2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
He's
I actually have
also-
no clue. Ariana, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you.
I mean, he's also changing.
Oh, thank you
things
so
with
much. Yeah, I know.
executive
People won't know
orders.
that. And Miranda, thank you so much for the $1. And then Ariana, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. Yeah, but that's so nice. Thank you so much.
Trump's restoring freedom of speech, and he's ending federal censorship. I mean, that sounds like good things to me.
Okay, so he said he's ending censorship. You know, he advocated to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag. He called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles in the Constitution. He wanted to limit certain media sources from being able to, literally speak out about certain things. I can talk about a million things.
I mean, what about he's trying to unleash more American energy and actually put us in a better spot with the environment and energy?
Put us in the better spot with the environment? How's that?
Well, under the Biden and Carter administrations, they were passing shit for
The Biden and Carter? Hello?
well, executive orders from the Carter and Biden administration. Yeah,
Why'd you bring up Jimmy Carter? What world are you living in?
It's not Jimmy Carter. What?
Who the fuck is Carter? Who's Carter?
Well, it's a fucking Biden was trying to fucking bring this back, and now Trump's trying to fast track.
Who's Carter?
Projects. Don't worry about Carter.
Did you fuck up or
I mean, I'm reading it off a website that's a valid source, so that's why. I mean, you're kind of fucked, but
you read it off a website?
No, but it's a valid fucking. You can't argue against it. Why would?
What website did you read off? Did you read off ChatGPT?
No, what the fuck?
Show your screen right now.
All right, bet. What? Fuck you trying to press me for? This is a fucking valid.
Who the fuck
I
is Carter?
can't.
Carter, bro. Jesus Christ.
It's literally on fucking Trump 2025 executive orders.
Yeah, of course you looked it up. Nicole, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much.
But why can you not argue against it? When someone brings up something valid, you can't argue.
I have a question. Do you think that you should be able to, when someone dies, right, take the organs out of their body without their consent? After they're dead, should you be able to harvest
Once
their
you're
organs?
dead, what is the point of you?
Oh, so
Are you gonna come back and resurrect, or?
So you're totally okay with just harvesting anyone's organs?
I mean, first off, where's the fucking thing to do that?
No, I'm asking you, are you okay with just harvesting dead people's organs without their consent?
I don't think that's gonna happen. So
I'm asking you if you would be okay with that. And Justice, think of the $5 for who the hell is Carter.
I mean, I'm actually an organ donor, so you can harvest my shit. Go ahead.
But for anyone.
Well, there's a reason why you can choose to be.
Okay, so you think that you should be able to choose, right? So you think there should be more rights for dead people than women?
No, not for abortion. Abortion's a different topic, my brother.
You think there should be more rights for dead people than women?
There's ways to have safe sex. It's called birth control. It's called
and I bet you never have. So
condoms. Didn't your girlfriend get deported? So I know you're fucking using your hand. That's it.
That is a crazy fucking statement. Jesus Christ. That is an insane thing to say. No, my girlfriend did not get deported, but you saying that because she's Mexican is fucking gross. That is such a disgusting fucking thing to say. Jen, thank you for the $2 Thank you. That is so fucking gross. Yo, what's up? How old are you? What a fucking weirdo, dude. What a weirdo. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, your girl is a beaner, bro.
Dude. So disgusting. So disgusting. So disgusting. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? 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 Can you hear me?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, why so?
Say that again?
Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I just think that he put us in a better economic place. I think it'd be ignorant for anyone to say he's a perfect person. I don't agree how people idolize him. I think the fandom's a little weird, but I do think he's going to put us in a better economic state. I mean, he's proven to have done it prior. I think what he's doing now
One economic policy of
production.
Sorry.
Say that again?
Can you name one economic policy of Donald Trump's that you like?
Yeah, I do like his tariffs. I do think right now, obviously, we do see a bit of inflation, but I think it's important because it's bringing more domestic production back to the U.S., which I think is what we've been lacking in a lot in the last couple terms, and it is kind of.
What specific tariff policy?
For example, I think the new one that he just implemented with implementing whatever tariffs are implemented on our products going into their country, doing the same, matching that. I think
not true. Are you? Oh, never mind. I understand what you said now.
Yeah, I'm talking about his
reciprocal tariffs.
He just.
So do you disagree with the tariffs in terms of like the 25% on Canada, 25% Mexico, 10% China?
Not necessarily. I can see where people can see the fault in them, but I do think it's important to reestablish our dominance as an economic powerhouse. And I think, like
Tariffs
I said,
don't do that.
it's bringing domestic production back to the U.S. in return, bringing us back to that initial.
I just want to let you know, tariffs, right? Although they increase domestic manufacturing, they decrease the overall amount of jobs in the United States because plenty of American businesses rely on aspects of their production process that come from countries around the world, whether that be labor, material, right? Plenty of different things that they rely on as an aspect of their production process. So you'll completely destroy entire industries, right, in this country that rely on aspects of the production process that come from other countries.
But I think
Miranda,
if we
thank you
focus
for the $1
more
for
on
love
the
from March.
resources coming
Lindsay,
from-
thank you
I
for the
think
$15. Thank you so much for putting it towards flowers for your girlfriend. Absolutely, I will. Kim, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much.
But I think if we focus that more on the resources and what we have as a country ourselves, I feel like putting our hand in what we have in other countries, involving ourselves and bad economic trade deals and all. I feel like it's put us in a bad position. And with Biden
So what
and
trade deals put us in a bad position?
I guess I'd have to come with a better like
You don't
written
know?
out argument with like actual with like actual points and stuff like that. I am not going to go on the internet and search up for them, and I can't really give
Steven,
you
you
more.
think of the $5. So if you don't know what trade deals, then why'd you bring it up?
I can understand where you're coming from. Like I said, I was questioning doing this because it's kind of sudden, and I'd like to have kind of something to go off of. But I mean, you could just see it in Biden's term. Everything was up. Inflation was at its highest. I mean, right now, like I said, we're dealing with inflation, but it's not even on the levels that that he introduced to our country.
How did Biden cause inflation?
First of all, shutting down the pipeline and getting oil from other countries killed our entire
Wait, the
market.
pipeline from other countries, the Canadian pipeline that you would have tariffed?
Yeah.
It was never produced in the first place. It was only 8% developed, meaning that like it was in even transporting any oil. Plus, it was tar
Okay.
sands,
I gotcha.
which doesn't even relate to like stuff used in the context of oil, for
No, yeah.
for gas and stuff.
I understand where you're coming from. Honestly, like like I said, I was questioning doing this, but I've been watching stuff. I just wanted to maybe learn a little bit, try to debate, but I would like to come back and with a better debate and something I could go off of. I do appreciate your time, and I do appreciate everything you're doing. Have a good night.
Okay, for sure.
Of course.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm only 14 and I love you so much, Parker.
Appreciate you. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, Corey, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Corey. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Corey. Let's get some W's for Corey in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Corey. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, hello? Yeah, I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, in fact, yeah.
Dude, what is your profile picture and your name?
I just think that he's just like an amazing, messiah. So
You think that you're a messiah?
no, Trump is the messiah. Yeah,
You know that's just not true, bro.
I'm sorry, I love you, bro.
That's crazy. That's just a crazy statement. That's just a crazy statement. Grace, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Grace.
Hello.
Thank you for the nice words. And Mary, thank you so much for the $25 for this is for you and Marge. Take her out for a drink. Celebrate your love and your degree from your from none of your business. Yo, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
28.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I sure did.
I feel like you're trolling. It's so funny because like there was someone that that messaged me that literally like went to my university that was like literally in one of my classes that was like laughing because like they know that I literally literally they know that I was like in school and already graduated. So it's like really funny that like they saw that. They saw like literally someone being like, "You don't even have a degree." It's really fucking hilarious. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Literally, someone messaged me that went there. The thing is, like, I didn't have like a lot of friends when I went to school because I was like super socially anxious. So like I barely talked to people unless I had to. So like it was probably not very common for people to recognize me there, especially. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Literally, yes, literally. Hey, Chad, thank you so much for the confetti. Literally? Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, alrighty. Again, Corey, thank you so much for the $20 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much, Corey. I appreciate it. W's for Corey in the chat. W's for Corey. Keys, thank you for the hat mustache. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
My son.
I'm just kidding. I voted for John Pork. Call.
Let's get this next person up here. I'm glad I'm not the only one that notices how much Parker says literally and like. I do all the time. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me?
How old are you?
I'm 57.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
So why did you vote for Donald Trump?
There were a lot of reasons. I would say the first one would be the economy.
What about the economy?
Well, the past 4 years, the inflation hiked, and then all the excessive spending that was being done by the government caused a lot of issues with the market.
Okay, so you said spending, and then you also said inflation.
Yes.
I got you. Okay, so in terms of spending, Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, $4 trillion more than the Biden-Harris administration, 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, which is 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. And then also in terms of inflation, what did the Biden-Harris administration do to cause inflation? Quite frankly,
The excessive spending and printing of money.
printing
There are
money.
more
So printing money is not.
$100 bills that were printed under the Biden administration than any other administration.
That's just not true. Actually, there was more money printed under the Trump administration. If you look at M1
But
and M2,
not $100 bills though.
if you look at M1 and M2 money supply, it went up more under Trump comparative to the Biden-Harris administration. Secondly, they don't literally print money. That's going to be the Federal Reserve that leads to the printing of money, which now is just like they digitally create the currency. So like that's not even the president. If you want to reference like debt-related spending that literally would have led to that, then you should reference like the literal more debt-related spending from the Trump administration comparative to the literal Biden administration.
No, what I was trying to get to was
I got you, YouTube. YouTube, we're back. Sorry, everyone. Thank you on YouTube. I appreciate it.
I've heard this conversation before about how Trump spent more money than Biden did. Okay, I get where you're going. I've heard this conversation before about how Trump spent more money, or there was more debt with Trump. But if you looked at yearly, minus the COVID impact, he only was like 1.2 trillion a year on deficit, whereas with Biden it was almost 1.7.
Yeah. So the deficit, actually, some of those deficits that happened under the Biden-Harris administration were from things signed into law under Trump.
Well, explain that to me, because
for example, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was in effect under the Biden administration, and that added debt-related spending. Yet that was signed into law under Trump. Natalie, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think so once I have. And then Zoe, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Zoe. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Ken, thank you so much for the $15. Peter with the $50. Thank you so much for treating your girlfriend to a nice dinner. I absolutely will, Peter. Thank you so much. Keep some W's for Peter in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. And then Hannah, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Don't worry. Thank you. Go ahead. You were saying?
Well, what I was saying was the amount of money that was spent under the Biden administration. I understand some of that carries over. It carries over from one administration to another, like within the first year or so. But you have to look at the fact that everything was shut down when Biden came in, and everything was kept shut down for an extended period of time. So I know that that impacted supply chain globally. I fully understand.
I thought we're not the supply chains, and that's why we need to increase domestic manufacturing.
I'm sorry?
I thought we weren't the supply chains, and we're the only consumer base. So like I thought we were the ones that needed to increase domestic manufacturing because we had none.
Well, yeah, but there was really no increase in domestic manufacturing under Biden.
You said that there was actually a faster. Yeah, there was a faster manufacturing increase under Biden.
Okay. My sector is consumer electronics. And I can tell you right now, there are more people who lost their job under consumer electronics under Biden than under Trump, or actually even under Obama.
So you said that more people lost their jobs under Biden. Okay, so that would be specific to a certain industry under your experience. If you look at the overall stats, right, again, more domestic manufacturing jobs were added under Biden because of things like the Chips and Science Act.
Okay, now you understand the Chips and Science Act actually caused Singapore, I'm sorry, Seoul, Korea, to increase their productivity by 40%. They actually invested over, I think it was $30 billion in their own manufacturing, which does have a significant amount of the chip market. So when the Chips and Science Act was actually implemented, which is not going to actually take in effect until 2026 or even 2028, because it
Full
takes a
effect.
lot of
Full effect. It
manufacturing.
takes a while for us to increase the domestic manufacturing. Yes, but I'm
That,
saying
that
that
is
the
true.
rate of increase in domestic manufacturing was because of the Biden-Harris administration due to the Chips and Science Act. Not saying that all of the manufacturing jobs from the Chips and Science Act come within 1 year. It's going to be a trend up over time.
That's absolutely true. But at the same time, a lot of that money also went to, like the military, went to NASA, went to a lot of other companies, or a lot of other industries, not just chips and science. So a lot of that money that was supposed to be invested was not necessarily for uh, consumer electronic manufacturing or chip manufacturing. But what it did do was it initiated it sparked our competition to invest more money in their own current manufacturing to offset what's going to happen in 2026, 2028 when the other factories come on.
Okay, so you're saying that like even though we're going to lead to an increase in domestic manufacturing, other places around the world are going to have a fast enough time to be able to respond, or enough of a time to be able to respond to it. That's not going to have a
That,
meaningful impact. Is that your view?
but what I'm going to say is the only thing that's really going to impact that, and you're going to probably take this down a rabbit hole, is going to be the tariffs.
No, okay. So again, I like how you're writing off the effect of the Chips and Science Act, but you're not writing off the effect of tariffs. Actually, the Chips and Science Act would have a greater likelihood of being able to increase domestic manufacturing jobs because it's specifically targeted at the increase in production or jobs. Whereas, like with tariffs, it's not specifically targeted towards that. Okay.
No,
So if you want to
I
increase domestic manufacturing, you're not going through the correct mannerisms of doing so.
no, I agree with what you're saying. It's not going to have an impact on domestic manufacturing for till mid or later in Trump's term. I understand that. But what I'm saying is at this point in time, Trump can initiate tariffs on these other chip manufacturers to prevent them from trying to flood the market, which therefore would cause the impact of the Science and Chips or Science Chips and Science Act to be minimized.
They wouldn't minimize the effect of it, right?
Well, if
So,
they flooded the market, it
so
would.
listen, because it is the case that you would have an increase up to a particular extent of that manufacturing anyway. So it would still have the same effect. You're just saying in terms of percentage of overall global manufacturing of chips. Is that what you're referencing?
No, I guess what I'm trying to say is right now, if they do not increase the tariffs, then what they could do is flood the market because the electronics industry is starting to grow and boom, and it has actually for the last actually
Anthony,
the
thank you for $2.
military
I have
side.
not. I'm really
But
confused what you're trying to argue against me right now. Like, are you saying that we
okay,
should do tariffs alongside the Chips and Science Act?
okay, what I'm trying to say is let me back up here a little bit. From my experience with electronics manufacturing, a lot of it went offshore in the 90s. Okay. And a lot of that manufacturing, for instance, in Alabama, which is where I'm from, if you can't tell by my accent, there were over 28,000 people that were employed in North Alabama. And when all that went offshore, that went down to 3,700 people. Well, it's gradually gone back up to about right around 10,000 people now. They're projecting with the impact of some of the Chips and Science Act, and along with some of the stuff that's going on in the military complexes, that there's going to be right around 20,000 by 2026, 2027, which means it's going to be improved manufacturing. But at the same time, our competitors are trying to offset that to prevent them from that work going offshore. We want to increase the tariffs to keep them from preventing or from flooding our market.
You're talking about targeted tariffs for certain types
That's
of
exactly
domestic
right. Yeah.
manufacturing. No one, the Democrats aren't disputing targeted tariffs, right, for certain industries, right? We're disputing the blanket tariffs. Louise, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much.
Well, I think tariffs have to be looked at from a targeting standpoint. I mean,
Okay, well then
you
you
can't
agree with the
discriminate.
Democratic position.
I'm sorry,
Well then you agree with the Democratic position.
but I think that's what Trump is doing.
No. He's advocating for blanket tariffs on Canada, on Mexico, on China.
He's using that as a negotiating tactic. If you haven't noticed, it seems to be working pretty well. I mean, did you see what they signed today with Hyundai?
What do you mean? I'm confused.
Hyundai signed a contract for a $5.2 billion investment in Louisiana to have steel manufactured here for Hyundai and other products to be sold, manufactured, and built in America to eliminate tariffs. And on top of that, that's going to increase the manufacturing in Alabama, other states, and even Georgia and Tennessee that build automotive product.
So are you saying we shouldn't impose the tariff? We should just use the tariff as a threat?
That's exactly what he's doing.
Okay, then if you're just saying we should use the tariff as a threat, well then doesn't the threat then lose its value once like you do it a few times?
It depends on what you're using it for.
Well,
I mean, some countries,
like if they know that you're not actually going to oppose it and you're just threatening it, well then they're just not gonna they're just gonna call your bluff.
No, he the thing is Trump will implement it if they don't agree.
Okay, well then that's bad.
Well, if they don't agree, yeah, it could be bad in the short term.
Wait, say that one more time.
It could be bad in the short term.
What could be bad in the short term? Like the prices?
Yeah.
Yeah,
In other words,
and it would be bad in the long term because it's not only just a price decrease; it's also going to impact American jobs. It's going to impact, what's it called, taxation, like where it's implemented to. Like it's going to shift the burden of taxation. It's going to harm GDP.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Sarah,
well,
thank you for $5. Thank you so much.
And here's the thing: once the consumer sees that impact, guess what they're going to do? They're not going to go to product A; they're going to go to product B, which does not have the tariff.
I understand, but that product's going to be more expensive. That product's not going to be
No,
as
no, no. Product
high
A
a
will be
value.
more expensive. Product A will be more expensive because it's coming from that country that's being
Now it will be
tariffed.
more expensive, but less expensive. It was less expensive prior before the tariff implemented.
That's true, but if they wind up agreeing to the tariffs, to where it becomes our trade deficit doesn't continue to escalate like it's been doing, then that will help the consumer at the end
I
of
don't,
the
I don't think
day.
you understand what a trade deficit is. I have a trade deficit with my grocery store. That doesn't mean that I think I'm getting ripped off by my grocery store.
Well, okay, explain that then.
My local grocery store, right? There's a trade deficit between me and my grocery store. Because I'm giving them money and they're giving me goods. Does it make sense?
Right. But if I'm paying too much for
And they
those
get
goods,
profit.
then that deficit starts to increase. That's like if I choose
Wait,
to go
you
to
understand? You
if I choose
understand
to go to
that that's not
Walmart,
necessarily a
instead of
bad thing.
Aldi.
That is a completely misunderstood point, right? Trade deficits.
Wait. You just said. Hang on one second, please. You just said if my local grocery store, I'm buying goods from them, that's my trade deficit. I understand that because I'm buying a product and I'm receiving a product, right?
Yeah,
I got that.
they get a profit off of me getting that, but that's the
Exactly.
point of them providing that service. They
But for
provided
instance-
labor.
But for instance, I can go to Walmart and get the same thing. I can get it going to, say, Kroger's, and Kroger's is more expensive. Why wouldn't I go to Walmart? I'm going to have a trade deficit either way, right?
You want
based
to
on your based on your analogy, right?
I'm confused. Yeah, you go to. It's
well,
not based
wait
on
a
the
minute,
trade
wait a minute.
deficit. It's based upon. It's obviously going to be based upon like whatever you get, like the value you get out of it, for how much you pay.
Okay, an egg is an egg, all right? But if I can get an egg at Walmart for it, I'm just going to simplify this, okay? If I can get an egg at Walmart for $1 a carton, but if I can get the same egg at Kroger for $2 a carton, where am I going to get my egg from?
You're going to get it from the cheaper place if it's the same quality.
Exactly, right. And if that cheaper place is working with me on my pricing, I'm going to continue to work with them as opposed to working with Kroger. And then Kroger has the opportunity to come back and say, now, wait a minute, I can offer you a better egg. It's not going to be $1, it's going to be $1.20. Then I'll make a decision on the quality of the egg and what I want.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Yeah, I understand, but like what you're not getting is in terms of like It's about like what a particular country does. It's whether or not they supply
That's
goods.
but
Listen. It's whether or not they're a consumer of goods or whether or not they're a supplier of goods.
okay,
Okay,
but
that's what trade deficits are about because they're about imports and exports.
you're
Do
right.
you understand that?
Yeah, you're right. I understand
Okay,
that because, but you simplified it by saying local grocery store. So I'm using your analogy to say that Walmart is, say, England, and or say Mexico, and Kroger's is England, right? What's the
you're
difference?
saying we could be buying it cheaper. That is for the market to determine. What you're not understanding is that you're saying that like, oh, people within the market could make better choices about what country they buy their particular goods from. Okay? If they could make better choices, well then wouldn't they be doing that within the market like you just claimed?
Well, they are, but the problem is that Walmart's prices are just as high or higher or equally high as Kroger's are right now.
Well then how are you making a point by saying that there could be lesser of a trade deficit if we got our goods from a different country?
Because again, I'm using your analogy. If Walmart had agreed to our trade
You're not
terms,
though. What other
well,
alternative do we have?
I am, Parker. I said if Walmart agrees to our trade terms, but Kroger does not, which means we impose a higher tariff, which means the consumer is going to be impacted more.
Yeah,
Therefore,
negatively impact. You're going to hurt our consumers. You're going to hurt their companies. You're going to start a trade war. You're going to decrease the size of the stock market. You're going to decrease the size of the GDP. You're going to hurt American businesses all because you just want to fuck around and play trade war. Okay? You don't understand what you are playing with when you're doing trade wars. You don't get the effect that it can have on an economy, on production lines, on industries. You have no clue what you're fucking with.
okay,
Most
let
goods
me
you
ask you a
have,
question.
some aspect of the production process comes from a country around the world. Okay? So if
Well,
you're going to tariff everybody, if you're going to try to renegotiate terms with everybody and have a trade war with the entire world, right? Well, then what you're going to do is you're going to have the entire world against you and you're going to harm conditions for us in the future. Because inevitably
okay,
we fucking rely on stuff that comes from other countries, and that's just a fact of reality. We live
well,
in a society, and that society also has countries around the world that produce goods and services that then flow through our markets.
no, I've never said that we cannot be a standalone country and provide everything for ourselves. I understand that. I've worked in Brazil, China, Mexico, India, Hungary. I worked all over the world in my industry. I fully understand that. There are some key products that are only can be manufactured in certain areas. I fully understand that. So don't tell me that I don't understand when it comes to trade and environment and impacting the economy and impacting jobs. I fully understand that.
No, but do you
So
fully understand like the negative impact that it's going to have on our
dude,
GDP,
I just
on
got
our
through. I
stock
just got
market,
through.
on the American workforce, on production lines in the United States? If we do
Dude, I just
blanket
got through
tariffs like what Donald
explaining to
Trump is
you.
advocating for, I understand that you want to do targeted tariffs. I agree
No,
with
no,
you that
no,
we
no.
should do targeted tariffs. That's not what Donald Trump's advocating for.
No. What I'm saying is, you just got through saying that I don't understand that. I just got through explaining to you what transfer of product and transfer of jobs does. I explained the actual impact that I went through with people that I know. I mean, I told you how the loss of jobs, the loss of equipment, the loss of technology from the 90s all the way up to now in the electronics industry.
That I'm not saying
So,
that that's not the effect of a tariff.
no, actually, it is. All that stuff was transitioned offshore because we wanted to build it, manufacture it cheaper because it was costing too much
No,
money to build
because of the
here.
market.
But,
Are you against the market?
okay, when you say market, are you talking about the stock market or are you talking about the consumer market?
Global consumer market.
Okay, no, I'm not against the consumer global market because I've been in that for 30 years.
Okay, well that you're putting restrictions on those markets.
Well, you should.
You just
There
said that you
should be.
didn't want to restrict it.
No, I didn't say that. What I said was, I said there are some things you cannot build in other places, but there are a lot of stuff that can be built globally.
I
I mean, I
understand,
know
but
that.
like the idea of the market is that it would be happening if it was profitable in the United States. Bella, think of the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Bella. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
No, I agree with that. I mean, I agree it should be cheaper if we could build. I mean, if it's not going to be as cheap to be built in the United States, I understand that. But there are ways it can be built in the United States by improving processes, eliminating regulations, eliminating all the. I'll just give you an example. The EPA guidelines, like ISO 14,000 right now, that's used for the automotive industry, is choking manufacturing because of all the restrictions and guidelines required.
Okay. Is your position here that like net positive tariffs are net positive?
I think it's targeted. It has to be targeted, and I agree with that. I mean, you can't
Okay,
just
but
blanket
I don't think
anything.
that's Trump's doing though. Like, so again, my
Well, I
point
mean, but
is that like net. If you look at his overall policy, like the universal tariff policy, or even at what he's implemented so far, right? Do you think it net positively impacts us or net negatively impacts us?
well, I think right now the conversations are having because I don't think he's actually implemented any tariffs yet. I think there's been a threat of implementing, which is actually postponed because they continue to have negotiations. So I don't think he's actually implementing anything, which is part of the act of the deal or the art of the deal. I mean, the thing is when you have those conversations, you get the people that are like, what was that? That bank. I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of it. They're gonna invest $500 billion in the United States in manufacturing, and then
Apple.
you have Hyundai who's going to build. Who's going
They
to
always say that.
Well,
Apple.
yeah, I know, and I understand that the impact takes years before you start seeing any kind of ROI. I fully understand that. But I'm saying the point is you're bringing it in. You're getting it in here. Once it gets in here, it's a little bit more difficult to transition it offshore again. Once you invest all the requirements and all the necessary support required to build those
Yeah,
facilities,
but like but
to
like there's not
train
going to
those
be a
people.
continual push for that. You're not understanding.
Well, that would depend on the government that's going to be in place at the time. Then you either continue it
The
on.
issue with the tariff is that you only get the impact in terms of the increase in domestic manufacturing while the price has been increased, right? Or you also like you're creating an incentive for production outside of America in other countries that you don't tariff. So like there's other countries around the world that have seen an increase in domestic manufacturing because they're just instead of going to China, they go to a country right next to it. Right? Like
Right.
you're not tariffing every country, so you're not actually like, limiting them from leaving America.
Well, that they want to sell their product over here, you are.
No, because you haven't put a tariff on that country.
But that's what I'm saying. It needs to be targeted. You can't just make a blanket.
Do you think that there should
Again,
be
talking
tariffs
about
on all
again.
these countries?
What I just say. I said you have to target it. Now, for instance, like you could target it by industry, which is what he's doing with steel, which is what he's doing with
That's what the
automotive.
existed with the Biden Harris administration. Both those existed for the Biden Harris administration.
Okay, well then why did the industry start laying off people then? I mean, why did he? I mean, even Amazon was laying off a shit ton of people during
Because
that time.
that is the natural trend in the economy. And although you're implementing tariffs, and although you want to stop this from happening, the tariffs are only a band-aid. The blood is still bleeding.
Okay, what? Well, then,
You're still losing blood.
Okay, you're
The band-aid's not preventing the bleeding if it's a huge gouge, okay?
okay. Then, well, I mean, you obviously have a lot more experience than what I'm trying to relay to you. So, explain to me how you would offset that, how you would make it better. Don't give me what Biden or whatever them doing. What does Parker do?
It's how the market responds. It's not how I'm going to respond. You understand that as an aspect of the market, and you create social services to ensure that people have a safety net. That's what I think.
Oh, wait a minute. So you're telling me you create social services when you say social services? You're talking about
You create
unemployment.
social services so that people can literally go into other sectors of the economy where they're going to have a higher opportunity cost.
Okay, define social services because now you're talking
Unemployment
about
insurance, healthcare, education,
right.
childcare,
So then
housing
you encourage
affordability.
people not to get a job.
No, I think that it still encourages people to get jobs. I think it would encourage people to get jobs at actually a greater degree because it actually allows people to have the basis to get a job. People need homes, right, in order to be able to apply, right, in plenty of circumstances. They need an address to be able to apply in plenty of
I think
circumstances.
we're just going to go in circles here because I mean I don't mean to. How can I say this without coming across being rude? What is your work experience? Real world work experience.
This.
This TikTok,
Mm-hmm.
where people send you money through PayPal. Okay, so Parker, I hate to say this, my friend, but in the real world, it don't work like that, my friend.
Work like
It
what?
doesn't. It doesn't work where. Uh, Again, I'm trying not to be ugly, okay? But it doesn't work like you can sit here and try to explain to people how the market works, how the industry works, and you've never had any experience. You've never felt the
I
actual
studied
impact.
economics.
Okay, dude, dude, I have a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering. So what? They don't tell you what they call
So I'm not going to be able to
FTW.
explain economics if
No,
I
no,
have
no,
like a
no, no,
degree.
no. What I'm saying is it doesn't tell you the real world
It
impact.
does, because you can study it. You can look at the empirical effects. You don't have to experience it yourself. You haven't experienced every
Oh
market
my
mechanism.
God.
If you think you've experienced every market mechanism, then you are
No,
deluded, totally
no.
deluded of reality.
So you're telling me you're going to have a formula that's going to be able to compensate for every market
No,
value, or every
you
market
can.
deviation?
It's not just a formula. It's also theoretical, right?
Right.
Like there's
Which
theoretical
means it's
concepts that you
theory,
have to
which means it's
apply.
not actually, which means it's theory. It's not been implemented, and it's not been in practice.
Theory is based upon what occurs within reality. It's explaining what occurs. Do you know what theories are?
Yes,
Theories
I
are
do know what theories
explaining
are.
reality. We compare theories based upon levels of evidence you have to support certain theories, based upon the explanatory power that you get based upon certain types of theories, right? And how it's going to operate within the real world. Obviously, theories are going to be relevant in describing the real world. That's what a theory
Right,
is.
right. But it's not going to give you all the variations. Are you familiar with Six Sigma?
Huh?
If you know electronics, or you know economics, you should be familiar with Six Sigma. Six
Actually
Sigma, like
I can't even hear what you're saying. Sorry.
Six Sigma.
No, I actually don't.
You know what that is? That's a quality metric. Okay, which is a metric tool that's used for a lot of industries and a lot of practices, and as a lot of it's actually
Six
used in
Sigma.
accounting as well.
Well, okay, you can use sigma as a placeholder for plenty of different things within the context of economics, right?
Mhm.
Like that's just like a placeholder typically.
Mm.
That's like a if you're talking about like within a formula, it's like a placeholder, if that makes sense.
Okay.
That's how at least it's used in this context. I don't know what you mean by an
Maybe
economic
maybe because I'm
indicator.
not
Like I haven't
maybe,
seen that.
maybe because I'm not
There's no message.
economics major, but I'm trying to give you my experience. Six Sigma is a tool that can help you define a manufacturing process for making improvements, but it does not give you every possible variable. They teach you Six Sigma when you're in school. You have to understand
For
the real
economics,
world variability of the actual impact of what you're trying to implement. I mean, maybe economics is everything is cut and dry. It's one, two plus one plus two equals three. But I don't know.
I don't think you're understanding economics. I was just describing to you like market mechanics, and you're like you can't describe to me market mechanics if you haven't like lived through it. Like you've lived through every market mechanic. Like that makes no sense. Like
No, I
no
didn't.
one's lived
I
through
did
every
not
market
say
mechanic. Also, by that same
right.
definition, you're saying economists who've only worked within the context of economics because they haven't had any other type of job can't describe to you how economics works. Like that's just
Okay,
a ridiculous standpoint.
let me ask you this question. Everybody that taught you what you know from economics, did they write that formula, create that base at your age?
Did they create it themselves?
Yeah. When
No.
they no, they were able to develop that once they got experience, right?
What? What are you talking? They didn't
Never
create
mind. Never
the
mind,
stuff
Parker.
that
We're,
the
we're never
stuff that I
we're
learned
never
about economists and like theory. None of that was created by any of the professors that I had. They all
No, I'm not
report
talking
on
about
things like economists have done, or like things that have happened in history, or like certain types of market operations or mechanics. They didn't create the entire class from scratch themselves.
no. That's that you're not understanding what I'm trying to explain to you. I'm not explaining it well. I apologize. What I'm trying to get to is, like, for instance, in manufacturing engineering, okay, or electronics manufacturing, there are formulas that are used for uh, GD&T, which is measurement and devices. Okay, that was determined over experience gained. Okay, the formulas and techniques that you use were developed how?
Like they're developed by economists.
Right, but where did they get their experience and knowledge from? How did they create it?
Based on like theory, right? And like studying economics and data.
In application, right?
Yeah, like seeing how things have affected the real world, and then
Right,
using certain
exactly.
types of
Yeah.
intuitions to
So
describe that.
Right. So you just said exactly what I was trying to get you to understand is you have to understand the real world implications of what your theory actually means, right?
Okay. Then
And
can you
how
can
and
you
how
give
it's
me
applied. And
can
what
you
the,
give me any
it's a
study that
cause and
indicates
effect.
can you give me any study that indicates Donald Trump's tariffs will be effective for the economy or any of Donald Trump's policies will be effective for the economy?
Well, I can tell you that right now, until 1912 or 1918, I think it was, everything was not built. All our income and everything was not built off income tax. It was all around off tariffs.
Did we have Social Security? Did we have Medicare? Did we have Medicaid? Did we have
Now we didn't have
unemployment
that. We didn't
insurance?
have a lot of
Did
that.
we
We
have
didn't have a lot of
Wi-Fi?
that.
Did we have the internet? Did we have modern society to the degree that we have it today? No. So I would prefer living in today's society than living in the early 1900s. I don't know about you, but I think that the governmental structure of today is heavily more preferable than that.
I, I'm not saying that technology has not advanced us to the point to where tariffs are not useful or detrimental either way. I think you have to look at it like we were saying initially. It should be targeted.
Okay. All right. I'm really not understanding where this
Right.
conversation can
I'm
go from
apparently
this.
not explaining it right either. I apologize for that.
I mean, like we've already gone over this point of targeted tariffs. That's not the MAGA position. Like, and I know that you want to keep saying that, but like that's literally the Democratic position.
But I don't represent all of MAGA. Why do you think I represent all of MAGA?
What I'm
I'm,
saying though is
I'm
that
up
if
here.
that's the
I'm up here
Democratic
talking to
position,
you.
then if that's a Democratic position, then why is this the reason why you voted for Donald Trump? That's what I'm not
No,
understanding.
I said I voted for Trump because of the economy and even some of the other
Yeah, but like
things.
what you brought up about the economy in terms of tariffs, right? You agree with the Democratic position on.
I, okay. You need to bring somebody else up here because I think I'm just this is kind of a waste of time. And I apologize for that, but I don't think we're going to get anywhere here.
I mean, I can try something else if you want to do something other than economics. We can talk about January 6th, right? We can talk about, like, in terms of how Trump tried to undermine the democracy. We can talk about him being held civilly liable of sexual abuse. We can talk about the Constitution, like how he tried to undermine the Constitution. Want to talk about any of those?
No, man. Once you can bring somebody else up, that's all right, bud.
Okay. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Maddie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Maddie, I appreciate it. Thank you. Got you. Thank you so much, Maddie. I really appreciate it. This next person up here, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh my god, I'm at work. I'm so sorry.
I can't hear you like at all. They're like I have no even clue. They're like outside. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Oh, why so?
Well, before we get into it really quick, you don't think it's right if you debate someone and they call you like, let's say, homophobic slurs, like using the G word. You know what I mean? If you're debating someone, they sit there and say, "Oh, you're so G word." You know what I mean? We can condone that, right?
Condemn, you mean?
Yeah, condemn.
Right,
You get what
like,
I'm saying?
like someone making fun of someone for being gay?
No, not necessarily. Say me and you were debating, right? And just say the whole time say I was losing the debate and I kept calling you the G word. Wouldn't that be
Why are
used
you?
as
We condemn homophobia here. I'm confused what your point is.
No, but I'm saying that, but you agree with that statement though.
Do you condemn
if you're
homophobia?
debating someone, of course. But no, what I'm
Then
trying to
what are
get
you
at is
asking me?
what I'm trying to get at is if you're debating someone and the whole time say you're losing, and then they say, "Oh, well, you're acting so G word." Isn't that homophobic?
You're acting what? Say that again.
So say me and you're debating, right? And say that I'm upset or something like this, and I go, "Oh, Parker, you're acting so G word." Wouldn't that be like a homophobic slur?
Yeah, if you're making fun of someone for like being gay, yeah. If someone
But
who's
say the
gay was
person's
like,
not
if
gay
someone,
though.
what do you mean?
So just say like I'm
Are
straight.
you like
and
trying
say,
to get me with something right now? Like
No,
I'm
no,
confused.
no, I'm
Like
not. I'm trying to.
here,
I'm
can
trying
I
to.
make it explicitly clear? I condemn
Yeah.
homophobia. Is that clear?
Okay. Okay. And then if you're debating someone and they say, "Oh, man, you're just acting so
If
gay."
you're making fun of someone for being
Mhm.
gay, right? that is homophobic.
But what if they're not home? But yeah, okay. That's all I wanted to get at.
Why did you just randomly did you debate Donald? Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I did. I was just curious because I was debating someone else who was a liberal, and the whole time they kept saying, "Oh, you're acting so gay. You're acting so gay." So I wasn't sure if that's like normal and stuff like that.
What? I'm confused. How so? Like, what was the context? Like, that sounds like it. If they were making fun of you for being gay, that sounds like that's homophobic. What? They weren't gay. I'm confused.
No, I'm saying if they were calling me gay as like a slur, like I was saying as if you're
If they,
so
yeah,
stupid.
if they were making fun of you for being gay, right, and they were saying it as an insult, right, then that's absolutely homophobic.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to get at. I just thought that was interesting though.
I'm confused.
But
Why did you randomly come
but
up
that
here and
was
ask me that? I'm so confused.
because you're like I would say you're like the leader of the the TikTok kind of debaters. You know what I'm saying? Like the little gold standard. You get what I'm saying?
Why wouldn't you say Dean is?
I mean, I don't know. I'd just say but yeah, that's all I was trying to get at, man. I appreciate it though.
Okay. All right.
Oh wait, real quick,
I'm the
quick
leader.
question.
Wait. Were you like debating someone and you were like, "Ha, I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you out for this. I'm gonna get Parker to say this."
I mean, no, but I just wanted to make sure that it was like that's like a pretty normal standard thing. I didn't want to sit
Yeah.
there thinking I'm wrong or
if you
something like that.
yeah, if you insult someone for being gay, that is absolutely homophobic.
Okay. Next subject, really quick. What is your thought right now with the Democratic Party? Do you support AOC and Bernie trying to run for 2028?
I don't think Bernie's gonna run, but I support AOC. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's all I wanted to get at.
We wish we could have had Bernie. You know. Sorry. There we go. Yeah. We have a Bernie flag.
I got you. All right, man. Well, you have a good night. Take care.
You too.
All right. Peace.
Erica, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Stephanie, thank you for the $2. I'm the leader. Is crazy. I'm the leader. What the fuck? Calling me the leader is diabolical, okay? That is actually diabolical. That is diabolical behavior. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Y'all are funny. You are the leader. Chat, I'll join my other account back. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Hello? All right, everyone. I should be live for... Wow, we're almost to 4 hours, actually. I might get to 5 hours. Max. I don't know if I could do any more than that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Erica, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Erica, thank you. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. Erica, thank you so much for the head mustache. All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21 years old.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
What's your definition of woman?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, I was wondering what your definition of woman was.
I'm not going to answer any questions unless you answer my question. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Why are you running from giving your definition?
I've been on a Jubilee debate with literally 27 million views on YouTube that has my definition of
Yeah,
woman.
I heard what you
If
said. It was
want-
gibberish.
If you want to literally look at that, you can go look at that. I asked you a question. Did you vote for Donald Trump? I don't know why you're violating.
Yeah,
my
I asked you a
boundaries.
question also.
Gabriel.
And that question is supposed to prompt up a debate, Parker. Come on.
Gabriel, I'm literally hosting the live. This is my live. I'm asking you about the topic that you came up here to debate. If you're not debating the topic, I kick people from the live. People can't just come up here and ask me any question if it's not related to this, right? Like what? Are you okay? Do you have any
Yeah, but that would
concept
be a
of
substantive debate, though.
Do you have any concept of boundaries, Gabriel? Are you a human being with a concept of boundaries? Is that possible for your like little brain to like fucking comprehend? Do you know what boundaries are, dude? Jesus Christ.
Well, I'm telling you
Unmute
that
your
I could have a
microphone
good
and tell me
debate on
what a
that
boundary
topic.
is. What's a boundary? Gabriel, what's a fucking boundary? Define to me right now what's a boundary.
Tell me what a woman is first.
No, what is a boundary?
No, tell me what a woman is.
Okay, Gabriel, I'm gonna kick you from the live because you are just completely insufferable. Again, go to my YouTube video with 27 fucking million views on YouTube where you can watch it again. You just said it was gibberish for no reason. Having a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms is not like a incoherent view. That is literally a totally coherent view. Totally coherent view. You gave no refutation, yet you knew what the definition was. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Just saying it's gibberish does not mean it's like that's not a substantive response to what I said at all. Like actually. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
14, but I love you so much, Parker, and we love you, Marge.
Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
This is Eli. Yeah, 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I didn't. But
MAGA supporters have concepts of boundaries. Concepts of boundaries. Gabriel's in the guest box again. And their bio, by the way, is radical progressive, by the way. I just want to clarify. Gabriel, in your bio, you have radical progressive. Yo, what's up? How old are you? You are not radically progressive with your understanding of boundaries, Gabriel. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Jesus Christ, what's up with the profile picture? That is nuts.
What? What's wrong with it?
What state do you live in?
Arizona.
No, you don't.
I'm a dual citizen. Yes, I do live in Arizona.
What time is it?
It should be
It
about
should be.
9:40. Yeah, I'm living in Australia right now.
It's
I
9.
did vote
Really?
for.
Really? What's the
I did
capital
vote in
of
Arizona though.
what's the capital of Arizona?
Phoenix. My residence is in Maricopa County.
You only know what Maricopa County is because you saw about the election and like the election claims.
What?
Shut the fuck up. Name me.
What do you
name
mean?
Name me 2 cities within Maricopa County.
Phoenix and I don't know. No.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Gabriel, how obsessed are you with me?
You want to debate now?
Are you obsessed with me?
No, I want to have the debate.
Join my guest again like a little good boy, okay? Yo, what's up? How old are you? You know he will too. You see, that might get him to go away, Chad. That might get him to go away. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so? Oh, wait, are you driving?
No. I am legally, so you don't have to worry about that. I have my headphone in.
You are what?
I have my headphone in, so I am legally
driving?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not asking about legally. I'm asking for the TikTok guidelines. The first thing he did was lie to me, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's just clarify. In order for him to join my live, let's just clarify. He had to have like looked at his screen to be able to go find my live and then literally hit multi-guest, right? You would think so, right? And it sounded like he was already driving, so it's like... Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you.
The amount of screenshots is diabolical. Diabolical, okay? And the whisper, too. The whisper. This is so funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, what's up? I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Of course I did.
Why so?
You didn't? Why not?
What state do you live in?
Arizona.
No, you don't. Fuck off.
Yes, I do. I do. You have to.
I just don't even believe you. I'm sorry. I just literally don't. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Paige, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Erica, thank you for the $10 for being the leader. Doris, did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello? Okay. All right, chat. We are at 4 hours on the live right now, but we are having a hard time getting a debate up here, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 31.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but I just think Dean's the leader.
Wow, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. The disrespect is unbelievable, okay? What is up with the... you know what? I'm going to text Gene right now. I'm going to say, bro. You know what? I might tell Dean to catch the smoke right now. I might tell Dean to catch the smoke right now. Let's see if he'll do it. I asked Dean to catch the smoke right now. Let's see if he responds. Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much, Erica. Let's see who can be the leader, chat. This is for being the leader, okay? He better respond. He better get on. Because I will absolutely dog walk the Dean team dream team. It will be just a dream for them to win in the future. I promise you. I promise you. That's the one thing that's true about that team is that it's a dream for them to win because they never do. I promise you. All right, don't worry. Yeah, I will. Let's see if he dodges. Quite frankly, he might dodge. Quite frankly, he might dodge. Let's see what he says. Let's see what he says. Wow, dude, he dodged. He dodged. He just, you know, had to have cooked something right before, you know? You're good. Dude, he's running away, chat. Look at him. Look at him. He's running away. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. Is he cooking steak? Yeah, let me ask him. Appreciate the hat mustache. Is it steak? Almost. And he said, yep. Show us. Lol. I'm trying to get him to show us the steak.
Hello there, Parker.
He cooks steak
How
all the
are
time.
you?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 48.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Can you name one Donald Trump policy that you like of his?
I want to be the president, though, but they won't let me because I wasn't born here.
Yeah, we might be getting to a point where it's like the live might be at the point of no guests. No guests here, no guests there, no guests anywhere. It's just trolls, okay? Jen, think of the hanging lights. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next person real quick, everyone. Yo, Christian, thank you so much for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat for Parker versus Dean Cookhoff. Dean would low-key destroy me. Push that mustache. I'm not going to act like... Oh, shit. He said, look at that beautiful shit. He spelled beautiful wrong. It does look pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. It looks really good. It looks really fucking good. Jesus Christ, dude. Dude, it looks so good. Holy shit. Holy shit. All right. I think we're at a point where we're not getting any more guests. Push that mustache. What do we do, Chad? Do we keep trying? Or what do we do? What do we do? Chef Dean for him. Should we keep trying? Look who's back, chat. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. We've actually done them before. If you look at Parker versus Dean debate, you'll probably see some. What's up? Welcome back.
Hey, Parker. Hey, I sent you a link in the comment section.
I can't click on links on comment section. It doesn't let me.
I mean, I sent you just a location of where there's a Six Sigma for economics, and it actually explains how you can use Six Sigma, or what they call Lean Six Sigma in economics. That might help try to explain where I was coming from. If you want to read it, it has a book in there, has a report. It's from the Industrial Economics Systems Engineering website.
Quality control methodology businesses used by businesses to reduce defects and improve processes. It's a cycle of improvement. So you kind of referred to it wrong.
No. I said it's used to develop your process and create improvements and reduce waste and scrap.
What do you mean?
What I'm saying is that I was trying to get you to understand where I was coming from when I said you're talking about making improvements and actually looking at real world impacts. Six Sigma, or Lean Six Sigma as it's referred to in economics in the industry, uses real world impacts on economic theories. Hang on one second, I think I could tell you. Yes, the Institute of Industrial Systems Engineering. Man, I'm pretty sure there's others out there if you wanted to. You got to look at it. I'm just saying that I was trying to get you to understand my mindset because I'm a mechanical engineer and you're in economics, and I've got a lot of experience where a lot of the theories that I was taught in college actually you can't be applied in the real world because of all the variables.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
All right, man. I just wanted to send that your way, bud. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the time. You've been very polite too. I have to give you that, man. You've been very polite. I appreciate that.
No, you as well. Appreciate you.
All right, buddy.
All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates.
Hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, and I regret it.
Oh, based. Eku, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That makes sense. That makes sense. Alrighty. Appreciate the dragon claws. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Yeah, chat. It might be at the point where I needed to like hit a restart on the live or something. because I don't know if we'll get any more debates. All right, it's not adding them. Let me try the next. Yo, what's up? How old are you? What the fuck? What the fuck? Let's get this next person up here. I'm gonna hit a restart if it doesn't work anymore here, or maybe we'll try to join someone. We'll see. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Let's go.
All right, let me check and see if I can do something to fix everything. Do something to fix something. Dude, it's so brutal at this point. It's so brutal at this point. We just hit the same guess. Yeah, maybe we'd hit a restart on TikTok. Josh, think of the $5. I'd recommend everyone go over to my YouTube live right now. Everyone go over to my YouTube live right now. Leah, think of the $5. Thank you so much. Everyone go over to my YouTube live. I would recommend that, to be honest. I think that it might be. I'll think about what to do. I don't know what to quite do because I'm not getting gas at this point. I'm really not getting gas. Try new topic. Fans up. I'll hit a restart, and if we can't get debates, then I'll probably do Q&A. We'll hit a restart, everyone. I'll be right back. I'll hit a restart on this account. I'll be right back, everyone. Go onto my YouTube, Parkergetajob, everyone. All right, everyone on YouTube, give it a second. People are going to be joining in. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. I really would appreciate that, seriously. Right now, I think we have... Let me check how many likes we have. Let me check how many likes we have on the stream. We have 1,600 likes. Let's try to get to 2,000 before we end it tonight, everyone. I would really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. 80%. 80%. Alrighty. Alrighty, everyone. On YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. Do make sure to like the stream. Everyone, do tap that screen. Do share the live, everyone. We can maybe try to get like 1 or 2 more debates going for today. I got 50 minutes left on the live maximum. Is there anything I could react to on YouTube, everyone? If anyone can like let me know some like stuff I could react to on YouTube, I'd love to. Like if it doesn't work here, I could do that. Thank you for reminding me to add my main account. Thank you, thank you. Dean on MSNBC. We already reacted to most of that. What do I do? Cat video is crazy. We can't watch Jubilee. We'll give it a second for people to join up. We'll see. We'll see. What new Jubilee dropped? Jubilee. Oh, the real man versus trad man. Whatever. Or, I mean, the fucking trad man versus woke man. The Sam Cedar one's pretty big. Chat, I don't know if I'm gonna join people at this point. If I were to join someone, I probably would join Santana, to be honest. But yeah, we'll see if we can get a debate. If not, I'll either join Santana, or I'll what's it called? Or I will just like react to something. Any debate videos that I've just dropped, everyone? I can look at MAGA debates. MAGA debates. We'll see if we can find anything. We'll add up people as well we wait. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. 48.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I wasn't able to vote, unfortunately. I was only meant to become a citizen on Wednesday.
So you are a citizen?
I would have been, but I had to testify in an assault case against a gentleman that was doing nasty thing to women. I'll be picking up my citizenship in a couple of weeks. I had to defer it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Life gets complicated, unfortunately, sometimes.
Wait, so like you're against abusers, right?
That's why I was testifying in court, yes.
And why did you want to vote for a guy that was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Well, that's not the reason. I'm a stand-up comedian, and this guy has made my job so much easier. I mean...
Johnny, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He said, I'm quite a bit behind on the stream. Six Sigma is like the college degree to middle manager boomers. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
28.
Did you
so
vote?
I'm not driving. Okay, I'm driving now. But
I'm not driving. I'm driving now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
However, check what Harry just posted on X. You're gonna want to see it.
Yeah, I saw. I was pissed. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. I think we just have the same guest box. I might just decide to join Santana. Liv, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Yeah, sometime I will with a Q&A. Yeah, probably maybe here within the week. I'll try to do sometime. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
Well, I'm a Christian and I'm more conservative socially, so I just aligned with him more, to be honest, on like social issues.
Okay. Like what?
Like abortion, I guess. That's just one that comes to mind. Because she made it like a big thing of her campaign to like bring that back, like the Roe v. Wade laws, which like I'm just against personally.
Wait, say that one more time.
I said, so it was kind of like a no-brainer for me just because like she kind of like, campaigned on like restoring Roe v. Wade, which like I just was not like for, to be honest, because that's just like against my beliefs.
Okay. So where in the Christian Bible does it say that abortion should be illegal?
Well, it never directly like says that straight up because like it didn't even exist back like when it was created, but it says in Jeremiah, before you were in the womb, I knew you, implying that like God knows, like implying that like God knows all people, like even like before they're in the womb, like implying that like you shouldn't like kill them because like he like has a relationship with them beforehand, like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it should be illegal.
I mean, like, yeah, I guess, but like it makes it pretty clear that like he probably wouldn't want that.
Okay.
Why? And that's just my personal beliefs. Like,
Here,
I'm not.
Should you do as God does?
Yeah, as a Christian.
So if you should do as God does, well, then that means that you should, right? What's it called? Not restrict women's access to abortion if God does not restrict women's access to abortion.
Well, I mean that wasn't like even an issue or like something that like you could get back when the Bible was written. So like, what do you expect?
An abortion?
Yeah. Isn't that like I could be wrong? I could be wrong.
In Numbers, it says that you should get an abortion when it is the case that a woman cheats on a man that she's married to. and gets pregnant.
Can you
Danny,
cite
give
that
me
verse?
$2. It's numbers. I'm pretty sure it's numbers 5.
Can you read it or no? If you don't want to, it's fine. I was just wanting to hear the context.
Give me 1 second. I got you. I'll read the verse. Numbers 5:11 through 31. Sorry, give me 1 second. Numbers 5. Give me 1 sec.
No, but Parker, I'm kind of confused right now. Like, weren't you just telling me it never says in the Bible it's illegal, but now you're showing me a verse where it says you're allowed to get it in a certain scenario? Isn't that kind of like?
No, it's saying you should get it in this scenario.
But I thought you said it wasn't mentioned in the Bible.
It wasn't mentioned that it should be illegal in the Bible.
But it is mentioned in the Bible, like at any point.
Abortion is mentioned in the Bible, but it is not mentioned in terms of it being illegal.
I actually didn't know that. Can you cite the verse, please?
Yes, Numbers 5:11 through 31. You can go read it.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't really have I can't read it right now because I'd have to leave the thing.
Write it down.
Write it down. I don't have it to write down from.
You have a piece of paper?
Yeah, I have. I can get a piece of paper, but yeah, I can get that. Yeah. But where am I reading it from? Are you gonna read it out loud to me? I don't have anything where I can get it from right now.
Numbers 5:11 through 31. Look at
no, I don't have a Bible on me. I couldn't just check,
Can you look it up?
Doesn't it I could be wrong. I thought I heard you say that. Isn't it mute you whenever you leave or whatever?
Yeah, but you can read it and then come back.
Okay.
Go look it up, read it, and come back.
Okay. Numbers 5:11. You said.
Numbers 5:11 through 31.
Okay, I'll look it up.
All right. Give him a second. Over in the meantime, do tap that screen, share the live. Yeah, chat. I don't know. It's getting brutal. It's getting brutal here. It is getting brutal here. Park, did you just start the stream? I did just restart this one because I've been banned on my main account earlier. Yeah, after this, I'll probably join Santana. That's my thoughts. Because I just don't think it's sending out. Either that or I will just react to something. I think I'll look up something to react to. I'll look up MAGA debates. We can watch an old Hassan Piker versus Charlie Kirk debate. Or some Charlie Kirk debate. Or someone dog walks him. That'd be really funny. Yeah. All right. Sounds like a move. Yes. A lot of people saying yes. All right. I'm down to do that. Honestly, should we just go over and do that? Doing a panel, not regular debates, that makes sense. Q&A and watch. Yeah, I'll probably do that. All right. Let's make sure. Let's go find a debate real quick. We'll watch. Oh, actually, no, we could do Charlie Kirk versus Sam Cedar. I actually have not watched that one. Is that an interesting one? Would y'all prefer Charlie Kirk versus Sam Cedar or Charlie Kirk versus Hassan?
Parker, I just finished reading it, and it never like I can see why you would think that, but like it never like actually specifies like a miscarriage or like any scenario with like a pregnancy in that. So I don't understand like where you're getting that from, to be honest.
It literally does say dirty water. Like it causes a miscarriage, based
It
upon
never
the.
where does it specifically say anything about a miscarriage?
What do you think? It says in the context. Are you saying that due to the bitter
I
water?
know. I just read it.
Made it.
I
Yeah,
you talk.
you didn't read it.
I know. I literally just read it.
Then it's like here, priest is on a curse. Then the Lord calls you to become a curse among your people and makes your womb miscarry. It literally says miscarry.
Hold on. Let me go back over.
21 through 22 says it.
21. Okay, I
5,
got you.
5, 21 through 22 says it. Okay, go read it. And then get off my live because you're going to read it there. All right, everyone go to my YouTube. I'll be on YouTube reacting to it. Go to my YouTube, everyone. Go to my YouTube right now. Go to my YouTube right now. I'll be on there right now reacting to the Charlie Kirk Hassan debate, probably just like the beginning parts of it. I'll probably go until 5 o'clock or 5 hours. Sorry. All right. Love y'all. Miranda, I will. All right, everyone. Go to my YouTube. Parkergetajob, everyone. We had 80% following. Great, dude. It didn't get better. All right, 1 second, everyone. Or anyone, y'all can tell me any other debate y'all want me to watch. It doesn't have to just be that one. Johnny, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. And then Grace, thank you for the $2. We've already watched the Dean versus Fuentes one. Hello, do y'all hear me? I haven't started playing it yet. I do have audio. We can't watch Jubilee. Sam versus Kirk, please. Okay, everyone, type 2 in the comment section if you... Hold on, I need to turn up my audio. Type 2 in the comment section if you want Sam Cedar versus Charlie Kirk. Type 1 in the comment section if you want the Hassan versus Charlie Kirk. And then type 3 in the comment section if you want Kyle Kalinske versus Charlie Kirk. Actually, I might just superimpose the Kyle Kalinske one. Here, I should restart. Let me restart everyone. Okay. Yeah, I didn't see enough people say Kyle Kalinske. I think most people were saying it's your live, bro. Low key. Yeah, I gotta watch ones people haven't seen, so let's do it. Let's start off with this. Here, we can watch the whole thing. Actually, a lot of people said Sam Cedar. I haven't seen the Sam Cedar one, so I might just do that one, actually. Where's the one with Sam Cedar? There we go. Wait, is it only in the right year? There's no way they only have it in the right year. The whole debate's in the right year? Are you kidding? Okay, I don't know if we can watch that. Just me? Yo, Johnny, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Johnny. I mean, I think he even admits it. He does that. And I mean, I have my critiques of Hassan, right? Especially, I mean, I even went through some of them. I actually was surprised to hear when I talked to him that he wasn't a communist. I was really surprised to hear that, actually. But yeah, Johnny, thank you so much for the $50 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Parker, put your light on. It's so dark. Is it really dark, everyone? Hold up, let me check. I have my lights on pretty high. If it's kind of dark, maybe I could kind of fix it. I don't know. Okay, all right. Here, I guess I'll just... Let's watch this. Let's watch this. We can watch both the highlights. All right. Window capture. Whoa. Oh, I'm not supposed to do that. I'm supposed to do it on the other one. There we go. All right, there we are. Okay, the audio is kind of bad. Let me find a better clip. Let's find a better. The audio is kind of bad. Yeah, we might just have to do the. Might just have to do the Hassan Piker one. Yeah, let's just watch this. Okay. Okay, I don't think it's a social democracy. Oh. Jenna, thank you so much for the $2 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Turn it up. Is it too low? I have it maximum. I had it maximum. Is it really? Oh, sorry, chat. I didn't even. My bad.
Conversation. Let's
I asked a very simple question.
No, we'll have a consensus on this first. Let me ask you a question, okay? Because this is like really improper framing, and a lot of people confuse socialism.
You said inherently exploitative. You framed the argument.
Oh, with capitalism, yeah, I did.
Okay, so that's and I rebutted that. So
how did you rebut that?
By talking about just because
by talking about like what small businesses. It doesn't matter. Every single business
Hassan,
still.
let me say one thing.
Norway,
Sweden, and Finland, according to the World Economic Freedom Index, are ranked higher than the United States of America.
That's actually true.
Is not socialist. They have less tax. They have lower taxes.
So that means that you can have
They do not have lower taxes.
socialism and yet still have
What did he just say?
successful businesses in your country. Thank you for proving my point for me. Why is it with the system when it comes to communism, but it's actually,
go from 40 years to 80 years in America for women and 76 years for women.
You're not answering my
Global
question.
poverty is at its all-time low than it ever has been.
But
It's
you're not
dropped below
answering.
10%.
You're not
That's the
answering
free
my
enterprise.
question. You're not answering. You're talking about
There is
something
not a
completely
singular
different.
person why individuals might die, unfortunately. However, what's going to stop
Oh,
that?
it's unfortunate.
Well, I mean, a lot of those, to his point, is if we're just taking associations like that, a lot of those increases or decreases in poverty are also associated with like government intervention, right? Whether it be Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. I mean, we can look at the decrease in poverty because of those social programs, but he's not going to mention any of those.
Unfortunate when they die.
Well, yes, yes, Hassan. Death is unfortunate.
Yeah,
Correct.
I know. I understand. But you
How
make
do you
it seem as
solve
though
these
they are
problems?
just a statistic.
How do you solve? So let's talk about healthcare in particular.
Okay.
Because a common critique of conservatives is that we do not have a plan for healthcare. It's quite simple. First of all, the idea that we do not have socialized medicine or a test case for it in the States is incorrect. The Veterans
Did you
Administration.
see the veterans? Oh God.
180.
Oh, that's terrible.
That was such a horrible argument. Like, I don't know why he's only saying VA is the only
$1
idea
billion
of
a year.
socialized medicine.
Spent trying to help our veterans. Hassan, let me finish.
Is he arguing to defund the VA?
$180 billion a year we spend trying to help our veterans, and they wait in line, they die in the clinics, the quality care is unbelievably low. You cannot say that the Veterans Administration is a well-run government agency despite us spending $180 billion a year trying to help our vets. We
How
have seen
disgusting
what's
that
disgusting?
you would send these young men and women overseas to go fight not you. I'm talking about
against your-
conservatives in general. Just conservatives in general don't mind sending these young men and women overseas to fight imperialist conquests that have nothing to do with protecting America or
I'm
protecting
against the Iraq
American
war.
sovereignty. Hold on, that's great. That's just one war, though. We're waging many currently. But then they come back, and the numbers have obviously increased. The number of casualties have increased. The treatment is drastically different than a regular pool of American citizens who aren't in the line of fire. How could you then turn around, not fund that system that we promised those veterans we would take care of them, not fund that system, and then use it as a talking point to say socialized medicine does not work? That is disgusting. So why is it cheaper?
Hassan low-key cloud there. Hassan kind of went wild there. That was a good one. That was a good point. Like, literally, like, yeah. He's the one advocating to defund these programs, and then because they're defunded and underfunded, right, they have these issues, and then they point to the issues, and they're like, haha, socialized medicine bad.
In other countries, Charlie, explain that to me. If it's not government price negotiations, why is it cheaper in virtually every other country? As a matter of fact, this is a ridiculous talking point because, like, conservatives have, for the most part, maybe not Charlie, but I am willing to hear your perspective on this. Conservatives, for the most part, have, like, completely decided that the whole regulation conversation is ridiculous and have gone so far as to say that we are subsidizing healthcare for the rest of the world because we are the most innovative nation when it comes to medicine. It's preposterous. Every other nation is able to do this, and these companies are still selling to them. Obviously, they're not selling out of the goodness of.
Why won't Charlie Kirk sit down like this with me, bro? Can we have an event where we sit down like this, bro?
Their heart, because there's no such thing. It's all profit.
Like, give me that chance.
Right? So
literally, like, if I had more than
they're
fucking
capable of
5
lowering
minutes
drug
per
prices here in
conversation.
the United States as well. But the only reason why they won't, and you're correct on this, I will tell you, because obviously I'm very anti-lobby here, and anti-corporatist and anti-capitalist as well, which, by the way, lobbying is inherently a capitalist structure. You constantly talk about how money is
corporatist.
Okay, I don't like either of their framings here. Like, so, like, there's nothing bad about there being something that's capitalistic. It's certain things that are capitalistic that can create harmful impacts. Not everything about capitalism is bad, right? There are certain aspects of capitalism we do like, right? But there are obviously certain aspects of capitalism we don't like. That's why we have social safety nets. That's why we have regulations, right? And Doozy, thank you for the $2. So, like, I don't like the framing here. Let me go back. And clarify.
Here, and anti-corporatist and anti-capitalist as well, which, by the way, lobbying is inherently a capitalist structure.
Okay, if he disagrees with all lobbying, are you saying you disagree with lobbying that is related to your own political beliefs? I don't disagree with all lobbying. We disagree with corporate lobbying, right? Right, for corporate interests over the American people. So, I mean, that's the distinction, is that, like, we don't disagree with all lobbying. There are certain types of political lobbying that's good.
Structure. You constantly talk about how money is
corporatist. There's difference.
Okay.
And if if Charlie Kirk considers everything corporatist, well, then his position is reduced to a libertarian position, which we can easily critique and we can say is very harmful, like, very easily. Like, he's not going to have Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, right? All of those different types of things. So he's going to be violating really what Trump was advocating for.
Okay, corporatist and capitalist. Like, you can't, the two go hand in hand.
Those are not the same thing. That's like saying I'm.
Crony capitalism is just unfettered capitalism, and you are constantly, on the one hand, arguing against regulation, and then on the other hand saying, well, it's not true.
I don't think crony capitalism is just unfettered capitalism, but it comes from free market capitalism, if that's what he was trying to say.
Capitalism. Which one is it? Should we regulate?
Johnny, thank you so much for the $10. I'm going to keep donating relentlessly until you're on the same type of platform. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Johnny.
capitalism
W.
so it
Johnny.
doesn't turn into crony
So
capitalism?
I think we should
Or
massively
we not
deregulate the American economy. I'm not saying to abolish every single piece of regulation. But when
What are they
regulations,
specifically?
let me finish.
Except for like the patent one, which I'm on board with as well.
What regulation specifically? How about Dodd-Frank? That'd be a great start. That
We did.
disallows community banks from competing against Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan Chase. The big banks wrote Dodd-Frank. That is why we've seen an 80% decrease in community banks over the last 8 years since the passage of Dodd-Frank, because it makes it nearly impossible for community banks to be able to compete against the Wall Street banks. I will say this.
What
though.
Charlie
Let me-
fails to mention
Hassan,
with Dodd-Frank is
Hassan,
like
I did not
deleting-
interrupt you.
No, what Charlie
Hassan.
fails to mention with Dodd-Frank, and you can't say this and not mention this part. There are plenty of fail-safes within Dodd-Frank, which was imperfect, I will admit. There are
Yes.
plenty of fail-safes that were also taken away. For example, the fiduciary responsibility. So if you're an old person and you go up to a bank, that your banker can virtually make any sort of risky financial decision they want to now, because they took that away so that the bankers could make more money off of your money that they're playing around with. This is the kind of deregulation that already caused the 2008 housing.
All right.
So conservatives will always look at certain regulations, be like, this certain regulation is bad, it has this negative impact, therefore all regulations are bad, which is a huge fucking insane position to take. So obviously there are certain negative impacts from like certain regulations, and they could be mismanaged, but that doesn't mean that all regulations are like that. It's just like, ugh, it's so frustrating that they view the conversation that way.
All right, I'm not going to get into
No,
first of all,
you're not gonna get
Fannie
into
and
the
Freddie
specifics
rating
when I know what
agencies,
the fuck
Federal
you're talking
Reserve,
about?
Federal Reserve lowering,
Oh, whatever,
Federal Reserve
dude.
lowering interest rates. Hold on, what's Fannie and Freddie, genius?
So now he doesn't like the Federal Reserve lowering interest rates, which is something Trump advocated for, like literally a year after this event. Like this happened 2017, 2018, something like that. And a year after that, that happened. Bruh.
Yes. What's Fannie and Freddie? Tell me what that is. Tell me about the rating agencies. Tell me about how we should have allowed Wells Fargo to pay a price, and those people should be in prison right now for doing what they did.
I agree.
And lying to federal regulators.
Charlie
and it was,
sounds like
and it
a
was
communist.
Democrat.
Why does he sound so angry though? Like, okay, so like they get so mad at me. They're like, just because you speak fast doesn't mean you're right. And they're like, he sounds so angry and stuff like that. Like, have they not watched this Charlie Kirk?
Congress and a Democrat Senate,
Advocating,
and a Democrat president
advocating
that
to
did
jail
not- let me-
bankers, I'm
Hassan,
on board, dog.
Hassan,
Let's
we
do
just
it
keep on
right
talking
now.
over each other for the next 45 minutes, or you can let me finish. The final thing I'll say on banking regulation, one of the biggest misrepresentations of reality is somehow that free market capitalism contributed to the 2008 financial crisis. It was the rating agencies in bed with Fannie and Freddie Mac doing AAA bond rating with B and B minus rated bonds. No one looked what they were actually rating. It was the government institutions that were telling Wall Street to continue to go after subprime mortgage lending, where they did credit default swaps on top of it, leveraging the entire American economy.
It's still a aspect. What he doesn't realize is it's not just government. It's the free market with the government being in place. And what he doesn't realize is that government is going to happen as derivative of the free market under his own view. What led to the fucking existence of government was the free market in the very first place. What led to the point in which, people are like, we need to deal with these issues that exist with the free market. So inevitably, if you're going to talk about the nature of like the quote unquote invisible hand, or what's naturally going to occur given market conditions, that's what happened. A government led to particular restrictions within the context of that system. That's what the free market led to. Because of the negative impacts, it pushed people to support governmental structures that supported that. What he doesn't realize, oh my God, it's so fucking weird. It's so weird why they don't realize the implications of their own views.
Alan Greenspan artificially lowering
like the inevitable free market system that existed created the particular desires and aspirations for people to then support, right? Like that system to be destroyed. Does that not make sense to him?
interest rates after 9/11, playing with cheap money.
And then they were like using government to be able to help themselves out because that benefits them in the long run. Obviously, those are all aspects of the free market.
Pair that with the Community Reinvestment Act, and no one actually knowing what they're trading.
I don't like liberals
all
either, dog.
certified
We're on the same page.
by.
I don't like liberals too. Okay, see, think about it this way. It's actually crazy that Hassan says that because, like, this is why what I think, honestly. It's crazy that Hassan says that because what he's advocating for is liberalism. Like, unironically, he's literally advocating for liberalism. When he advocates for social democracy, at least in the meantime, he's advocating for liberalism. You hate what you're advocating for is really confusing to me.
Washington.
We're on the same page, but you sound a lot like a communist when you make those points. I'm just going to let you know. When you're like, let's jail bankers,
so
let's
what-
regulate.
If he's joking, though, like, I get it.
Regulate the,
Like I think the jokes are funny, but I think he actually means it. That's why I would respond to that. Parker's just wrong at what?
regulate both our politicians and also these corporations. You can't just sit here and say that it's deregulation.
Hassan.
You keep
Like Hassan's literally said he advocates for social democracy as of right now. He's a socialist. He's not a communist. He's a socialist long run. But right now he's advocating for liberalism. So I'm like, if you actually, I don't think he's literal with that statement. I think it's just a joke, maybe. But like, I've just seen him say it so many times where it's just like, I don't know if it's a joke anymore.
mentioning the failures of capitalism, and then your solution to the failures of capitalism is more capitalism, more free market. There are a multitude of different reasons why socialism or a more robust social state has not worked in Venezuela, but it obviously has been successful in other countries.
Like
But
Zimbabwe,
you make
Cuba,
it seem like that,
Vietnam,
as though
North
that's
Korea,
the only reason.
former Bulgaria,
finish.
former Belarus,
Charlie, you're not letting me.
If he wants to do that, we could literally give him a whole bunch of countries, right? That what's it called? Have like social democratic like conditions that are working well, that are doing good. But he can't mention a single one that is super libertarian that's doing good. I'd ask him, name a single example of a libertarian economy doing good. Give us a single example. Like, what example is he going to give us? Seriously, I'd really love to hear it.
Germany, Soviet Union, those were great test cases
Charlie,
for socialism, right?
I'm glad that you know countries.
But he can use that against him because socialism. But like,
Glad
I
that
don't
you are
know.
demonstrating.
He's also gravitating between the position between like socialism is based on social programs, or I don't. Maybe he got in that conversation because that's how he was defining it earlier. I don't know.
That despite our public education system, you are still knowledgeable on different countries. Stop naming countries and let me finish, okay? All right. Like, so ridiculous, dude. At this point, you guys all have to be aware that this is a ridiculous notion, right? There are plenty of socialized countries around the planet. It's not just Venezuela. And also, let me tell you another thing, okay? When Nordic countries want to implement social democracies or socially democratic principles, it doesn't matter because the United States can't impose sanctions on them, and the United States can't go and bomb them. The United States can't implement coups in their countries, and look at that. It freaking works, dude. It works. Maybe we should stop meddling in foreign affairs all around the world and allow these countries to do whatever they want. Because you can virtue signal as much as you want.
I generally agree with a non-interventionalist.
You can talk about virtue signaling. Here's what's virtue signaling. Acting like you care about Venezuela. Acting like you care about the interests of Venezuela.
I do care about Venezuela.
Yeah, if you did, you wouldn't be in support of an administration that is trying to put sanctions on Venezuela, a country that is already crippled. Like, it's a corrupt government. I'm sure there's an authoritarian element to it. I'm not the biggest fan of Maduro either. But you can't sit here and be like, oh, Venezuela, just to talk about socialism when your fellow men
Demonic fucking smile, dude.
and women, your fellow brothers and sisters are dying in this country, and you want to stop socialized medicine from happening here.
You're drawing a connection with empathy and with my policy prescription to help people. And I would say
because
that
the free market principles have never worked in socialized medicine. Obviously, that's the reason why we're here. Like, that's the reason why it's
can you explain
four
to me,
times.
Can you explain to me though that why people?
If liberalism prevents socialist movements, it could be through, if you're saying directly through like limiting it through like imperialism, which I would of course disagree with, but like there's also like a notion of liberalism preventing socialism because it creates good enough conditions to prevent people to go towards socialism. But I kind of see that more as an argument as to like we could still get all our goals, aspirations, and whatnot we want through a social democratic system. I don't know. Spirit, think of the dollar.
People did everything they could to flee East Germany to go to West Germany. People flee Havana, Cuba for Miami, Florida, or they flee Venezuela for a free market system.
Why are they coming to America? Every immigrant's like, I'm coming to America for the free market system. Maybe the ones that you found. Like, what are you
they're
talking
also
about?
fleeing.
They're leaving
they're fleeing
violence
the communist
that we
dictatorships.
caused. They're leaving violence that we largely were responsible for. Like the Honduran caravan, for example.
Let me ask.
I never understand this because it's always like, I love deregulation. I love lowering taxes. Like, just making these declarative statements might sound great because the tangible impact of it is not necessarily immediate, especially when it comes to tax cuts. But we see the consequences 20 years, 30 years, 40 years down the line, like the erosion of the middle class in America. These are a consequence of Ronald Reagan era tax policies. This is crazy. I didn't say I'm not a Democrat. I said I criticize Democrats because I'm not a partisan hack, okay? If someone's if someone's policy choices, for example, like school voucher systems and whatnot, are inherently bad from a morality perspective, then I don't appreciate that. I'm going to criticize it. That's all I was saying.
Right, but I don't
have to defend the Democratic Party, and I certainly will not defend the Republican Party. That's all I wanted to point out. I will still probably vote Democrat in the end of the day because I believe in easing the burden placed upon the proletariat, and that is why I will vote Democrat, and I'll tell people to do that as well.
So let me ask.
Did he say the proletariat? I just
Are you triggered by a word? Like, what do you mean?
So okay, Hassan.
Like, it's obvious he's saying like 'cause he's a socialist. Yeah, like
Proletariat.
that's just typical socialist ideology. Like I don't know why Charlie Kirk is surprised that he said proletariat. Come on, bro.
An inherently bad word, guys. It means the working class.
No, yeah, I got that. Just ask how that worked out in Stalinist Russia, fighting for
Oh my Jesus Christ, dude.
the working class.
Is Hassan? I don't think Hassan's a Stalinist. Like, why is he saying that?
Every place where there's ever been the proletariat, no one has
Yeah,
ever
like
worked
Mao's
anywhere.
China or, Vietnam or Cuba.
Yeah.
Or,
Does Hassan even argue those positions? I'm assuming that he would take some social position where you don't even argue for those positions. Like, as a socialist, you do not have to do that. I really don't like socialists that try to revise history and just like support those particular people. I don't like that at all. Like, you can be a socialist without holding to those things. I think the best socialist position and like the arguable one that like I could get into my head is that like there's a market socialist system, right? Market plus state intervention, like kind of like how we have our market, like our social democratic system plus like a state for like regulation, stuff like that. Like I think that like a market socialist system where like you have co-ops, right, in place where there would, instead of there being like private firms, is only something that you could argue for if you just say like, I'm willing to accept a GDP decline to some degree with the cooperatives being mandated in place, right? Because you want those ethical democratic conditions within the workplace. But like it would make sense to like fully do state intervention. So like cooperative plus state could make sense. That's like the most, but like it's depending on like when you're comparing the views of social democracy versus market socialism, to me, it's really like, okay, how much efficiency do you have to give up in order to be able to transition to that market social system? And there's just not sufficient data to grant that point. So that's really the only thing going against the market socialist. But those are really the two in my head that I would go between, is like a kind of like a market socialist kind of plus state position comparative to the social democratic system as we have right now, or not like in the U.S., but like in countries around the world.
or Zimbabwe, or all the 100 other times we tried communism in the last 100 years. Bourgeoisie.
That's not what I'm
versus
advocating
proletariat.
for. Do you understand the difference between Stalinism and Leninism and Marxist theory in general? There are different variations. What you're doing right now is taking advantage of a lack of education surrounding leftist ideology, and it's really disgusting. Instead, sit down and understand what the hell I'm talking about.
I don't trust the government. Therefore, why make the government bigger? Hassan says he doesn't trust
Why make the government bigger? So he disagrees with Doge.
Accountable.
Because that made the government bigger to be able to diminish its size, right? You don't want to make the government bigger, so then why are you advocating for abortion restrictions? That's making the government bigger. You don't want the government bigger, but then you advocate for people like RFK that in order to quote unquote make America healthier again, they have to restrict certain things. Oh, government bigger. You want the government bigger when it comes to literally immigration. You want like harsher, stricter standards for letting people into the country. You don't argue the free market capitalism when it comes to that. What happened? Straight hypocrisy. It's like you argue free market capitalism whenever you feel like the vibe.
and he wants to make government bigger. He says,
No.
oh, the government is, this is Hassan, the government is largely bought by
Are you
lobby.
literally doing a "this is Hassan" right now?
Can
do,
I-
do you think you sound intelligent?
Can I summarize what you're saying?
Okay, go
We
ahead.
agreed that lobbyists have too much access to this government. You want to make that government bigger, stronger, more powerful. I want to make that government smaller, more accountable to the
Yeah.
citizens. That's a huge difference between
How does making it smaller make it more accountable?
conservatives and progressives.
If you want to make it more accountable, I think that he'd probably want to make it more accountable.
Like, look, are we going to have an actual intelligent conversation surrounding this? Because more government
Like, who disagrees with government accountability?
doesn't necessarily always
Like,
mean
other than like Trump supporters, like
more
him.
bad government. It's not like I'm advocating for corruption here. Actually,
Like
as a
literally, like the only fucking people I've ever seen do that are Trump supporters.
matter of fact, if you want to talk about corruption, let's talk about lobbying. Let's talk about lobbying. Let's talk about how money is speech, like how we fund politicians. Let's talk about the fact that politicians spend 70% of their time raising funds for their next campaign. I don't like that system. I advocate
I
against
agree
it.
with
You
you.
do you? So
No, I
you
don't.
don't want you want to reform campaign finance laws and give me specific examples of how you want to do that? Because I don't think Foster Freeze is one of
Campaign finance laws are super confusing, right? I mean, see, the issue is that like you don't want politicians spending so much of their time just campaigning, but then you also need to hold them accountable. And how do you hold them accountable is democracy. In order for them to be able to win elections, they have to campaign. So it might be just like this necessary evil of like they have to campaign in a democracy, you know? Lulu, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Adam, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
of your donors is going to be very happy when he finds out you're talking out of turn.
Big philosophical difference is that we both don't trust government. Only one of us want to make that government smaller and more accountable to the citizens.
Dude,
that's me.
not true.
He wants to give more money and more power to the very government that we
I'm the
both
one who
don't
wants
trust.
to make the government accountable. You're the one who benefits from the government being corrupt, because then you can turn around and say, no, we don't need this government. We need it to be smaller so that your wealthy benefactors can virtually enact feudalist policies upon the same people who are cheering right now.
What he thinks, though, is that like Hassan values like somehow giving people social services less than giving the government more power to do those things. I don't think Hassan disagrees with giving the government power to do those things. He disagrees with the government giving the power to do other things. So the way that Hassan would be making the government larger under his own view is good under his perspective and not within those negative connotations that Charlie's like portraying within it. I don't know. I don't think that Charlie's making that good of a point there. Johnny, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much,
for
Johnny.
free market
Thank you,
enterprise
Jane. Thank
as
you.
though that is going to save them.
I love doing
It
this.
is insane to me that people still think that this current broken system that we live under, okay, where wages have remained stagnant for the past 50, 60 years, while productivity has increased, which is, by the way, that's wage exploitation, just for those of you who don't understand that concept, but that everything is totally fine. And then you turn around and you say the stock market's great. Okay, the stock market is great, but the stock market, who owns the stock market?
I'll interrupt him. I'll let loose some more.
Dude, he literally is like screaming into the mic, interrupting, and like they get so mad at me doing that, and I didn't even do it like that. That was just totally uncalled for, to be honest.
Because I'm making a good point. You have to interrupt. Look, listen.
So you interrupted me at least
the stock market,
45 times
the
already.
stock market.
Like write down notes, bro. If I was sitting in person debating someone, if I get to write down notes, bro, I'm chilling, bro. The only issue with like Jubilee debates is you can't write down notes or anything like that. If I'm debating someone who is like half coherent, right? I gotta have like some ability to have like a notes. Unless I mean, in order for me to be at my peak abilities, like if I don't have notes, I can still debate them. But like
Republicans love talking about
it's just
the
not
stock
as easy
market.
as
You
if I
mentioned
do
it
have
in your
notes.
introduction. The stock market
Like where I can be like,
well.
oh, they said this, said that, said that. So I can just like make sure I address all those things.
Consumer confidence is up. Okay, dude. Well, the 84% of the stock market is owned by the top 10% of wealth. Like when the stock market is doing well, it's not doing well for you. It's just doing well for those guys. But you can be certain that when the stock market is not doing well, it won't be good for you. Absolutely not. No, sir. Because everything is taken away from the workers. We talk about like people always come up to me and tell me, hey, Hassan, why do you want to take away my earnings? And I told them, I'm not trying to take away your earnings. I'm trying to make sure your bosses give back what is rightfully yours. These are your earnings. You worked for them, okay?
You pay tolls.
So that's it. That they're
Because that's a user
financing.
fee. That's not socialism.
Oh,
that's if you use the highway, you pay for the
Oh,
highway.
highways are
You
not
pay a gas tax.
socialized. Okay,
You pay a gas
you're right.
tax. So
Yeah.
if you drive a car, you pay into the highway fund.
Yeah, you're
That's
right.
how it works, Hassan.
You're right.
You know,
Socialism is just what you want it
socialism
to
is,
be,
I'm gonna
and
put
not
a
what it
gun to your
actually
head
is. You're
and
right.
fund
Never
a
mind.
program that will not benefit you to send the money to someone else that
This is a straw man. This is actually a straw man.
is in a different socioeconomic
Dude,
circumstance.
here's
Free
the
market
thing.
capitalism is the greatest wealth-creating engine in human history. It's lifted more people out of poverty, and you are
Dude,
a
we
beneficiary
obviously
of the
have
very
it.
system that you are bashing right now.
No, because it's
Your
not
life
free
is
market
better-
capitalism. It's so stupid.
All those were 3 points. Those 3 points were actually true. I mean, if we go back, those 3 points were definitely true.
You to send the money.
Like capitalism has led to those things, but it also has hurt things, right? And that's why we want like government restrictions. So government restrictions and government like social services have led to reductions in poverty as well, right? If not to greater standards as of recently, because there's limitations for the free market actually reducing those things. That's the best response you could have. But yeah, capitalism has led to a reduction in poverty and
money to someone else that is in a different socioeconomic
Dude,
circumstance.
here's
Free
the
market
thing.
capitalism is the greatest wealth-creating engine in human history. It's lifted
greatest wealth. It depends on the circumstance, right? Like the free market isn't always the case, but like if we're talking from like an overall, like a general free market system, sure. But like, we'd actually probably say it's better for like some places that had more restrictions. So it's not like the more free market you are, the more beneficial your economy is necessarily. But also, like one thing to say is that like he brought this point up earlier is that like there are freer markets in Norway, Sweden, Denmark, like those countries right there, based on the Economic Freedom Index. He's arguing for freer markets. So is he saying that he would prefer their economies to ours in the United States because they have a freer economy comparative to us? Again, he wants the market to be freer. They have freer markets. Seems like he would prefer their economies to ours.
more people out of poverty, and you are a
Dude,
beneficiary
we
of the
obviously
very
have-
system that you are bashing right now.
And it is true. Obviously, Hassan is a beneficiary. That's like an argument against him. Obviously, he's a beneficiary of capitalism, right?
Because it's
Your
not
life
free
is
market
better.
capitalism. It's so stupid. When the last time we had free market capitalism or something close to it was leading up to the Great Depression, okay? There's no such thing as like we have a fully free market. Where is the fully
This is a true point.
free market? If you like a decentralized government, why don't you go live in Somalia? There's decentralized government there, all you want.
Well, so we are more capitalist than we are socialists right now.
No.
I would harp on the point of like, where is your free market haven? Where is the place that you want to emulate?
And everywhere the free
Oh,
market...
so you admit that capitalism and socialism coexist.
So we have
Thank
some-
you for
yeah.
proving my earlier point, even though
Hassan,
you were like,
yes,
it's Marxism.
we have some-
By the way, what does Foster Friess think about all
If they're saying capitalism and socialism coexist, every social program is socialism. So there's socialism that Charlie supports under
that?
that
I would like to
definition.
know his perspective, because obviously his perspective
I would
is
love
more important.
So if you're so
But hold
just
on.
just
You
for
wanna
you that don't know,
privatize?
he's trying to attack my investors and donors, of which I'm happy to talk about. We have 35,000 donors spanned in all 50 states. We now have $15 million budget, and we are supported by some of the most successful people in the American business community.
He means
People that
wealthy
created
billionaires
over
who have
50 million
stolen
jobs,
your money
people that
and
created
your
wealth
wages.
for everyone. Oh, really? So when we get investments from people that, for example, helped create the modern internet as we know it, or people that helped.
Oh,
create-
how was the modern internet created? Oh, wait, that was also socialism. That
Well,
was actually
no,
military
okay, so
finance.
let me ask
So
you a question.
there you go. And another
So
example
tell
of
me-
how
so
publicly
tell me,
funded
Hassan,
research
Yeah, publicly funded research did lead to that. But I don't know. I don't like the branding it as socialism.
is good,
So
and we all benefit from it. You
My
admitted
narrative's
just
about freedom.
now.
My narrative's
No.
that America's the greatest
Yes,
country ever
but
to
there's
exist,
no-
and I want to expand freedom and opportunity for all people. My
There
narrative
is
is
no
that
freedom in a country.
Greatest country to ever exist. He's not saying economically, because America doesn't have the freest market.
the narrative I care
There's
is
no
that we have
freedom in a
global
country.
poverty.
So is he saying that a country with not as much of a free market is the best country in the world? What? That's so totally contradicting to his worldview. I thought if it was the case that the free market leads to the best economic conditions possible, then why isn't it the best country is the one with the freest economy? That just doesn't make any
That
sense
is
to me.
privatized tyranny, Charlie. There is no freedom in a country that is privatized tyranny, where your bosses can do whatever they want and never even give you an example, never even give you a reason.
I'm not arguing
for what
anything in the same galaxy as what you're describing, first and foremost.
you just said. I'm arguing for freedom. I'm telling you that like
Yes,
progress is important.
let's
Progress
walk through.
towards
In a capitalist
liberty
system,
needs to happen.
that means you have private property rights, which mean if somebody is exploiting you, you go to a judge and you adjudicate that
Okay.
differences. That is inherent in a free market system. You're
Civil law?
arguing some sort of
Is that the only thing that happens?
abstract
What happens when the free market
anarcho-capitalist.
fails? What happens when there are natural barriers of entry and the government obviously has to step in and subsidize? What happens?
Oh
like we
my
have
god,
socialism.
chat. I just remembered something. I fucking Charlie Kirk made a video. He got asked a question about the SA case against Donald Trump for E. Jean Carroll, and he said that she was assaulted in a Tiffany's. Bro doesn't even know the case. I just fucking remembered this. Oh my god. This idiot. Holy shit, I need to pull that up. I'm sorry. It's so stupid. I need to pull it up right now. I just fucking remembered that. Oh my god, it's so stupid. Johnny, think of it $2. Hold up. It has like 400k likes, chat. It has 400k likes and it has the dumbest fucking comment section I have ever fucking seen. Oh my god, dude. He has just like generationally stupid comments. Like generationally stupid comments. Johnny, think of it $2. Hold on, let me find it.
How do you justify campaigning?
Here we go.
Civilly liable for.
Can I be a little provocative on this for a second, guys? All right, trigger warning. Okay, one of the world's
Hold up. Let me make sure I have it so that people can see it. All right.
How do you justify?
Of course, he didn't answer my question, but he'll answer some other kid.
Campaigning for someone who is found civilly liable for.
Can I be a little provocative on this for a second, guys? All right, trigger warning. Okay, one of the world's wealthiest men, worth like $10 billion. He's got a show on the NBC Apprentice. He's literally married to a supermodel. He can have any woman on the world. And I'm supposed to believe at 2 p.m. In a Tiffany's store, he walks in and E. Jean Carroll, who is not exactly a supermodel, and risks his entire fortune, of which there is no accusation for 20.
Just clarify. He says because she's not a supermodel, she didn't get assaulted. He did just say that. He literally did just say because she was not a supermodel, it was less likely that she was assaulted. That's what he said.
20 years, but he pops up and runs for the president, and all of a sudden she says, this guy, even though I can't remember the day, the month, the year.
Didn't he just claim it was at 2 p.m.? Secondly, he just said it was at Tiffany's. You say that you have enough evidence in order to say that this particular claim isn't accurate and that this case isn't showing him guilt at all. Yeah, you don't even know that it was in Bergdorf Goodman's. You didn't even know that it was across the street from Trump Tower. You didn't even know what store it was referencing, yet you say that she doesn't know the date, the time, and the place. You don't know what date, time, place, or where the hell it was. You don't know any of the characteristics of the case. Yeah, you're going to sit there and you're going to say that it didn't happen because you're friends with them, because you know them close. You didn't even look into the case, and you proved it. This is literally evidence right here. Charlie Kirk did no fucking research. So every single time I brought it up to Charlie Kirk, imagine if you fucking said this while I was there. If I was debating him, I would have fucking laughed at him. I seriously would have laughed at him. That is horrible. How can he sit there and act like he knows anything about the case? Well, simultaneously, not even knowing where it happened. If he looked at literally one news article about it, one fucking news article, he would have known that's not true. If he had that conversation twice with people who had opposing opinions with him before, he would have known that that wasn't true.
2 p.m. in a department store at Tiffany's while
He said it twice.
was at the height of his career. I'm sorry.
Height of his career? You don't think the presidency was the height of his career? Please, bro.
That's complete rubbish and political nonsense.
How is it political nonsense? You didn't even look at the case. He seriously did not look at the civil case. Why did she wait decades to come out? Many victims take decades to come out. It takes them decades to come out. That doesn't dispute the validity of their case. He literally said it was less likely that she was assaulted because she's not a supermodel. Is that literally his view? Would he say that about his people in his life that are women? Would he say that? That they are less likely to be assaulted by men in positions of power because it is the case that they are not supermodels? That is a disgusting, fucking horrible thing for him to say. And also acting like Donald Trump he's like, he can get any woman he wants. What are you talking about? What are you talking? Donald Trump is an ugly man. Why are we acting like he is like some desired man? He is an actual ugly man. He's not only an ugly man, he's also literally a horrible dude, has a horrible personality. The only thing that you could bring up, as Charlie Kirk is saying, that is redeemable about him in terms of whether or not he'd be valued, right, from a dating perspective, is that he can bring money to the table so people can get money off of him. That's it. That's all he can bring. He doesn't have a good character, right? He's not attractive, right? Bro's orange. I'm serious. Like, I'm actually genuinely being serious. We've seen pictures of him from that time. He's not an attractive man. Like, I can be genuinely serious. You can go on TikTok and you can scroll on your For You page and see 5 to 10 people that are more attractive than him within literally fucking 2 minutes. Easily. Okay, let's just be totally honest. Like, it's not like it's not like he's some supermodel. Let's be totally fucking frankly honest here. Quite frankly.
You justify campaigning for someone who
Let's hear it again. Unbelievable.
Can I be a little provocative on this for a second, guys? All right, trigger warning. Okay, one of the world's wealthiest men, worth like $10 billion. He's got a show on the NBC.
He's not worth $10 billion. He wasn't worth $10 billion back then. Najia, thank you so much for the $2.
He's literally married to a supermodel. He can.
Dude, it's actually insane. It's actually insane. None of these things were true about Donald Trump. He literally was not married to Melania back then. What is going on? It's like everything that comes out of Charlie Kirk's mouth is fucking wrong. It's actually insane, chat. It's actually insane. The Apprentice, didn't it come after? When did The Apprentice? Let me look it up. When did The Apprentice? 2004. Oh my fucking god, this absolute moron. Charlie Kirk is such a fucking idiot, dude. Oh my god, dude. He literally, what do you mean? None of these things were true back then. He doesn't even know what year it happened. 2004? It happened, dude. 8 years before it even debuted. Insane. It's actually crazy. It's actually crazy.
You can have any woman on the world. And I'm supposed to believe at 2 p.m. in a Tiffany's store,
I actually genuinely, chat, I'm so serious. I cannot believe that he could post something like this to the internet and he still has a reputation. He has 500,000 likes on the video. And the comment section is horrible, chat. I need to make a video on this. I completely forgot about this, chat. Maybe I can cut up clips of that and post it, but that's just like... It's so insane. There's some people making good arguments in the comments, but vast majority are brain dead comments. They're so horrible. All right. I think that's where I'm going to end it today, everyone. I'm going to end it there, everyone. I appreciate everyone. If you always want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal is in my description on here. You can also subscribe to me here if you have not already. Check out some of the videos that I posted on YouTube, everyone. I'd really appreciate that. I appreciate everyone coming on today, everyone. Love y'all so much. If you're on YouTube right now, I'd recommend go to Santana's stream. Late Nights with Santana. Look up Santana Speaks. Look up Santana Speaks. Go raid Santana here on YouTube. I would really appreciate it. All right. Love y'all so much, everyone. Have a fantastic night, everyone, and peace out, y'all.